In a parallel world, on the water blue planet, in Longwa's Jiangcheng, at the entrance of Building 1, Room 502 of the Longting community, a handsome young man, 185 centimeters tall and weighing 158 kilograms, dressed in a black delivery uniform, suddenly shuddered and exclaimed, "What the hell?" Looking at the delivery outfit on him and the surroundings that felt both familiar and strange, Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Bushigoman, 666. I can really travel through worlds. I just wanted to post a comment, and now I'm here. Quickly sorting through the memories that suddenly appeared in his mind, Lin Feng felt a bit overwhelmed. He never expected that after reading a light novel, he would actually end up in it. What's even more messed up is that after the crossover, Lin Feng's identity was still that of a delivery man. Oh no, not only that, he was also orphaned, encountered a gold-digging woman, and had the buff of being looked down upon. Wait, what the hell? Am I really the innate delivery saint body? I became a traveler and still have to deliver packages? Just as Lin Feng was feeling depressed, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Host crossover detected. Doomsday pleasure system at your service. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Feng's eyes instantly lit up with brilliance. Before the crossover, he was a loyal fan of tomato light novels and was very familiar with systems. Awesome. Those trashy authors really didn't lie to me. There are indeed perks to being a traveler. Lin Feng was excited for a moment, but suddenly realized. Wait, you said Doomsday. What the hell? I got too happy too soon. This is actually a Doomsday novel. As Lin Feng pondered, the system's prompt sounded again. You need to complete 3 system activation tasks to activate all system functions. Activation task issued. Tomorrow is Doomsday. Don't leave any regrets. Brave young man, boldly confess your love to the school beauty you have a crush on. Completing the task will reward you with beginner version of the Infinite Resource Package. For Doomsday, as the prompt sounded, a light blue virtual screen appeared before Lin Feng, visible only to him. These prompts were listed one by one on the screen in front of him. Seeing this, Lin Feng's expression became strange. Activation task? No regrets? Confessing to get infinite resources? This system seems to have mixed up my identity with that of the original guy. But to be fair, the task rewards are really impressive. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed. He himself was one of the connoisseurs of Doomsday light novels. He understood very well the value of infinite resources in the Doomsday world. This task is great. I have to do it. It's just confessing, damn it. Let's do it. Looking at the room number in front of him and the bouquet of flowers in his hand, Lin Feng suddenly understood his current situation. It turned out that the guy he replaced had a crush on Jiang Qingxue, the school beauty living in room 502 of the Music Academy. Even on many restless nights, he had relied on Jiang Qingxue's photo for difficult consolation. Finally, today, the original host had mustered the courage to confess his feelings. But unexpectedly, the hopes were dashed, and the person suddenly vanished. Poor kid. Your wish. I will help you fulfill it. From now on, I am Lin Feng of this world. Thinking of this, his gaze became determined, and he knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman before Lin Feng. The woman was about 20 years old, dressed in a blue and white dress, and had a tall figure. Her features were exquisite and beautiful, with a cold demeanor, and her long, smooth hair casually draped down. The slightly fitted dress accentuated her curves, making her incredibly charming. Even with the memories of Jiang Qingxue in his mind, Lin Feng was still stunned when he saw her in person. This woman was simply too stunning. With a cold demeanor, good looks, and being the school beauty, Jiang Qingxue embodied everything Lin Feng had ever imagined. Seeing Lin Feng's figure, a hint of impatience flashed in Jiang Qingxue's eyes, and she spoke indifferently. What is it? Do you need me to sign for a package? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng quickly responded, smiling. No, it's something else. Saying this, he took out the flowers hidden behind him, looking sincerely at Jiang Qingxue, and said earnestly, Miss Jiang, I like you. I liked you from the first moment I saw you. Could you please be my girlfriend? Sensing the faint smell of sweat on Lin Feng, Jiang Qingxue frowned and took a step back. She looked up at Lin Feng with a face full of disdain and said coldly, You a stinky delivery guy, what confidence do you have to think you deserve me? Don't you have a mirror at home? I advise you to take a piss and look at yourself. Don't be so unaware of your own worth. Loser. Don't bother me again. What a loser. Jiang Qingxue scoffed, turned, and slammed the door shut. Outside, Lin Feng, who had been scolded, was not angry at all. Instead, he revealed a smile. Because at the moment he confessed his feelings, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Current task completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the beginner version of the Infinite Resource Package for Doomsday. It contains a beginner version of infinite food, living supplies, water, and a beginner weapon arsenal. Current system activation progress, January 3rd. Please continue to work hard, host. Oh yes. Lin Feng's expression was invigorated as he quickly returned to his rental house. System, claim the infinite resource package. Ding, infinite resource package claimed successfully. The host can check it at will. Hearing the prompt, Lin Feng excitedly rubbed his hands together. He concentrated and quickly began to check the rewards. In an instant, a blue portal appeared before Lin Feng. His gaze penetrated the portal, looking into the space behind it. Beyond the portal, it was divided into two parts, food supply area and weapon arsenal. Lin Feng looked towards the food area, and what met his eyes were countless shelves stretching endlessly. The shelves were filled with a variety of food and water. From spicy strips to home-cooked dishes, from mineral water to various drinks, everything was available. This amount of stuff is enough to feed 100 million beauties until the universe is destroyed. Just barely enough. Lin Feng chuckled, his face full of satisfaction. Seeing so much food, even having eaten breakfast, he felt hungry again. With a thought, a plate of spicy marinated crayfish appeared before him. Thanks to the system's powerful preservation capabilities, the crayfish's meat was extremely firm and springy, indistinguishable from freshly cooked. This taste is perfect. Lin Feng took a sniff, revealing a satisfied expression, grabbed the crayfish, and started to show off. While eating, he checked the weapon arsenal. The weapons were not many, all portable light weapons for individual use. They included hot weapons, pistols, assault rifles, submachine guns, shotguns, light machine guns, Barrett rifles, and unlimited matching ammunition. Cold weapons were relatively few, with only a few types like sabers, fire axes, tang swords, and cleavers. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng concentrated again. A brand new Type 92 pistol appeared in his hand. The cold touch from the carbon-based biological stabilizer gave Lin Feng an overwhelming sense of security. What the hell? This is too awesome. With this thing, when the doomsday comes, I can just kill at will. It's no wonder he was so excited. The Longwo where Lin Feng was located, like the Xia country before the crossover, strictly prohibited firearms. In this environment, with endless ammunition and light weapons, Lin Feng could walk sideways. Having lived 2 lives as part of the lower class, looked down upon, Lin Feng had long had enough of this damn life. Doomsday coming? That's just fantastic. Starting tomorrow, I will be the boss. I will do whatever I want. No one can look down on me even a bit. After a long while, Lin Feng finally calmed down his inner excitement at that moment. The system prompt sounded again. Ding. A new activation task has been released. Task content. Brave young man. Go to the highest-end Western restaurant in your area and spend all your savings in a way you like. Completing this task will earn you an invincible golden kidney. Invincible golden kidney. Wonderful. Inexpressible. Seeing this notice, Lin Feng was completely excited. Crying to death. This system is simply too considerate. Just by looking at the description of this golden kidney, one can tell its value. Who knows, obtaining this thing might even lead to some kind of second development. Having lived 2 lives, drifting for decades, feeling unfulfilled, if the brother of the system does not abandon me, I am willing to take him as my adoptive father. Lin Feng's playful antics received no response from the system. He smiled nonchalantly, his eyes full of anticipation. With the system in hand, in the apocalypse, I will be someone important, enjoying vengeance and having beautiful companions, enjoying life. He is a man with small ambitions. To survive in the apocalypse with wine, meat, and women, and not to waste this opportunity given by heaven is enough. At this moment, he suddenly recalled Jiang Qingxue, who had humiliated him earlier. Arrogant school belle? Hey, I want to see how long you can remain arrogant in an apocalypse where resources are extremely scarce. By then, I will make you kneel before me, begging for my forgiveness. Chapter 2 Encountering the Proud and Beautiful Neighbor. Lin Feng sneered coldly, his gaze icy. Jiang Qingxue was quite attractive, and taking her in as a maid wouldn't be a bad idea. Lin Feng thought it through. In the apocalypse, all he needed was a maid, not love. Obedience was enough. However, the urgent task at hand was to activate the system first. Shaking his head, Lin Feng looked at the second activation task. This task wasn't complicated. He just needed to spend lavishly. Lin Feng muttered to himself as he opened the wardrobe. To save money, the original owner was quite frugal, and there weren't any decent clothes in the wardrobe. Many of the short clothes had deformed collars, and the original owner was reluctant to throw them away. Lin Feng shook his head and casually picked a top from the system's storage space. The apocalypse would arrive tomorrow, and money would turn into waste paper. Since he had to complete the system task, why not borrow heavily from online loans and spend it all? Just consider it a waste of resources, hee hee. Thinking about spending hundreds of thousands in a day, A flash of excitement crossed Lin Feng's eyes. In 2 lifetimes, he had always been a slave to money, tirelessly working for a living. Fortunately, from this moment on, he no longer had to care about this stuff. With this thought, Lin Feng felt immensely relieved. He immediately opened various online loan platforms and began borrowing frantically. Previously, in order to buy a house, Lin Feng had lived frugally and with his parents' inheritance. He had saved up 200,000. After a series of operations, Lin Feng now had 380,000 in his hands. This was the fastest way he could acquire all the funds. To make the spending even more enjoyable, Lin Feng decided to convert it all into cash. Resolute, he grabbed his bank card and quickly left the house. It was a weekday, and there weren't many people at the bank. Lin Feng quickly withdrew all the cash and left the bank. 380,000 in cash weighed several kilograms, and Lin Feng's backpack was bulging. The most upscale Western restaurant in Jiangsheng was the Milton Hotel. Lin Feng planned to take a luxury car. Before long, a Maybach stopped in front of him. The middle-aged chauffeur, wearing white gloves, rolled down the window, looking around in confusion. Naturally, he ignored Lin Feng, who was dressed in cheap clothes. "Stop looking. I'm taking a taxi," Lin Feng said calmly. "Haha, you're joking. This is a luxury car." The fat man suddenly stopped, his tone laced with sarcasm. Lin Feng didn't respond. He lit up his phone screen and waved it at the driver. Before the fat man could bark, Lin Feng magically pulled out 2 red bills. "I ask you, can we go?" "Yes, yes, yes." Seeing the cash, the fat man's attitude instantly became respectful, his eyes brightening. He cursed himself for almost missing this fare. "All right, let's get going. I'm in a hurry." Lin Feng glanced at the now polite fat man, his voice calm. He just wanted to complete his task and had no mood to argue with this guy. The people in Waterblue Star were very snobbish, something Lin Feng was mentally prepared for. As he spoke, he handed over the cash. The fat man quickly took the bills, went around, and opened the door. "Boss, please get in." Lin Feng replied indifferently, taking a seat in the back. Inside the luxury car, the fat man was very attentive, frequently engaging in conversation, while Lin Feng occasionally responded perfunctorily. Soon, the Maybach stopped in front of the Milton Hotel. The fat man eagerly opened the door, and Lin Feng nodded as he stepped out of the car. "Take care, boss. If you need a ride next time, feel free to contact me." Lin Feng waved his hand and turned to leave. At the hotel's entrance, Lin Feng looked at the receptionist and asked calmly, "Excuse me, which floor is the Western restaurant on?" "Sir, it's on the 8th floor. Just walk over to the elevator." The tall, leggy girl smiled and pointed to the elevator not far away. Lin Feng nodded and stepped forward. On the 8th floor of the Milton restaurant, he found a private booth to sit down. With Lin Feng's arrival, many well-dressed social elites couldn't help but look over. His attire was incongruous with the surroundings, making it hard not to attract attention. Lin Feng noticed the gazes of others and smirked, ignoring them. He had been so focused on completing tasks that he had forgotten about buying clothes. What he was wearing was merely from the system's basic supply pack, which was purely for emergencies and hardly considered high-end. After Lin Feng sat down, the young couple in the same booth appeared quite displeased. A complaining female voice rang out. "What's going on with this restaurant? Why can any Tom, Dick, or Harry come in? It's really disappointing." Hearing this, Lin Feng looked over. The speaking woman was tall, pretty, and had fair, supple skin. Her well-fitted, off-shoulder black dress accentuated her slim waist and alluring curves. This woman's appearance was somewhat reminiscent of a dancer. He hadn't noticed before, but she was indeed attractive. Being arrogant was fine. After going hungry for a while, she'd naturally behave herself. "Hee, dare to provoke me? After the apocalypse, you'll know who the boss is." Lin Feng stole a few glances and then stopped looking. The 2 people diagonally opposite him were not unfamiliar. They were his new neighbors on the same floor, Song Wanjun and her boyfriend Bai Hao. Song Wanjun seemed to be a small leader in a company, and each time Lin Feng encountered her, she was dressed in a uniform and stockings. Bai Hao was also a senior white-collar worker, driving an ostentatious BMW. Lin Feng had a good memory and recognized them. However, clearly, the 2 arrogant individuals did not remember him. Under the server's persuasion, the neighbors quieted down and began to eat silently. After ordering, Lin Feng waited quietly. Before long, his caviar, black truffle, steak, and high-end red wine were served. This meal cost several tens of thousands. The ingredients used were quite exquisite, and the taste was indeed excellent. A few bites of meat paired with some wine. Lin Feng was enjoying himself. However, not far away, Song Wanjun and her boyfriend found Lin Feng even more annoying. Watching him feast heartily made them feel nauseated. "Waiter, bring your manager here." Song Wanjun's dissatisfied voice made Lin Feng pause, frowning. Chapter 3: Crazy Spending. Gaining an invincible golden kidney. The young waitress glanced at Song Wanjun's expression. nodded, and walked out. She had seen many people like Song Wanjun, who were overly particular. Such characters were difficult to deal with, and it was most reassuring to report it up. Soon, a beautiful middle-aged woman in a uniform skirt hurried into the booth. "Chinya, hello, guests. How can I assist you?" The female manager said with a polite smile. "I want to change seats." With that, Song Wanjun looked at Lin Feng not far away with a displeased expression. "Sorry, ma'am, but it's currently peak dining time, and there are no available seats," the female manager said, causing Song Wanjun's expression to darken immediately. "Then could you please ask that country bumpkin to eat less rudely? It's really off-putting. This is a high-end restaurant. How can they let people like this in?" Song Wanjun's voice was laced with arrogance and condescension. The female manager was momentarily taken aback, looking surprised at Lin Feng not far away. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng stopped. He wiped his mouth with 2 tissues, expressionless, and walked over to them. "What kind of person? How I eat is none of your business." Lin Feng was 185 centimeters tall, and years of exposure to wind and sun had given him a physique far superior to these office dwellers. Standing in front of Song Wanjun and her boyfriend, he felt like a wall, exuding an immense sense of pressure. The tall and robust Lin Feng instantly intimidated by Hao, who eats high-end Western food like this. Just looking at it is nauseating. Song Wanjun was still complaining, but Bai Hao suddenly pulled him back, interrupting her words. "Mind your own business." Lin Feng was even more displeased and snapped back. "Hey, did you hear that?" Song Wanjun immediately wanted to curse, but Bai Hao stopped her once again. "Ladies and gentlemen, please calm down. This little matter isn't worth it." Song Wanjun's words made the female manager equally displeased with her. She felt that this woman was just looking for trouble. However, due to her responsibilities, she quickly spoke up to dissuade them. At that moment, Bai Hao spoke up. "Sorry, brother. My girlfriend has been having a rough time these past couple of days. We're leaving now." Saying this, he somewhat forcefully grabbed Song Wanjun and directly left the private room. "Let go of me. That guy clearly disturbed our meal. Why should we leave?" Outside the restaurant, Song Wanjun looked at her boyfriend with a frown. Jun, are you stupid? What status do we have? What status does he have? He's social trash. Haven't you heard of the principle of letting the happy ones pass? We're like porcelain, and he's a stinky, hard rock in a latrine. Are you sure you want to keep clashing with this bottom-tier trash? Besides, which bottom-tier person would dare spend tens of thousands at Milton Restaurant? I bet this person has probably hit a wall in life and doesn't want to live anymore. He just wants to splurge before he dies. There's really no need to stoop to his level. Bai Hao's words were like a bucket of cold water, quickly calming the furious Song Wanjun. She felt a wave of fear rising in her heart and glanced back at the direction of the restaurant. "You're right, baby. If we really anger this guy and he takes us down with him before he leaves, it would truly be not worth the loss." In the private room, seeing Song Wanjun and her boyfriend leave, the female manager breathed a sigh of relief. These two were just looking for trouble. Lin Feng's eating voice was actually quite low. She hadn't even noticed them at first. Lin Feng glanced at Song Wanjun's departing figure and sneered inwardly. "All right, I didn't expect my female neighbor to be so pretentious. I hope you can maintain your pride in the not-so-distant apocalypse. Sir, we deeply apologize for the inconvenience caused." The female manager bowed deeply to Lin Feng. As she moved, a large expanse of beautiful scenery was revealed, dazzling Lin Feng's eyes. "It's fine." Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively and sat back down. "Sir, this special drink is a gift from our restaurant. I'm really sorry about what happened earlier." Not long after, the curvaceous female manager brought over another drink. Smiling at Lin Feng raised his head upon hearing this and glanced at her ample chest. "Chinya, this woman hasn't shown me any malice from start to finish. I was thinking about spending money to have the female manager dance for me before coming here. But now this obviously isn't appropriate." Lin Feng shook his head, actively dismissing that thought. Earlier, while taking a taxi, he had already experienced the feeling of reasoning with money, and now he wasn't so fixated on it. The world is vast, but the task is the most important. I need to complete my task quickly. He looked at Chunya and said, "Beauty, I need to trouble you with something." "Please go ahead, sir." Chunya wore a gentle smile. "Can your restaurant's signature dishes be packed to go?" "Of course." "Then, please convert all the remaining bill into signature dishes like lobster, king crab, and wagyu beef for me to take away," Lin Feng said, opening his backpack and handing it to Chunya. Seeing a backpack full of 100 yuan bills, Chunya was instantly taken aback. This guy is really something. Isn't it better to come and eat fresh food with money anytime? Why pack it to go? The mobile payment system on Water Blue Star is very convenient. It had been a long time since she had seen someone come out with hundreds of thousands in cash to spend. Curiosity aside, Chunya's good professional demeanor quickly calmed her down. "All right, sir. The kitchen is quite busy right now, so it might take a little while." "That's fine. I'll leave an address. and you can send it to me directly when it's ready. Lin Feng waved his hand nonchalantly in response. Chunya nodded, struggling to lift the backpack, and left the private room. Lin Feng smiled, washed his hands, and continued to eat. He had previously tried his basic system space and found that he couldn't temporarily acquire high-grade ingredients like tuna or king crab. Taking some to go occasionally to satisfy his cravings wasn't bad either. Just as Lin Feng was enjoying his meal, the system notification sounded again. Ding. Current task completed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the invincible golden kidney. Current system activation progress, 23. Would you like to claim the above reward with one click? Of course. Claim it. Lin Feng excitedly rubbed his hands and quickly responded in his mind. As his thoughts settled, warm currents appeared out of nowhere and quickly gathered at Lin Feng's waist. He felt a warm sensation on his back, very comfortable. 2.5 minutes later, Lin Feng opened his eyes in surprise. So tight. Damn, this golden kidney is indeed powerful. It actually allows for a second enhancement. That's ridiculously strong. Noticing the changes in his body, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. After the enhancement, he felt that his pants were a bit tight. Fortunately, the system space had an endless supply of various living materials. Lin Feng immediately went to the restroom, but not long after entering. He was dumbfounded looking at his powerful, yet unfamiliar body. After a full 10 minutes of stinky business, a shameless guy finally left reluctantly. This system is amazing. I wonder what the last activation task will yield. Lin Feng was looking forward to it. Chapter 4. Beautiful Woman Chunya. Apocalypse approaches. Passing by the front desk, Lin Feng left an address and swaggered away. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but after claiming the golden kidney, he felt like the way the women around him looked at him had changed. Could it be that this thing comes with a charm aura? With the apocalypse approaching, this thing was dispensable. Lin Feng didn't care about that. No matter how handsome he was, could it compare to all the readers in front of the screen? This little boost was nothing compared to the heavenly looks of the handsome guys. Aside from his size dramatically increasing, Lin Feng felt that his entire energy level had become extremely abundant. That feeling was indescribable. If he had to sum it up in one sentence, it would be that he felt as if his bones had become 4 ounces lighter. An unprecedented sense of ease filled Lin Feng's heart. Wow. Now I can even control my reproductive ability. No way. Is it really that awesome? Glancing at his information, Lin Feng was very satisfied with his current body. With this ability, there would be no worries about not succeeding in adulthood. My grassland, my horse, I can play however I want. After taking a taxi home, Lin Feng's account balance had already fallen to a pitiful single digit. This discovery made Lin Feng feel happy. Spending all his money before the apocalypse arrived was also a good thing. At that moment, the system notification sounded again. Ding. New activation task released. Task content. After the apocalypse arrives, please resolve a troublesome matter for the neighbors in a way you like. Completing this task will reward you with a super residence that enhances physical strength. Super residence. This reward allows the host's living area to have an uninterrupted water and electricity supply, and slightly increases the stability of the residence. The content of this task left Lin Feng completely baffled. Wait, what does this mean? I still have to help others solve troubles? And it has to be after the apocalypse arrives. This task is a bit strange. Not thinking too much about it, Lin Feng turned his attention to the rewards of this task. He understood the value of the physical enhancement fruit, having read enough refreshing novels. Obtaining this fruit would surely elevate Lin Feng's physical quality far beyond others. If it came to cold weapon combat, even if it was 1 against 100, Lin Feng was confident that he would be the winner, and the super residence was even more satisfying. Not only did it have some safety features of a safe house, but it could also provide uninterrupted water and electricity. One must know that after the apocalypse arrives, water and electricity usually only last for a very short time. Even on the technologically advanced Water Blue Star, the best they can do is keep a phone charged for a few months. In this apocalypse, most people can only struggle to survive in a dark and cold environment. Lin Feng, on the other hand, has a super residence that solves everything. He sits up in shock, realizing that the one being a nuisance is actually himself. Lin Feng chuckles and yawns. He had eaten too much earlier and felt a bit sleepy. There's no rush for the last task. Tomorrow is the apocalypse, and clues should come soon. So he just needs to be patient. Lin Feng mutters to himself and falls asleep. At 6 in the afternoon, Lin Feng is awakened by the ringing of his phone. He picks it up, and it's a call from Chunya. Mr. Lin, could you please open the door? The food you ordered has arrived at your doorstep. Chunya's gentle voice comes through the receiver. Okay, thank you. Lin Feng hangs up and gets up to open the door. What greets him is Chunya, a beautiful woman in a black professional outfit and sheer black stockings. You actually came to deliver it yourself? Lin Feng is a bit surprised. Of course. You're one of our big clients, so it's only right to put in some effort. Plus, my house is under renovation, and I'm currently staying at my sister's place, which is also in this neighborhood. She lives in Building 5. Qinya smiles softly and playfully winks at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nods and starts moving things, with Qinya helping him voluntarily. Goodbye, Mr. Lin. After delivering the items, Qinya turns to leave. If possible, I advise you to stock up on some water and food at home. Tomorrow, and unexpected events. No one knows which will come first. Looking at Qinya's alluring silhouette, Lin Feng swallows hard and suddenly speaks. His words catch Qinya off guard. All right, I will. Qinya smiles and waves as she strides into the elevator. I can only help you this much. Any more would be at an additional cost. Lin Feng chuckles and closes the door. He's not really cold-hearted. But this world is vastly different from Blue Star. People on Water Blue Star are more indifferent and more snobbish than those on Blue Star. To most people, Lin Feng, who has no money, power, or influence, is just a poor loser and no one cares. Today he couldn't help but speak up, simply because he has a decent impression of Qinya. Ding. There is still 1 hour left until the apocalypse arrives. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Feng's expression returns to calm. Hurry up. End this damn order sooner. I've had enough of it. Lin Feng sneers and takes out a bowl of clear beef rice noodles from the system space to eat. With no worries about food and drink and armed with weapons and supplies, Lin Feng is completely unperturbed. He just needs to leisurely wait for the system's task objectives to appear and for the apocalypse to descend. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng pulls out a handgun and starts brushing up on firearm knowledge based on online materials. This thing will be his guarantee for survival in the long time to come. Although he can't use it directly at this stage, Lin Feng still wants to familiarize himself with it as much as possible. Time slowly passes, and 2.5 hours quickly go by. Ding. Host, please pay attention. The apocalypse has arrived. A cold, mechanical voice interrupts Lin Feng, who is earnestly handling the firearm. Just as the system's prompt sounds, a terrifying roar, like thunder, suddenly reverberates throughout Water Blue Star. Following that, dark droplets, resembling ink, begin to fall continuously. In just a moment, these droplets cover the surface of Water Blue Star. After a while, Lin Feng's tinnitus finally eases. When his hearing returns, he hears shrill and piercing screams from downstairs. Ah, what the hell is this thing? Why is the rain black? Ugh, it hurts. This rain is poisonous. Help, help, people are dying. Call the police. Knowing that the apocalypse is imminent, cautious Lin Feng had already closed all the windows. He looks out the window and sees that on the ground where the dark rainwater has gathered, several people are already dead, their bodies rotting away. Some who got a bit of rain but didn't die completely are clutching their rapidly festering limbs, screaming in agony. In just a few minutes, everyone who was caught in the rain is dead. Not only people, but various vehicles on the nearby road have also lost control and crashed into a mess. Panic and despair quickly begin to spread. Lin Feng furrows his brows and gazes into the distance, his pupils involuntarily narrowing. This poisonous rain can corrode rubber. Everyone pay attention. The rainwater is toxic and should not be touched. Go home immediately. Go home. This urgent message appears simultaneously on the radio, mobile phones, and televisions. Lin Feng takes out his phone. Sure enough, the short video platforms are also filled with news about the toxic rain. Compared to the domestic situation, the chaos abroad is even worse, with various violent incidents quickly escalating. The order of human society is on the brink of collapse. At the same time, a bombshell news report emerges online. All shallow underground water has been completely contaminated. Experts suggest that if water is scarce, one can try boiling the contaminated water before drinking it. Lin Feng's face twitches at this point. 666. Stupid dog experts are performing as expected. Have you ever drunk it to say that? To be fair, public experts are fools. After cursing, Lin Feng's gaze gradually becomes fiery. The apocalypse has truly arrived. My era has come. Just then, the commotion downstairs catches Lin Feng's attention. He looks out the window towards the convenience store below. The once quiet convenience store is now packed with people. Give it to me. Do you have any decency? I saw this bottle of water first. Decency my ass. Get the hell out of here. Let me in. I'm an elderly person. You old hag, what are you pushing for? Everyone back off. Who touched my butt? Bastard. If you're so thirsty, go home and touch your own. It's over. We're finished. You robbers. The sounds of cursing, crying, and smashing fill the air. Lin Feng watches with a playful expression. Sure enough, those who respond quickly have already started to loot supplies. The order maintained by the legal system for many years is collapsing, and the status of the elderly and women is at stake. The scale of society is tipping towards power. Loot it. Chaos is good. If it doesn't get chaotic, how can the value of supplies be shown? If it doesn't get chaotic, my infinite supplies and arsenal wouldn't have awakened for nothing. Hee. Lin Feng's expression turns cold. After watching for a while, he loses interest in being a bystander. In the apocalypse, strength is paramount, and self-interest is everything. Compared to spectating, he prefers to spend time studying firearms. He casually pulls out a silenced pistol and begins to skillfully load the magazine and familiarize himself with shooting stances. After getting accustomed to the firearm, he takes out a medium-weight machete and starts practicing with it. Currently, the body enhancement fruit hasn't arrived yet, so more practice is always good. After toiling for about an hour, Lin Feng lies down, ready to sleep. Just as he closes his eyes, he hears a rather jarring sound of someone knocking on the floor. Following that, a shrill, wailing voice of a middle-aged woman singing assaults his ears. Yes, it's the kind of noise that you occasionally hear in parks, a mix of off-key singing, dialect, and extremely annoying sounds that create a powerful auditory torture. You are my little apple, just like the most beautiful cloud in the sky. She's singing the latest popular square dance anthem. Damn it, how could I forget about this idiot? Lin Feng curses as he quickly puts on his clothes and heads out. Today he was so excited about the awakening system that he completely forgot about Aunt Zhang upstairs. To say Aunt Zhang is a peculiar character is an understatement. This person has insomnia, sleeps during the day, and starts causing trouble after 10 at night. She sings and dances, able to keep going until midnight. Even for her own enjoyment, she specially bought a small speaker to blast her singing and disturb the neighbors. Her motto is, "Since I can't sleep, neither can you." As a result, many residents above and below her have confronted her, but to no avail. This old woman has lived alone her entire life and never married. Now in her 50s, she is carefree and acts recklessly, extremely selfish. The property management and neighbors have no way to deal with this deadbeat. Her presence has directly caused several residents on the floors above and below to move away. After these people left, old lady Zhang became even more unrestrained, even turning up the volume significantly. Lin Feng forgot about this woman mainly because she had gone on a trip recently and just returned today. Insomnia, huh? That illness needs treatment. Just in time. I have the medicine to cure it. Next to the elevator, Lin Feng's expression was cold, and a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. Soon, the elevator door opened, revealing an ugly woman about 1.5 meters tall and weighing over 160 pounds. Her face was covered in acne, making her look quite disgusting. As the elevator door opened, a strong odor of body odor rushed out, nearly making Lin Feng choke. He frowned and walked in. Helping old lady Zhang treat her insomnia for some peace and quiet was more important. Lin Feng didn't want to wait even a moment. After a long day of work, he was exhausted and had forgotten to shower, so he didn't smell good either. His arrival made Zhen Jian extremely displeased. She was used to her own body odor but couldn't stand the faint smell of sweat on Lin Feng. As soon as the elevator door closed, Zhen Jian's irritable voice rang out. "You stink so much. Why is this elevator so slow?" Her voice was sharp, and Lin Feng's face instantly darkened. Without waiting for Lin Feng to react, Zhen Jian's voice rang out again. "How long is this elevator going to take? So smelly." This time, her voice was even louder and sharper. Lin Feng's gaze instantly turned icy, and his hands clenched into fists. Even he, who was usually slow to react, realized he had encountered the previous version of a toxic person. Why is this elevator still not here? God, I can't take it. In an instant, the woman began to scream madly. "You MMP." Lin Feng cursed angrily and kicked her in the stomach. At 21, Lin Feng was in his prime, and having worked hard for years, he had considerable strength. His kick sent Zhen Jian into silence. The extreme pain made Zhen Jian curl up like a boiled shrimp. She knelt on the ground and began to gag. "What the hell? Do you think this elevator is your home? Shut your mouth if you don't want to die." After a moment, Zhen Jian could move a bit and started screaming again. Smelly shrimp head guy. You dare to hit me? I'll kill you." She screamed and cursed as she lunged at Lin Feng, looking insane. Bang! After a dull thud, a blood hole appeared on Zhen Jian's head. Her fat body fell weakly to the ground. Lin Feng, who had just killed Zhen Jian, closed his eyes with pleasure. Phew, now it's really comfortable. Everyone is equal. This is effective, nice. Lin Feng coldly glanced at her and casually put away the silenced pistol. Fool, times have changed. Welcome to the apocalypse. He spat on her corpse and stepped out of the elevator. Soon, Lin Feng stopped at the door of 1003. He smiled and knocked on old lady Zhang's door. "Hello. You have a package. Please open the door to sign for it." His self-satisfied knocking didn't cause any waves. The singing inside was still unbearably loud. Lin Feng found it amusing. This time he didn't waste words. He clenched his fist and knocked hard on the security door. "What are you knocking for? Are you in a hurry to die in the middle of the night?" Looking for a scolding? The lively singing suddenly stopped. And old lady Zhang's frantic roar came through the door. Lin Feng remained calm, but his gaze was extremely cold. Soon, the door opened, revealing a middle-aged woman with a defiant expression. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just a delivery guy. Are you on drugs? Knocking on my door at this hour? Do you know this is disturbing the peace? How unlucky. You ruined my singing mood. The shameless words made Lin Feng's expression darken immediately. Disturbing the peace? Hey, who would have thought you, old hag, would even know what that means? Stop singing if you're going crazy. If you don't want to die, shut your mouth. Hearing this, old lady Zhang instantly exploded with rage. You little bastard. What is it to you? You are just a little nobody, getting involved in things that don't concern you. It's my house. I can do whatever I want. Dare to curse me? Shut up. Lin Feng wasn't there to argue with her. He swiftly slapped her, sending all her dirty words back to her. The slap was heavy and knocked old lady Zhang to the ground. Intense ringing in her ears and dizziness hit her. Her mind went blank. Just a moment later, old lady Zhang's ugly face turned a deep shade of red. Previously, in a lawful society, people's protests against her would only stay verbal. A few extreme ones might have tried to blast their speakers back at her. Therefore, old lady Zhang had never encountered someone who would just start fighting. For a moment, her brain seemed to crash. But soon, the fiery pain on her face and extreme anger twisted her expression beyond recognition. Old lady Zhang completely exploded. She rushed toward Lin Feng, her mouth not idle. You bastard. I'll kill you. Get lost. Lin Feng nimbly sidestepped and then kicked her, sending old lady Zhang crashing into her shoe cabinet. Bang. The dull sound of the impact was quickly followed by old lady Zhang's wail. This commotion was quite loud, but no one noticed. Thanks to old lady Zhang's long history of disturbing the peace, her floor was now left with only her. You little brat. Dare to hit me. I'll call the police on you. This isn't over. You'll be sitting in jail for a long time. I'll sue you for intentional injury and burglary. Lin Feng looked at the incessantly chattering old lady Zhang and couldn't help but curse himself. Damn it. Still thinking like a law-abiding citizen. Why bother comparing with this extremely selfish old fool? Just shoot her. Seeing Lin Feng not respond, old lady Zhang thought he was scared, and a smug look appeared on her face. Let me tell you, you must kneel and apologize to me today, and then pay me $1 million, or I might consider forgiving you. Hearing this, Lin Feng scoffed, pulled out the silenced pistol, and pointed it at old lady Zhang. You old hag. You have some nerve to think that. What are you, to make me kneel and beg for mercy? Seeing Lin Feng take out a gun, old lady Zhang was even more dismissive. Laughable. How old are you, waving around a toy gun to deceive people? If you have the guts, shoot me. Come on. Shoot me right here. Her tone was extremely arrogant, even daring to put the gun barrel to her own forehead. Old lady Zhang's perception was still stuck in the previous lawful society, showing no awareness of the apocalypse's arrival. She knew about the toxic rain, but didn't care. She firmly believed such trivial matters would be resolved in 2 or 3 days. This was the first time she had encountered such a demand. Not meeting it would make me seem unreasonable. Lin Feng's expression was strange as he directly pulled the trigger. After a dull sound, a blood hole appeared in old lady Zhang's head, and she instantly kicked the bucket. Old lady Zhang died with her eyes wide open. See, in a hurry again. Lin Feng looked at the body of the opponent, scoffed, turned around, and left after closing the door. I have to say that feeling of instant revenge is really exhilarating. After killing 2 people, Lin Feng felt strangely little discomfort. One reason is that these 2 were truly deserving of death. But the most important reason is that Lin Feng had had enough. The apocalypse is his stage. Just then, a series of system prompt sounds quickly rang in Lin Feng's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the activation task. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Body Enhancement Fruit X1. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Super Residence. The system is fully activated, and the host can check the system functions at will. Awesome. My cheat is finally all in place. Lin Feng's expression was joyful as he quickly returned to his home. Locking the door, he took a deep breath and said in his mind, System. Redeem the Body Enhancement Fruit and Super Residence. Reward redeemed successfully. Please check the receipt. At the moment the prompt sounded, a fist-sized crystal fruit suddenly appeared before Lin Feng. The fruit emitted a fragrant aroma, making Lin Feng swallow involuntarily as he stuffed it into his mouth. The fruit melted instantly, turning into streams of heat that surged through Lin Feng's limbs and bones. Boom. It was as if thunder exploded in Lin Feng's mind. In an instant, he lost consciousness. When Lin Feng woke up again, he found his entire body covered in a layer of black substance. He guessed it was the impurities expelled from his body. This stuff was overwhelming. It smelled 10 times worse than the T0 armpit he encountered earlier in the elevator. Lin Feng immediately retched and hurriedly got up to rush to the bathroom. After washing 3 times, the foul stench on him was finally gone. Thinking back to his earlier disheveled appearance, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Classic. Just like in fantasy novels, when the body undergoes super enhancement. There must be a skin-shedding stage. After complaining about this, Lin Feng casually glanced at his metal mop. He reached out, applied slight pressure with 2 fingers, and the hollow mop was instantly compressed into a solid. What the hell? So powerful. Is this the value of the enhancement fruit? Lin Feng's expression was filled with surprise. He quickly put on his clothes, entered the storage room, and found a screwdriver. With a slight press of his fingers, the steel screwdriver bent 90 degrees as if it were made of clay. Haha, I've made it. Lin Feng was ecstatic at this sight. With just a slight effort, he could easily bend the steel screwdriver. He was extremely satisfied with this enhancement. It took him a while to calm down. But just as he returned to the living room, Lin Feng froze. Chapter 7 Jiangqingxue. Do you want to starve to death? Looking at the clean floor in front of him, Lin Feng suddenly had a realization. It's the super residence. After consuming the body enhancement fruit, Lin Feng had made the floor filthy, covered in disgusting grime. But just after a shower, the floor had returned to its pristine state. What the hell? This thing not only reinforces the house and maintains utilities, but can also automatically clean the floor. Incredible. After absorbing the information in his mind, Lin Feng was delighted. The floor cleaning function can only be triggered once every 7 days. For Lin Feng, that was enough. Having this system is indeed awesome. Lin Feng sighed, sat down on the sofa, and began to study this system. Apocalypse Enjoyment System version 10? Looking at the suffix on the system panel, Lin Feng's expression became strange. Version 10? Does that mean there are 20 or even 30 more versions? If version 10 is this powerful, what rewards will the later versions have? Abilities? Cultivation techniques? Mental powers? Just thinking about it made Lin Feng excited. Getting stronger is one thing. More importantly, it's about being cool. If he could gain mental powers or cultivation techniques and ride a big sword, that would be stylish. With these thoughts, Lin Feng's face showed excitement. He had suspected this aspect when he received the supply pack. Now, his thoughts had been confirmed. The supply pack did not contain those expensive foods, clothing, and other conventional supplies for the time being, which was the reason. However, Lin Feng currently had food and drink, and his weapons were sufficient for now. So he was quite satisfied. System, check the version upgrade conditions. The host can accumulate experience points by helping others to upgrade the system. The higher the version, the more generous the rewards the host receives. Special reminder. Only by helping those who meet the system's requirements can experience and rewards be triggered. Hearing these 2 system prompts, Lin Feng's expression became strange. What the hell? In the apocalypse, you want me to help others? Are you kidding me? I am determined not to eat beef. After complaining, a flash of inspiration suddenly crossed Lin Feng's eyes. Helping? Giving food to starving beauties to help them survive. Does that count as helping? Killing evildoers. Does that count as helping? Eliminating those in deep pain to help them find relief. Does that count as helping? Hee. This system is interesting. With these thoughts, Lin Feng revealed a smile more sinister than a villain's. The upgrade path isn't clear? Simple. I'll just try everything when the time comes. After yawning, Lin Feng stopped thinking and went to sleep. He slept soundly. At 8 in the morning, Lin Feng woke up on time, feeling refreshed. He casually patted his chiseled six-pack abs and was quite satisfied. This body is amazing. Not only is it full of strength and vitality, but even his sleep is surprisingly good. After sighing, Lin Feng finished his morning routine and pulled out a bowl of salty tofu pudding with beef to eat. He habitually opened the video app, preparing to scroll through some videos. As Lin Feng expected, less than a day after the apocalypse began, the order of human society started to collapse rapidly. Various violent crimes, robberies, and assaults emerged one after another, dominating the trending searches. Power outages and gas shortages quickly appeared in various places. Before Lin Feng could express his feelings, the phone screen suddenly went black, and the video platform directly crashed. After checking for a while, Lin Feng helplessly found that only the super communication app could be opened. However, the short video and video call functions were unusable. In the owners group, Lin Feng saw the photo of the disgusting woman he shot yesterday. The appearance of this image shattered many people's fantasies. The cruelty of the apocalypse gradually revealed its sharp edges. Fear and unease spread in everyone's hearts. No rush. The fun is still to come. Lin Feng casually glanced at it and stopped paying attention. He leisurely started playing a AAA game. In the evening, the Longting community where Lin Feng lived also experienced a power outage and gas shortage. The entire community suddenly fell into darkness. The temperature continued to drop and lacking energy. Most residents were deep in the cold. For the majority of people, the only usable appliance at home was their phone. However, this had nothing to do with Lin Feng. The temperature in his house was maintained at 26 degrees, and he didn't have to worry about power issues at all, thanks to the existence of the super residents. No one could see the situation inside Lin Feng's home from the outside. For the next 5 days, poisonous rain kept falling without any signs of stopping. The temperature gradually became lower, and on the 5th day, the poisonous rain outside turned into black snow. During these days, there were occasionally people who couldn't bear the pressure and chose to jump off buildings to end their lives. Late at night, sounds of screams, wails, and smashing could almost always be heard. Throughout this time, Lin Feng didn't go out. He happily enjoyed various delicacies and drank the special ice soda produced by the system, feeling extremely satisfied. This soda doesn't make you gain weight and has no burden on the body, and it tastes even better. Lin Feng let out a loud burp and habitually opened the owner group chat. Checking the miserable experiences of the owners in the group every day had become one of his pastimes. Through this group, Lin Feng had also obtained a lot of information. Starting from the night after the next day, people began to suggest exchanging supplies in the community underground garage. This exchange activity had been going on for several days. Damn, it feels a bit boring. I want to find some fun. Lin Feng touched his chin, planning to go out for a stroll. After several days of waiting, most people's supplies should be running low. Going out now, there's a high probability of finding some entertainment. Just as Lin Feng reached the stairway, he encountered Jiang Qingxue, who had humiliated him before. At this moment, she had changed dramatically compared to a few days ago. Now, Jiang Qingxue's hair was messy, giving off an unpleasant odor. Her lips were pale and cracked, her eyes showed signs of dullness, and her once radiant face had lost all color. Wrapped in a thick down jacket, she looked extremely weak. Oh, isn't this our campus beauty, Jiang? Lin Feng chuckled mockingly. Haven't seen you in a few days, looking like a ghost now? If it were usual, Jiang Qingxue would have been pointing her finger at Lin Feng and scolding him for this kind of treatment. But now, the situation had changed. Jiang Qingxue stared blankly at Lin Feng, who was full of energy without a hint of weakness, her eyes flashing with a glimmer of hope. Lin, do you still have water and food at home? Please, can you spare some for me? As she spoke, a pleading expression appeared on her face. Jiang Qingxue was really too hungry. Living alone and used to ordering takeout, she hardly had any supplies at home apart from snacks. A day ago, she had run out of water. She had also tried to exchange some of her belongings for supplies with others. Unfortunately, in a situation where water and food were extremely scarce, no one was willing to trade for her plain stockings. To get water, she could only offer her pure body. The proud Jiang Qingxue naturally refused and left angrily. But just a little over a day later, she found herself struggling to hold on. Lin? Oh, I didn't expect you could speak human language too. Lin Feng sneered. Weren't you quite arrogant a few days ago? Calling me a shrimp-headed guy? A loser? An average person? Huh. Lin Feng had clearly noticed Jiang Qingxue's state. His words made Jiang Qingxue grit her teeth, but soon, she fell silent in despair. Lin Feng casually pulled out a pack of biscuits and waved it in front of Jiang Qingxue, a wicked smile appearing on his lips. Jiang Qingxue, you don't want to starve to death, do you? I have plenty of food and water at home. I can provide you with 3 meals a day. But to get it, you have to pay the price. If you understand, come to my house. Chapter 8. Maids rules, obey or die. Lin Feng's meaning was clear to Jiang Qingxue. To obtain water and food, she had to give up her body and purity. It was cruel and realistic. If she had heard such words a week ago, she would have surely shouted angrily and refused to back down. But at this moment, upon hearing those words, a glimmer of relief flashed in Jiang Qingxue's eyes. After completely running out of water, she, who had been used to a life of luxury, could no longer hold on. If it weren't for Lin Feng's appearance, she might have already been in the underground garage, agreeing to a stranger's demands. In terms of trading, the tall and handsome Lin Feng was obviously a better choice. Lin Feng didn't care much and intended to turn around and leave. He believed Jiang Qingxue was a smart person who knew how to choose. Lin, I understand. I'm willing. Please take me home now. Seeing Lin Feng about to leave, Jiang Qingxue hurriedly pleaded. Her words made Lin Feng stop in his tracks. If you say that, I want to be in the mood to watch the excitement. Lin Feng glanced at Jiang Qingxue, who looked so desolate, his expression showing no fluctuation. This was the end of the world. There was no need for pity. Come with me. He turned and walked towards his house, and Jiang Qingxue quickly followed. As soon as they entered the house, Jiang Qingxue was stunned. Lin, why does your house have electricity? It's so warm. Wearing a down jacket, Jiang Qingxue even felt a bit hot. She took off her thick clothes. looking at Lin Feng with curiosity. Jiang Qingxue hadn't felt such warmth for several days. With power outages and snow, the nighttime temperatures were extremely low. Even covering herself with 2 blankets couldn't fend off the cold. Hearing this, Lin Feng, who was closing the door and taking off his long pants, chuckled. Don't call me big brother so affectionately. What I need is not a woman, but a maid. Lin Feng's words hit Jiang Qingxue like a heavy blow. Maid. Is it the kind of maid I'm thinking of? The kind without any dignity, a humble existence that belongs entirely to the master. Thinking of this, a strong sense of rejection flashed across Jiang Qingxue's face. No, no way. I, the campus beauty of Jiangxing Music Academy, cannot do this. Lin Feng naturally noticed the struggle on her face. He sneered at this. Dignity? How many women can have that in the apocalypse? It is well known that women in the apocalypse are merely a kind of exchangeable resource. Do you want to drink water? Lin Feng showed a wicked smile, pulling out a bottle of mineral water and twisting off the cap. The word water seemed to trigger Jiang Qingxue's sensitive nerves. She looked at Lin Feng with a desperate expression and pleaded, I want it. Please give it to me. What's wrong? I don't like your current attitude. I preferred you when you looked at me like trash. Please keep that proud tone when you called me a shrimp-headed guy, a stinky loser. Lin Feng's words brought a look of humiliation to Jiang Qingxue's face. But the harsh reality made her choose to lower her head. Lin, I was blind before. I'm sorry. Lin Feng's gaze was mocking, and he didn't continue on that topic. He took out a half-finished bottle of mineral water and casually threw it on the ground. Want water? Here you go. Seeing the water thrown out, Jiang Qingxue immediately rushed over, grabbing the bottle and gulping it down. Even if her neck got wet, Jiang Qingxue didn't care, just desperately swallowing. At this moment, ordinary mineral water seemed like the most precious thing in her eyes. Watching the disheveled Jiang Qingxue, Lin Feng felt a sense of emotion. Is this the value of water in the apocalypse? For it, even the campus beauty has to bow her head. After struggling for a while, Jiang Qingxue finished half a bottle of water. The so-called struggle on her face had completely disappeared. He pulled out a piece of layered meat pie from the system space. Waving it in front of Jiang Qingxue, his voice cold. I'll ask you once more, are you willing to be my maid? The meat pie in front of her looked no different from one just out of the oven, its crust golden and crispy, with a strong aroma of scallions and meat. Is this supernatural ability? He can actually conjure food with his bare hands. And it's hot. Jiang Qingxue was shocked, but she wisely remained silent. Gulp. Jiang Qingxue looked at the meat pie, unable to resist swallowing. Starving and thirsty, how could she withstand such temptation? I'm willing. I'm willing. Jiang Qingxue nodded frantically. The so-called dignity was completely crushed when she knelt down. Don't be too quick to agree. I advise you to first see what you need to do as my maid. Lin Feng's expression was cold as he took out his phone, opened a pre-edited document, and handed it to her. Maid's rules. 1. The master's orders are absolute. Violating them will result in punishment. Mild punishment means hunger. Severe punishment means death. 2. From now on, in any situation, when referring to me, you must respectfully call me master. 3. At home, you must dress according to the master's requirements. What you wear is entirely at the master's discretion. 4. When the master comes home, the maid must greet him with a bow. When the master is at home, the maid must serve him from the side. There were about 10 items in total. The more she looked, the worse Jiang Qingxue's expression became. If she agreed to these demands, she would completely become the other party's servant from now on. If you are unwilling, you can end it in front of me. After drinking my water, you have no other choice. Lin Feng casually threw a dagger to the other party, standing up with a cold expression, looking down at her. Jiang Qingxue was indeed beautiful, but in this apocalyptic world, Lin Feng had no mood for any nonsense love. Either obey or die. If she was unwilling, there were plenty of people who would be willing. The dagger on the ground completely shattered Jiang Qingxue's psychological defenses. No, I'm willing, Brother Lin. Jiang Qingxue's eyes gradually became firm. She only knew that she didn't want to die. Following Lin Feng would at least ensure she would have enough to eat and wear. What did you call me? Lin Feng took a bite of the layered meat pie, making a crunching sound. Master. Jiang Qingxue's face turned red. Obediently kneeling in front of Lin Feng. Good performance, I'll reward you. Lin Feng placed the half-eaten meat pie and a large half bottle of mineral water on the coffee table next to Jiang Qingxue. After a moment's thought, he took out a bowl of steaming century egg and lean meat porridge and placed it on the coffee table. Thank you for the gift, master. You're so nice. Jiang Qingxue quickly adapted to this role. All right, stop holding back. Eat up, and after eating, go take a shower. You smell terrible. Your task later isn't light. Lin Feng said with a smile, seemingly hinting at something. Master, there's actually water for bathing here. Jiang Qingxue was shocked. In the past few days, she had been thirsty and hungry, drinking water in small sips. But Lin Feng had water for bathing. Don't be so surprised. Following me will at least ensure you won't go hungry or cold. Lin Feng frowned and explained. Jiang Qingxue obediently nodded and began to eat ravenously. Your clothes smell bad. Throw them away. After your shower, wear this set. Lin Feng casually pulled out a prepared set of clothes from the system space and threw it on the sofa. Jiang Qingxue, with her mouth full, looked up at the sound. But just one glance made her face turn red with embarrassment. On the sofa was a black silk blue and white sailor dress, cute catgirl version. Seeing this outfit, Jiang Qingxue instantly transformed into a steam girl. Too shy to look at Lin Feng. If she wore this, wouldn't she die of shame? Lin Feng, on the other hand, smiled as he admired his little maid. I must say, as the campus belle, Jiang Qingxue was indeed very impressive. After shedding her thick down jacket, her beauty fully blossomed before Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng was quite satisfied with her looks. Today is a good day. Compared to Lin Feng's warm and spring-like home, his neighbor Song Wanjun's home was much more miserable. With a pale face, Song Wanjun and Bai Hao were staring at a small wine glass on the table, sighing. The glass contained a small half-cup of clear water. Notably, next to the small wine glass, there was also half a bag of Wong snacks. Wanjun, this is all the supplies we have left. Bai Hao, wearing several thick clothes, had a face full of weakness and despair. Beside him, Song Wanjun looked similar. At this moment, her lips were cracked, and her expression was dull. The way Song Wanjun looked now formed a stark contrast to her refined urban beauty when they were at the Milton Hotel. How about we take those computer parts you bought for a high price and try to exchange them for something? Hearing Song Wanjun's suggestion, Bai Hao answered weakly. Sigh. It seems we have no choice. Not long after, Jiang Qingxue, fully fed, hydrated, and cleaned, suppressed her inner shyness and put on the work outfit. The bathroom door opened, and Lin Feng instinctively looked over. After eating, drinking, and cleaning up, the youthful and beautiful Jiang Qingxue seemed to have returned. Wearing this outfit brought her charm back to its peak state. She looked extremely eye-catching. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with admiration. His gaze hot as he continuously sized up the little cat girl before him. Little maid, I have a new command for you. When wearing this outfit, you must end your sentences with meow. Lin Feng rubbed his hands excitedly, grinning mischievously. As you wish, meow. My esteemed master. Jiang Qingxue obediently complied. Come here. I need to check if you're wearing it correctly. Lin Feng beckoned with his finger. Jiang Qingxue didn't dare to be slow, quickly hurrying over. Once she reached Lin Feng's side, Jiang Qingxue knelt and rubbed her small face against Lin Feng's outstretched hand. That appearance was even more obedient than a real kitten. No one could connect her now to the proud woman who had previously pointed at Lin Feng and scolded him. Lin Feng stroked Jiang Qingxue's crystal-clear little face and smiled, asking, If I remember correctly, you're from the music academy? Meow? That's right, master. I study the ocarina. Jiang Qingxue rubbed her face against Lin Feng again, answering sweetly. Lin Feng nodded and found an ocarina from the system space, tossing it to her. Is this it? This thing sounds pretty nice. Meow? That's it. Jiang Qingxue caught the ocarina, smiling as she replied. All right, improvise. Let us listen to some music and cultivate our sentiments. Lin Feng casually sat on the sofa, taking out a bottle of ice-cold soda to drink. As you command, meow. My dear master. Jiang Qingxue smiled brightly and began to play seriously. The melodious sound of the ocarina soon filled the air. Lin Feng listened to the music, enjoying it as he squinted his eyes. This is the post-apocalyptic world I longed for. So refreshing. 2.5 hours later, Lin Feng squinted as he lit a cigarette. After double enhancement, his physical strength was astonishing. Just a slight movement had already surpassed the limits of ordinary people. Looking at Jiang Qingxue's peaceful sleeping face, Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. This woman is indeed something special. One can only say she truly deserves to be the campus belle of the music academy. Beautiful, sweet-voiced, and talented, very nice. Just as Lin Feng was admiring his little maid, a light blue, technologically advanced virtual panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Jiang Qingxue. Age, 19 years old. Identity, host servant. Loyalty, 65. Fertility, closed, adjustable. Physical condition, healthy. No infectious diseases. Traits, likes music and cosplay. This is Jiang Qingxue's personal panel. Damn, this system is impressive. It really provides useful information. Lin Feng was amazed in his heart as he began to focus on the panel information. Only 19. One can only say she is exceptionally talented. This is no joke. This is truly impressive. As for the loyalty aspect, it allows Lin Feng to intuitively judge whether the other party is reliable. Then, he paid attention to the physical condition. With this thing, can't I see at a glance if other women have any diseases? This discovery made Lin Feng smile even wider. Great. Now I'm no longer afraid of encountering infectious diseases. My safety can be better ensured. After all, in the apocalypse, various viruses are too common, and neglecting them can easily cost lives. As for the last point, liking cosplay, Lin Feng actually recognized this. He could clearly feel that Jiang Qingxue was very enthusiastic after changing her outfit. After a few hours of morning exercise, Lin Feng was also a bit hungry. He took out a luxurious supreme pancake set from the system space, drank a glass of warm milk, and began to replenish his energy. Half an hour later, Jiang Qingxue slowly woke up. When she realized Lin Feng was looking at her with a smile, Jiang Qingxue immediately panicked. She quickly endured the pain, got up from the sofa, and knelt in front of Lin Feng. She cautiously said, "I'm sorry, master. I'm just too tired and overslept. Please punish me." Meow. Lin Feng rubbed Jiang Qingxue's little head and smiled. "It's okay. Go wash up, and then tidy up this place." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingxue turned to look at the messy sofa, her face flushed with embarrassment as she nodded. "Thank you, master." Meow. As she spoke, her little head nuzzled against Lin Feng's thigh like a spoiled cat. "Go wash up quickly. We'll go out for a stroll soon." Lin Feng gently tapped Jiang Qingxue's little nose. In return, she gave him a shy and happy look. "Ah, that's right. Isn't this even better than dating?" Lin Feng had a mischievous smile on his face. He stroked his chin and looked through the window at the small balcony next door. "A couple of days ago, the elite woman from next door looked at me with such pride. Trash from the lower class? Stinky loser? Heh, this woman probably can't hold on for much longer, right? Ah, I really enjoy being helpful." As Lin Feng was lost in thought, Jiang Qingxue had already cleaned up the living room. "These clothes are dirty. Change into a new set. We're going out soon." Lin Feng took out a set of special thermal clothing produced by the system from his inventory and handed it to Jiang Qingxue. His body had been enhanced and wasn't afraid of the cold, but Jiang Qingxue couldn't bear it. If he didn't take care of her, his little maid would likely suffer from frostbite. Jiang Qingxue nodded, took the clothes, and gracefully headed to the bathroom. Watching her back, Lin Feng grinned and suppressed his rising excitement. "Never mind. If I keep pushing, she won't be able to handle it." Lin Feng shook his head, shifting his focus. He opened the system panel and brought up the progress bar needed for the version upgrade. What's going on? This progress bar actually jumped by 10. Lin Feng showed a look of surprise. He suddenly realized that the progress bar had quietly changed from 01 to 101. It seemed that I was right. My act of taking in Jiang Qingxue must have triggered the system. However, I need to test this further. If taking in beautiful women can increase the progress, then helping a few more beautiful women wouldn't be a bad thing. Lin Feng's mind sparked with some guesses. They might not be accurate, but he wasn't in a hurry. At this stage, Lin Feng's combat power and weapons were overwhelmingly superior. He could take his time experimenting and searching for upgrade conditions. Therefore, even if taking in men could speed up the progress, he wouldn't want to do it. Lin Feng's home was his private territory. He never planned to let other men in. Beautiful women could be considered, though. Damn it, this house is still not big enough. Once I can withstand the cold, I definitely need to get a big villa to live in. While waiting, Lin Feng opened the owner group chat again. Almost a week had passed, and a large portion of the owner's supplies were running low. From the group messages, it was evident that the owners were becoming more anxious and desperate. At this moment, a message caught Lin Feng's attention. 603 by How, high-end gaming peripherals, racing simulation equipment for food and water. Prices are negotiable, underground garage for discussion. Upon reading this, a knowing smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. It seemed my good neighbor finally couldn't hold on any longer. Hee, it's time for me to take action. Thinking of the dancer's figure, Song Wanjun, a glint of interest flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. It was said that this woman practiced yoga too. TSK. He clicked on Bai Hao's profile and sent a verification message. Supplies are negotiable. I'm not interested in your equipment, but your wife is quite appealing. After sending the message, Lin Feng chuckled to himself. In the underground garage, Bai Hao and Song Wanjun, who were bundled up tightly, wore grim expressions. Their stall had been set up for nearly 2 hours. Initially, some people came to inquire, but upon hearing that they were trading food for those peripherals, they lost all interest. Nobody wants those things. Your girl is quite nice, though. How about letting her have some fun with me? I'll give you a bottle of water and half a bag of bread. Song Wanjun had heard similar comments many times and naturally scoffed at them. Her pride and self-respect wouldn't allow her to do such things. Besides, she had her partner. Song Wanjun believed that as long as Bai Hao was around, she wouldn't starve. However, as time passed, the unusual glint in Bai Hao's eyes grew more pronounced. Clearly, he was tempted by such proposals. With just a small price to pay, he and Song Wanjun could both get something to eat. What a great deal, compared to risking their lives to find supplies. This was practically a no-cost transaction. However, he knew his girlfriend well and understood that Song Wanjun would never easily yield. If it really came down to it, he would have to put her in a difficult position. Jun, I really don't want to starve. Bai Hao thought to himself, silently continuing to stare into space. At this moment, his phone vibrated with a new message. In room 602, Lin Feng looked at Jiang Qingxue with a smile. Practice cooking more. She let out a soft sound and nudged his belly. Let's go. Put on your down jacket and come with me to the garage. As Lin Feng spoke, he took out a new women's down jacket and handed it to her. Meow. Thank you, master. Jiang Qingxue obediently put on the clothes and followed him to the door. All right, get up. You don't have to kneel outside. Lin Feng patted her cat ears and smiled. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingxue quickly nodded and stood up. Lin Feng, walking ahead, had an icy expression. In this apocalypse, he couldn't trust anyone except himself, no matter how obedient the other person was. Lin Feng didn't dare to let his guard down. This outing was, in fact, a test. If Jiang Qingxue behaved herself, Lin Feng would consider treating her a bit better. He didn't choose to indulge himself the moment the apocalypse arrived. There was no other reason. He just wanted to have some fun. After being a workhorse for 2 lifetimes, he just wanted to enjoy himself. He wanted to experience the atmosphere of the apocalypse, show off a bit, and help some desperate beauties while learning English and checking out their talents. He hoped a few more attractive faces would remain in the neighborhood. Lin Feng snapped back to reality and stepped towards the stairwell. Seeing this, Jiang Qingxue quickly followed him. Chapter 11. Jiang Qingxue's loyalty, Song Wanjun, and Bai Hao envy madly. To be honest, Jiang Qingxue felt extremely unbalanced going from the school belle who was once pursued by many to Lin Feng's maid. However, she had no thoughts of betrayal because Lin Feng had given her too much. In this apocalypse, supplies were incredibly precious. Following Lin Feng, she couldn't say anything else. But just the assurance of being warm and well-fed was irreplaceable. People are like that. It's easy to fall into luxury from frugality. But the reverse is as hard as climbing to the sky. Clearly, Jiang Qingxue couldn't do that. She no longer wanted to return to her cold, dark home. Back to hunger and despair. Thinking of this, a bittersweet feeling rose in Jiang Qingxue's heart as she tightened her arms around herself in resignation. I should be content, actually. Being with Master isn't too bad. Besides, he is really strong. With him around, the chances of surviving should be a bit higher. Lin Feng glanced at the little cat beside him, whose face was flushed. He was surprised to find that Jiang Qingxue's panel information had suddenly changed. Loyalty. 85 Regarding the loyalty metric, the system had a specific explanation. A maid's loyalty would never decrease, only increase. Under normal circumstances, when loyalty reaches above 95, the person would be willing to risk everything for Lin Feng, even sacrificing themselves. When loyalty reaches above 80, the possibility of betrayal doesn't exist. It seemed my school belle made it figured things out and started self-strategizing. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to increase it by so much all at once. Lin Feng, who is well-versed in apocalyptic novels, naturally knows the value of a trustworthy person in the apocalypse. He is quite satisfied with this. With a loyalty level of 85, he no longer has to worry about Jiang Qingxue betraying him, saving him a lot of trouble. Originally, he planned to set up a mechanism in his bedroom that would trigger a gun, but now he can rest easy and let her warm his bed at night. After all, having a soft and fragrant little cat girl to cuddle with while sleeping is truly a luxury in the apocalypse. However, Lin Feng still has no intention of elevating Jiang Qingxue's status. After all, it's really nice to not get emotionally involved and just learn English. Just as Lin Feng descended a flight of stairs, he bumped into Song Wanjun and Bai Hao. At this moment, Song Wanjun was wearing at least 7 or 8 layers of clothing, looking extremely bulky. Her exposed face was pale and weak, and she had a strong odor. Her hair was greasy and tangled. Now, she looked like a completely different person compared to her vibrant self before the apocalypse. In contrast, Lin Feng and Jiang Qingxue appeared rosy and full of energy, clearly living quite well. Jiang Qingxue, beside him, even had exquisite makeup on, her face adorned with an enchanting smile. The difference in their states was like heaven and earth. Oh, isn't this my noble neighbors? It's been a few days. How are you still alive? Lin Feng's words struck like a slap to Song Wanjun and Bai Hao's faces. Master, they smell so bad. Jiang Qingxue, hearing Lin Feng's words, jumped out to add fuel to the fire. The little maid still had some insight. The Master's enemies are my enemies. Jiang Qingxue's use of Master shattered Song Wanjun and Bai Hao's worldview. Both of them showed shock immediately. The cat-eared outfit and calling him Master left Song Wanjun dazed, her mind buzzing. How could she call a man master? And dressed so provocatively. Bai Hao, also a man, was consumed with jealousy upon witnessing this scene. Compared to the beauty before him, he suddenly found Song Wanjun beside him disgusting, dirty and smelly, like a beggar. Song Wanjun noticed the cheerful demeanor of Lin Feng and Jiang Qingxue, feeling quite uncomfortable inside. In less than a week, they had fallen from heaven to hell, struggling to find food and warmth. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was living a worry-free life, enjoying himself splendidly, looking at the enchanting Jiang Qingxue and then at herself, who smelled horrible like a beggar. Song Wanjun's sense of imbalance was driving her crazy. Why? Why can a smelly loser like Lin Feng live so well? Why can that slut beside him look down on her so arrogantly? Bai Hao and Song Wanjun were extremely unhappy. However, the situation was stronger than them, and they chose to bow their heads instead of responding to Lin Feng's mockery. Lin Feng, are you joking? Do you have any extra food and water at home? I can buy it at a high price. Bai Hao forced a smile, looking at Lin Feng with a humble expression. Lin Feng, however, didn't even glance at him, and instead looked mockingly at the silent Song Wanjun, who was biting her lip. This girl is not bad. No infectious diseases. Heh. Seeing Lin Feng ignoring him, Bai Hao felt extremely awkward and his face turned red in an instant. But the strong hunger in his stomach made him continue to back down. He tugged at Song Wanjun's clothing, signaling her to speak. A flicker of humiliation crossed Song Wanjun's eyes, and she clenched her small fist in her sleeve, speaking in a humble tone. Lin Feng, do you have extra food and water at home? I have food and water, and a lot of it. Lin Feng casually played with the collar bell of the little cat girl, his tone indifferent. Can we buy some? Song Wanjun continued. Lin Feng scoffed. Sell? Do you take me for a fool? Money means nothing to me right now. His words were harsh, but Song Wanjun and Bai Hao had no rebuttal because Lin Feng was speaking the truth. Don't dream. Want food? Sure. My household is in need of a maid for miscellaneous tasks. Serve me and my little cat for a day, and I'll give you a pack of biscuits and a bottle of water. As soon as Lin Feng's words fell, Song Wanjun and Bai Hao's expressions changed dramatically. As adults, how could they not understand the meaning of this? It was clearly a trade of Song Wanjun's body for supplies. Upon hearing this, Song Wanjun's face turned extremely ugly. No way. I would rather die than agree to such a request. Beside her, Bai Hao felt a hint of temptation in his heart, but pretended to be dissatisfied. Lin Feng, your request is too excessive. We cannot agree. Cuddled in Lin Feng's embrace. Jiang Qingxue understood at this moment. She got it. The master is interested in this woman's body. What a good thing. A great thing. Having more sisters to share the pressure would make things much easier for Jiang Qingxue. She rolled her eyes and pretended to be troubled, grabbing Lin Feng's hand and placing it on her slender waist, softly whining to Lin Feng. Master, can you take me out more often? Every day is just eating and sleeping. Your little cat has gained weight. I want to lose weight. Upon hearing this, Song Wanjun and Bai Hao were completely stunned. Listen to her. Is she even speaking human language? Is there such a thing as Versailles? We are starving and freezing. And you tell me you want to lose weight. Their heads buzzed, leaving them momentarily speechless. But soon, Bai Hao's eyes lit up even more. He was completely convinced. Lin Feng must have plenty of food at home. Why not agree to him? Junjun should understand me too. Lin Feng, watching the change in their expressions, found it amusing. He could naturally understand Jiang Qingxue's intention. Bai Hao, this guy, should be unable to withstand it now, even accepting a friend request. Not directly killing Bai Hao and forcibly taking Song Wanjun was merely because Lin Feng found it entertaining. After all, he had some interesting ideas that he hadn't had the chance to practice yet. Bai Hao really resembled a victim. The author mentioned that the illustrations are AI generated, and the images in the text roughly start from chapter 270. Chapter 12. Lend me your cat for 3 days, and I'll give you 3 bottles of water. Feng, how dare you? Come to my house when you've thought it through. Lin Feng dropped this line and turned to leave with his little maid. Watching his carefree figure, Bai Hao's expression shifted. Before long, Lin Feng and Jiang Qingxue arrived at the underground garage. Here, a lot of people had gathered, with residents setting up items everywhere, looking to barter. The apocalypse had lasted this long, and such trading fairs could still be maintained, partly thanks to Lin Feng. The fat woman he killed made almost everyone in the community aware that a gunman was hiding in the shadows. It was also because of this that the community had quickly fallen into chaos. However, as supplies gradually dwindled, this order would soon collapse. Lin Feng looked around and spotted many familiar faces. His keen eyes quickly found Chen Yi not far away. Compared to before, Chen Yi looked quite miserable. Her originally bright and beautiful face was now pale and weak, and her hair was also messy. If it weren't for Lin Feng facing her directly, he might not even recognize her. In front of Chen Yi was a small girl crouching down. The girl's face was dirty, and her eyes looked dazed and numb. Chun Shiyun, a Lolita. The author mentions that there are illustrations at the end of each chapter, and they are currently in progress. She was indeed good-looking. Lin Feng had heard Qinya say she came to find her sister, and it seemed this was the one. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with contemplation. Looking at Qinya's appearance, he knew she must not have taken his initial words seriously. Otherwise, she wouldn't have turned into this in just a few days. Lin Feng didn't care much about it. Qinya had previously shown him kindness, and he had already reciprocated. Not listening to him was her own business. Lin Feng had no savior complex. To survive in the apocalypse, one had to make sacrifices. This pair of sisters had good genes. They were both quite good-looking. Lin Feng stroked his chin, a wicked smile appearing on his face. After that, he jumped into a car, looked around, but found nothing else. In this community, there weren't many people. Counting carefully, there were just over 1,000. Lin Feng estimated that there were only about 200 people. The cruelty of the apocalypse was evident. With fewer people, the probability of encountering beautiful women naturally decreased. As Lin Feng pondered, many people's gazes nearby were drawn to the two of them. The tall and handsome Lin Feng casually found a place to sit down. Jiang Qingxue, like a little cat, obediently squatted beside him and even lowered her head, looking submissive, allowing Lin Feng to pet her cat ears. She looked just like Lin Feng's little pet. Jiang Qingxue was already very beautiful, and she had put on makeup before going out. The playful headband and bell accessories elevated her charm to another level. Compared to other women who were struggling in hunger and fear for their lives, Jiang Qingxue looked like a fairy at that moment. The women looked at her with jealousy and envy. The other men present had fiery gazes, their eyes sparkling with unabashed desire. It was a terrifying look, as if they wanted to grab her and do whatever they pleased. The blatant gazes made Jiang Qingxue a bit nervous, and she moved closer to Lin Feng. However, her actions only emboldened some men, and their looks towards Lin Feng turned unfriendly. Lin Feng noticed this change, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He was, of course, doing it intentionally. With the system's evolution path unclear, Lin Feng naturally had to test things out. Although he was currently invincible in the community, no one could guarantee what kind of monsters might appear in this apocalypse. Lin Feng always felt that the black toxic rain and snow were suspicious. Those who died outside could very well turn into zombies, threatening the living. With this concern, Lin Feng dared not relax. He wanted to improve, but could only rely on the system. Lin Feng speculated that killing villains would likely help the system level up. Therefore, he planned to conduct an experiment. Come on, if you don't provoke me, how could I bring myself to take you down? Ha. Sure enough, it didn't take long for someone to crack. Not far away, a lewd-looking young man looked at Lin Feng with interest and said with a sly smile, "Brother, your cat is quite nice. How about this? Lend me 3 bottles of mineral water to play with for a day." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those around varied. Whether men or women, most people showed a glimmer of glee. Clearly, Lin Feng and Jiang Qingxue were envied. Many even gasped at the high price of 3 bottles of water. After all, 3 bottles of water could last 3 days here. The lewd young man's words made Jiang Qingxue tremble. She knew very well that she was just an item of Lin Feng's. She was afraid Lin Feng would agree. After all, some perverts like to put labels on themselves. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with cruelty. He smiled at the young man without saying a word. Seeing Lin Feng's expression, the lewd guy thought he had tacitly agreed and excitedly reached out for Jiang Qingxue. Many people looked at Lin Feng with disdain upon witnessing this scene. Just then, Lin Feng moved. He sprang out like a cheetah and delivered a powerful punch to the lewd guy's chest. Bang! The lewd guy's body was directly penetrated, dying on the spot. His corpse even landed on several onlookers. Lin Feng still wore a smile on his face. What the hell are you thinking? You think you can be buddy-buddy with me? Idiot. Wow. From the moment Lin Feng erupted to taking down the opponent, it happened in the blink of an eye. Many people's faces still bore mocking expressions. The next moment, almost everyone's faces turned to terror. Ah, it's a killer. Run away. It's a massacre. People fled like startled fish. Lin Feng took out 2 flying knives and swiftly killed 2 more people. Flying knives were a hobby from his previous life, and he didn't expect to use them in this life. The 2 guys were knocked down by the lewd guy's corpse and couldn't escape in time. The dead were precisely the 2 who had previously insulted Lin Feng and tried to cut in line to hit on Jiang Qingxue. Damn, what kind of nonsense is this? You dare to covet my little cat? After finishing off the people, Lin Feng spat on the corpse, his expression scornful. Jiang Qingxue obediently took out a tissue and carefully helped Lin Feng clean the blood off his hands. Don't worry, my maid is not to be touched by anyone. Lin Feng reached out his other hand and patted the little maid's head, his voice calm. Meow? Thank you, master, you're so nice. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Jiang Qingxue stood on her tiptoes and kissed him. At that moment, her heart was filled with a tremendous sense of security. Loyalty 7, current loyalty 91. The system prompt suddenly rang in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow at the news. This girl was starting to self-strategize again. Chapter 13. Elbow. Come back to my place with me. As Lin Feng and Jiang Qingxue were being affectionate, the men in the distance exchanged glances, and their expressions subtly changed. In the previous days, while there had been occasional violent incidents, there hadn't been a public massacre like Lin Feng's. His actions struck like a thunderclap in many people's minds. The strong men suddenly realized that it could be done this way. Their civil thoughts were collapsing, and their primal instincts were rapidly rising. With Lin Feng as a precedent, the order in Longting community was on the brink of complete collapse. At the same time, Lin Feng's actions also instilled fear in many. Being able to kill someone with a single punch, even penetrating their body, what kind of terrifying power was that? This person was not to be trifled with. Very much not to be trifled with. Gently releasing the panting little maid, Lin Feng glanced at the rapidly emptying parking lot, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes. While killing the lewd guy, he had been paying attention to the system's progress bar. Sure enough, after killing the opponent, the progress bar increased by 0.25. Killing the other two with ill intentions also raised the progress bar a bit. This time, he had gained a total of 0.75. Damn. This efficiency is too low. 3 people barely add up to 1. After all, just one Jiang Qingxue was equivalent to the harvest of dozens of people. A thoughtful expression appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. His experiment was basically complete. Killing others indeed provided experience bonuses. Although this upgrade path was slow, it was still worth considering if the number was sufficient. However, there was no need to rush. He could try other routes through neighboring wives. Master, that punch you threw just now was really impressive. Jiang Qingxue suddenly paused, blowing hot air into Lin Feng's ear with seductive eyes. Lin Feng's thoughts were interrupted by the little wildcat. He shot her an annoyed glare and gave her a playful knock on the forehead. What the hell? You're clumsy and love to play. Don't you care about your body? You want to die? I really feel fine now, truly, I'm all better. Jiang Qingxue's face turned red as she stood on her tiptoes and bit Lin Feng lightly. This kind of thing. Elbow, come back to my place with me. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he pulled Jiang Qingxue and quickly returned to his home. Moments later, what the hell? She's really healed. Lin Feng was taken aback, somewhat incredulous. Normally, a person wouldn't recover at this speed. Master. Lin Feng's thoughts were interrupted. As Lin Feng and the others were busy, dark currents surged throughout the Longting community. In the living room of Building 1, apartment 1302, 5 men were sitting together smoking. The leader, a burly, ugly man named Zhao Dahai, was a contractor. The 4 men around him had been working with him for many years. Brother, you called us here for something? Just now in the underground garage, someone was publicly killed. You know? Zhao Dahai's face showed an unusual expression. I know. What do you mean, brother? The dead person I know. He worked at the supermarket downstairs, in 1305. He has a woman at home, Zhao Dahai said, deliberately pausing. Do you want to have some fun? His calm voice seemed to carry a hint of seduction. Yes. The 4 replied in unison. In the past few days since the apocalypse began, they had been itching for action. Then let us go for it. Break in and rob that bastard. Everyone gets a share of the woman. Brother, you're awesome. Let's do it. A similar scene was unfolding in almost every building. In just half a day, the number of violent incidents in the community had increased several times. Murder, robbery, and sexual assault gradually began to appear. Chaos had completely arrived. As night fell, the poisonous snow outside continued to fall, almost covering the first floor of the community. The temperature was still dropping, with the external temperature nearing minus 30 degrees. Lin Feng's home, however, remained warm as spring. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Feng looked at Jiang Qingxue, who had turned back into a puddle of mud, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He noticed that Jiang Qingxue's personal panel had actually changed again. Name, Jiang Qingxue. Age, 19 years old. Identity, loyal maid. Strength, F. Loyalty, 92. Combat power, 12. Normal adults are 10. Reproductive switch, closed. Adjustable. Health status, healthy. No infectious diseases. Features, likes music and cosplay. Looking at the combat power section, Lin Feng frowned in thought. He was very sure that Jiang Qingxue had previously been an ordinary person, and a relatively weak one at that. Lin Feng even felt that before today. Jiang Qingxue was a weakling with terrible physical fitness. Yet her display of strength was no less than that of some regular gym-goers. Could it be that Lin Feng, in a moment, thought of this possibility? After all, compared to Jiang Qingxue, Lin Feng was the only variable in her life today. Food, drink, clothing. and utilities were all fine. There was no other explanation. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel speechless. Damn. Why do I feel like I'm some kind of furnace body in a fantasy world? I level up and need to gather experience and resources. But this woman just wins by lying down. Is there even any justice in this? After complaining a few times, Lin Feng looked at the obedient girl beside him, who was as cute as a little cat, and couldn't help but smile. Well, having my little cat be stronger is quite good. With her loyalty, she could become a great help to him in the future. At that time, whether there was something to do or not, the maid could lend a hand. Thinking like this was also quite nice. Just as Lin Feng was contemplating, his phone suddenly lit up. He picked it up and immediately smiled. It was a message from Bai Hao. Bai Hao, brother Lin, is what you said before true? As long as Junjun takes care of your daily needs, you will give us a bottle of water and a bag of biscuits every day? Seeing this, Lin Feng chuckled and quickly typed a reply. Hung Kan Chung Ling. Su Ching Feng, of course. I keep my promises and will never go back on my word. Bai Hao, does your home really have that much supplies? Hung Kan Chung Ling, Su Ching Feng. Image Bai Hao like. There will be results within tomorrow, brother, trust me. Looking at the message, Lin Feng showed a hint of sarcasm. He had long seen through Bai Hao. This guy was a refined egoist. It wasn't that egoism was bad. On the contrary, Lin Feng felt it should be like that in the apocalypse. But the problem was, Bai Hao was both inexperienced and scared. That made it hard to evaluate. Such a person would do anything to survive. Therefore, Song Wanjun, this silly girl, was destined to be sent out by him to exchange for supplies. Learning dance. She would have to show off her skills when the time came. Thinking of Song Wanjun, Lin Feng couldn't help but coldly smile. Part C. Chapter 14. Song Wanjun and her husband S split. Imported drinks. Just as Lin Feng and his little maid discussed life philosophy, Song Wanjun's home next door was filled with gloom. Because, from this moment on, all the food in Song Wanjun's house had been consumed. The good news was that there was still drinking water left in Song Wanjun's house. The bad news was that there was less than 10 milliliters left. Barely enough to moisten her lips. What frustrated Song Wanjun even more was that her and Bai Hao's attempts to set up stalls had all been in vain. There was no way. All they could offer were external possessions like gold and silver jewelry. Before the apocalypse, these items were naturally quite valuable. But in the apocalypse, these things were worth nothing. Compared to Bai Hao, Song Wanjun's patience was even a bit worse. Nearly 3 days of hunger had made her somewhat dazed. If it weren't for having water to drink these days, she might have already collapsed. Shaking her head, Song Wanjun tried hard to stay awake. She looked at Bai Hao and said with a dry voice, "Honey, now that our supplies are exhausted, we only have 2 paths left before us." Seeing her take the initiative to speak, Bai Hao felt a surge of joy in his heart. If possible, he certainly didn't want to force Song Wanjun to do such things. Now that she had actively brought up this topic, Bai Hao thought she had come to terms with it and was willing to sacrifice herself to protect the two of them. Suppressing his excitement, Bai Hao asked back, "What are the 2 paths?" "One is to find a way to get some food from outside. Although the black snow is toxic, if we take proper precautions, we might be able to withstand it. Besides, we have a car and can consider driving out to find supplies." Song Wanjun's voice carried a strong sense of weakness, but there was a flash of wisdom in her eyes from time to time. "What you said makes some sense, but not much. Rubber will be corroded in this situation. Driving out will easily lead to being trapped. Furthermore, the temperature outside is very low, and the roads are icy. Once the tires are corroded, the car won't go far at all." Bai Hao retorted with irritation at her words. He had long considered this idea and deemed it impractical. Hearing this, the wisdom in Song Wanjun's eyes quickly vanished. Her expression became somewhat embarrassed. Bai Hao felt speechless upon seeing this. It's said that the big ones are brainless. Yet how can you be so clever? Then how about putting on several layers of cotton clothes, plastic bags, raincoats, etc., and walking out to look for supplies? With your abilities, you will definitely return loaded. Song Wanjun still refused to give up and suggested again. Hearing this, Bai Hao rolled his eyes. He had long ruled out this kind of plan. No other reason, just valuing his life. In these past few days, some people in the community had tried this method. And indeed, some had succeeded. But overall, going out to search for supplies was extremely dangerous. Survivors were few and far between, with a survival rate of just 1 in 10. Just one small mistake, and if you come into contact with even a tiny bit of black snow, it would mean certain death. Bai Hao naturally understood Song Wanjun's meaning. Finding supplies was Bai Hao's job, while enjoying the supplies would be her share. Song Wanjun was planning to reap the benefits without putting in any effort. How frustrating. I treat you as my wife, and you treat me as what? A tool. Thinking of this, Bai Hao felt quite disdainful of Song Wanjun. At the same time, he became even more determined in his thoughts. The deal with Lin Feng must go through. It's best if it makes sense. If she doesn't listen to him, then he can only use force. A cold glimmer flashed in Bai Hao's eyes as he pretended to smile casually. Wife, your suggestion is good, but I'm worried that once we go out, we'll be separated forever. Without my protection, your fate will definitely be extremely tragic. How about this? Shall we go out together to find supplies? Upon hearing this, Song Wanjuan's face instantly revealed a strong look of rejection. Clearly, she knew that this path was fraught with danger. Bai Hao observed this and felt a deep sense of ridicule in his heart, but his smile remained unchanged. Haha, I was just joking. The outside is so dangerous. How could I let my precious one take such risks? After this remark, Song Wanjuan's expression softened a bit. So, wife, what is the second option? Bai Hao actively guided her to change the topic. The second option? It can only be that we die together. Song Wanjun said this with a bitter smile. This statement made Bai Hao's face quickly turn ugly. Didn't he expect that his wise wife would propose a solution that neither of them would accept at such a time? Why not consider Lin Feng's proposal? Bai Hao patiently said this. Lin Feng. No, absolutely not. I want to use my body, especially not in that kind of lower-class situation. When Lin Feng was mentioned, Song Wanjuan's face was filled with disgust and rejection. There was a factor of looking down on Lin Feng, and also a fear of being treated like a slave. The woman next to Lin Feng was an example. Next to Lin Feng, she was as humble as a dog. There was no dignity at all. Baby, you can't say that. Lin Feng is indeed trash, but he can provide food and drink. Right now, it's a problem for both of us to survive. Is dignity still important? When a person is dead, what dignity can there be? Bai Hao continued to persuade her earnestly. Moreover, I believe this disaster will pass quickly. As long as we hold on until official rescue, we can regain our previous status. You just need to endure for a few days, just a few days. Bai Hao's words sounded very reasonable, but Song Wanjun was extremely displeased. She might not be very smart at times, but her basic judgment ability was still intact. Isn't Bai Hao's intention to make her go out and sell herself? Yes, Lin Feng is tall and handsome, even more so than Bai Hao. But I'm not that easy to deal with. How can I agree to be someone else made just for some supplies? Bai Hao, you bastard. Are you willing to sacrifice your face, trying to send your wife to someone else's bed just to survive? Thinking of this, Song Wanjuan's expression darkened, and she cursed loudly. Bastard. I advise you to give up on that idea. I would rather die than agree. Fool. If you have the ability, just keep being stubborn. I really want to see how tough you can be. In the end, the two parted unhappily and went into separate rooms. Since being soft doesn't work, then don't blame me. I don't have the energy to wait slowly for you. There are plenty of people interested in you. In his room, Bai Hao's eyes were cold. The commotion next door was unknown to Lin Feng. He was currently enjoying himself. While watching a show, he was munching on the famous dish from Qian province, Zhini roasted chicken. The fragrant chicken leg meat was roasted to a golden crisp, paired with a specially made dipping sauce. It was incredibly authentic. Meow? Master, how about a cold drink? Jiang Qingxue knelt on the sofa, looking at Lin Feng with charming eyes. Lin Feng lazily responded, turning his head slightly. Seeing this, Jiang Qingxue skillfully took a big sip of the cold drink, then pouted and leaned in. Is this still a May snow? Why is it so sweet? Lin Feng smacked his lips after drinking, grinning mischievously. Meow? Master. Imported drinks and desserts are normal. Jiang Qingxue licked her lips, looking at ease. Lin Feng was taken aback. Is your imported legitimate? Buzz. Buzz. While the two were chatting, Lin Feng's phone on the table suddenly lit up. Floral Skirt Chapter 15 Bai Hao. Please be gentle with Junjun. The message was from Bai Hao. Bai Hao, brother. Are you asleep? Can we trade now? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow at the message. It seems this good neighbor is getting desperate. Thinking of Song Wanjuan's exquisite figure, Lin Feng suddenly became a bit interested. Wipe my hands. At your command, master. Jiang Qingxue quickly got up and fetched a pack of tissues. Then, she naturally placed Lin Feng's hands, which were covered in dipping sauce and chicken crumbs, on her thigh and began to wipe them seriously. Lin Feng glanced at the eager Jiang Qingxue, finding it quite amusing. After cleaning the mess, before Lin Feng could act, Jiang Qingxue took the initiative to get up, picked up the phone, knelt on the ground, and handed it to Lin Feng with both hands raised. Master here. This series of actions flowed smoothly, leaving Lin Feng stunned. This woman is getting better at this. Did I inadvertently trigger some of her attributes? Since discovering that Jiang Qingxue's loyalty surpassed 90, Lin Feng had stopped making her kneel. Before, he did that more to temper her character. Now, this woman was more obedient than a kitten, and Lin Feng's requirements for her had relaxed a lot. However, Jiang Qingxue seemed to enjoy it. Besides walking, this woman still liked to serve Lin Feng while kneeling. Let her be. I have nothing to lose anyway. Shaking his head, Lin Feng smiled helplessly and reached out to take the phone. Jiang Qingxue didn't idle either. After finishing, she started massaging Lin Feng's calves. Ruffling her hair, Lin Feng opened the phone and replied to the message. Looking at the peaks from the side. I'm still awake, let her come over. After we're done, I'll have her bring the supplies back for you. By how? She fainted from hunger and can't come by herself. I'll bring her over. Looking at the peaks from the side. 6. After sending the message, Lin Feng showed a cold smile. Seeing his expression, Jiang Qingxue looked curious and asked in a soft voice. Master, is there some new development? No, just a bit surprised that Bai Hao probably couldn't stand the hunger and directly knocked Song Wanjun out. Hilarious. Lin Feng sneered, his tone flat. This Bai Hao is truly a beast. He is willing to do such things just to survive. Hearing this, Jiang Qingxue's expression became poignant. She didn't expect that in less than a day, Bai Hao would betray his lover. At the same time, Jiang Qingxue felt a strong sense of relief. If she hadn't met Lin Feng today, her fate would definitely not have been good either. Most likely, for a bite to eat. She would have ended up as someone's plaything, suffering, and dying in confusion. Now, although she didn't have any status, at least she was free from worry about food and clothing, and had a master who cared for her. While waiting for Bai Hao's arrival, Lin Feng's mind suddenly flashed with the figures of the Qin sisters. To be honest, Lin Feng was very interested in sister flowers. After thinking about it, he took the initiative to send a message to Chunya. If you need supplies, you can contact me. Judging from the previous situation, the supplies for this sister flower duo were likely running low. With this in mind, Lin Feng stroked his chin, grinning mischievously. Bang, bang, bang. As the two pondered, there was a knock on the door. They're here. Hee hee. Lin Feng grinned, rubbed his hands together, and quickly got up to walk over. Jiang Qingxue followed suit, casually putting on a coat. Near the entrance, she knelt down again, serving beside Lin Feng. Soon, the door opened, and Lin Feng looked outside. The situation of Bai Hao and the others was as Lin Feng expected. Not far away, Bai Hao, looking pale, was beside a small cart. On the cart lay the unconscious Song Wanjun. Seeing Lin Feng open the door, Bai Hao showed an excited expression. Brother Lin, I've brought her over and food. Can you see if? Through Lin Feng, Bai Hao saw the obedient and beautiful Jiang Qingxue kneeling on the ground. That bastard Lin Feng. The days have been like those of an emperor. I, on the other hand, am struggling to fill my stomach and have to send my woman to him in exchange for food. Thinking of this, a surge of intense jealousy and anger rose in Bai Hao's heart. But looking at Lin Feng, who was a full head taller than him, Bai Hao immediately wilted. He didn't even dare to look inside the room anymore. Lin Feng noticed Bai Hao's gaze, but he didn't care. At this stage, Bai Hao was still useful. It wasn't too late to kill him after having had enough fun. Of course. Lin Feng glanced at Song Wanjun, whose head was swollen, with a strange expression. You little brat are quite ruthless. I have my eye on you. Lin Feng chuckled and took a bottle of water and half a bag of bread from the little cat girl behind him, tossing them to Bai Hao. Bai Hao quickly caught the items and started to wolf them down. Lin Feng stopped talking, picked up Song Wanjun, and walked into the room. Hey, brother Lin, please. Be gentle with Junjun. Bang. Before Bai Hao could finish his sentence, Lin Feng closed the door with a backhand. Don't be too violent. Don't mistreat her. Please. Through the door, hearing Bai Hao's words, Lin Feng showed a mocking expression. Waste. Get lost. The insult was loud, and Bai Hao, who was eavesdropping outside the door, turned pale with anger. He immediately wanted to curse, but thinking of Lin Feng's terrifying aura, Bai Hao backed down. Endure. I must endure. Bai Hao could only grumble in his heart. Lin Feng, you bastard. One day, I will kill you. Inside the room, Lin Feng placed the unconscious Song Wanjun on the floor, then looked at Jiang Qingsnow. Schwer, wake her up. Yes, master. Jiang Qingsnow replied, took a sip of ice water, and then sprayed it directly on Song Wanjun's face. The cold water's shock instantly made the unconscious Song Wanjun tremble. Soon after, she slowly woke up. Hiss. My head hurts so much. As soon as she woke up, the intense pain in her head made Song Wanjun frown. TSK, the esteemed Miss Song. We meet again. How come you get worse each time? Lin Feng's voice was full of mockery. At his feet, Jiang Qingsnow was obediently massaging his legs. Hearing this, Song Wanjun instinctively looked at Lin Feng. Strange. How did I end up here? Hiss. My head hurts so much. Song Wanjun was still a bit dazed after just waking up. Lin Feng wickedly reminded her. Speaking of which, you have to thank your good husband Bai Hao. It was he who knocked you out and then brought you to my house. Truly a social elite. Selling out his own wife without batting an eye. That is quite something. Lin Feng's words were like a sharp knife, stabbing into Song Wanjun's heart, causing her just rising body to stumble, nearly falling over. No, this can't be. My husband wouldn't do this to me. Song Wanjun instinctively began to refute, but the more she spoke, the weaker her tone became. By the end, she directly knelt down, crying uncontrollably. Clearly, she had started to recall what had happened before. After Song Wanjun rejected Bai Hao's proposal, the two parted ways unhappily. Then, Bai Hao pretended to admit his mistake and took advantage of her unpreparedness. Seeing Song Wanjun's miserable appearance, Lin Feng felt no pity whatsoever. This woman had always held a sense of pride and disdain towards him. If he wanted to tame her, he would have to temper her character. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's expression turned cold, and he loudly said, "Enough. Stop crying. You were traded for my supplies. After you finish your work, I'll send you back tomorrow. To be honest, your good husband even set up an auction group to avoid going hungry. He has been promoting your qualities in the group just to find more clients." Upon hearing this, Song Wanjun's crying abruptly stopped, and she looked at Lin Feng with a pale face. "This is impossible. You're lying." Chapter 16. I still like your proud self. Please restore it. Am I lying? Hey, just look for yourself. Lin Feng scoffed. Then opened Bai Hao's group and handed it to Song Wanjun. The group was named the auction group for Song Wanjun, the flower of a building. The content inside was even more unbearable. A bunch of explicit photos had been posted. Judging by the content and angles, it was clear they were taken secretly when Song Wanjun was unaware. Even more absurdly, Bai Hao shamelessly appeared to explain. With numerous bids like half a bottle of water plus a sausage for 20 minutes, 2 bottles of water plus half a bag of shikima for an overnight stay, and other ridiculous messages. After glancing through the group messages, Song Wanjun let out a somewhat deranged laugh, her expression resembling that of someone whose heart has been shattered. At this moment, Lin Feng's indifferent voice came through. "Now, I give you 2 choices. Become my maid or go back to continue being your social elite wife." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Wanjun stood there foolishly, with no reaction, looking like she had lost her mind. At this time, Jiang Qingsno, who was watching the show, turned her eyes and quietly asked Lin Feng, "Master, this is too much stimulation. She might have crashed mentally. Can I go persuade her?" Lin Feng nodded, watching quietly. Although he had already anticipated this scene, seeing the once proud Song Wanjun, who looked at him like a bug, now in such a broken state, still pleased Lin Feng. Social elite? Huh, nonsense. After getting Lin Feng's permission, Jiang Qingsno quickly stood up and walked towards Song Wanjun. "Sister, this Bai Hao is too pathetic. He's worse than a pig or a dog." Jiang Qingsno gently patted her back, gritting her teeth. "Us women really have it hard in this chaotic world. I understand your struggles, really." Listening to her words, Song Wanjun, who had a blank expression, silently wiped her tears. Jiang Qingsno gently patted her, her voice softening. "That's why we need to find a strong man to rely on. Otherwise, we will only become toys for a group of people, suffering until death." Saying this, she gently lifted Song Wanjun's head, forcing her to look at herself. "Sister, look at yourself, then look at me. Do you see any trace of your former beauty left?" Jiang Qingsno's words struck a chord in Song Wanjun's heart. As a great beauty, she too was unwilling to live every day looking like a beggar. Seeing Song Wanjun's expression change, Jiang Qingsno began to persuade her again. "Actually, being with the master is pretty good. We only need to serve him, and we can live without worries, in a warm home, no longer enduring the cold and hunger. And our safety will be guaranteed. To be honest, I feel much happier now than you do." After saying this, Jiang Qingsno quickly returned to Lin Feng's side, kneeling down. She continued to nuzzle against his leg like a little cat, acting cute. She had said everything she needed to say. Jiang Qingsno felt that this woman in front of her shouldn't make the wrong choice. One side is a bottomless abyss. The other is a warm home and the protection of a strong man. A normal person would know which choice to make. Sure enough, after a while, a determined look flashed in Song Wanjun's eyes as she looked at Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, I am willing to be your maid." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng gave a somewhat approving glance at the school beauty classmate. This girl is talented. She will definitely achieve great things in the future. Lost in thought, Lin Feng looked at Song Wanjun and revealed a mischievous smile. "Remember, from today on, you are not allowed to call my name directly. You must call me master." As soon as these words were spoken, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Song Wanjun's face. She gritted her teeth and reluctantly called out, "Master." Seeing the unwillingness in her eyes, Lin Feng showed a mocking expression. His voice deepened a bit. "Do you want to drink water?" Hearing this, Song Wanjun nodded frantically like a chick pecking at rice. Her eyes became much clearer. "Good, come over and drink." Lin Feng's face revealed a wicked smile. He was not a person with a lot of cunning. He had not forgotten how Song Wanjun disgusted him before. As soon as he said this, an extremely shameful expression appeared on Song Wanjun's face, and her body stiffened. Seeing this, Lin Feng took out a bottle of water from the system space, preparing to use the same trick again. But at this moment, he noticed Jiang Qingxue, who was eager to try. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng handed the water to Jiang Qingxue, indicating her to take action. Jiang Qingxue showed excitement and upgraded Lin Feng's previous operation. Seeing the dishwater, Song Wanjun rushed over like crazy, carefully drinking it. The way she looked at the water in front of her was as if it were some extremely important treasure. Watching the once proud neighbor in such a disheveled state, Lin Feng chuckled, a flash of satisfaction in his eyes. Clearly, the little bit of water in the bottle was not enough. After finishing the water, Song Wanjun looked up at Lin Feng with great longing. "Master, can you give me some more?" Hearing this, Lin Feng reached out, lifted Song Wanjun's chin, and teased, "Miss Elite, could you please restore your previous pride? I still prefer the way you looked at me as if I were trash. Oh, and don't forget to insult me a bit. Call me a loser. A country bumpkin. Social garbage." Upon hearing this, Song Wanjun's face instantly turned red with shame. The words she used to humiliate Lin Feng back, then now hit her right in the forehead. "Master is joking. I was blind back then. Please don't hold it against me." Song Wanjun forced a smile, her eyes showing a bit of shyness. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt much of his anger dissipate and did not continue the topic. After Jiang Qingxue's operation, the defiance in Song Wanjun's eyes completely vanished. "All right, both of you performed well today. Come over and eat something," Lin Feng commanded, and the two women immediately obediently came to his side. "Today is a good day. Let us have a feast." Lin Feng smiled and took out a portion of Orlin's roast chicken from the system space, placing it on the coffee table. Suddenly, a strong aroma wafted through the air. The roast chicken looked extremely fresh and was still steaming. This operation once again shocked Song Wanjun. No wonder Lin Feng. "Oh no. Master. No wonder Master's home looks small, but can be so lavish. It turns out there's a different space. Great. I won't have to go hungry in the future. Here, I don't have to worry about food and warmth. Compared to before, it's simply heaven." At this moment, Song Wanjun suddenly felt very fortunate about her decision. Chapter 17. Dance student Song Wanjun. The fragrant Orlin's roast chicken was right in front of her. But the hungry Song Wanjun didn't dare to move at all. Although she had agreed to become Lin Feng's maid for a short time, she had picked up some rules. Her master had a strong desire for control, and she must never go against his will or act on her own. This could be seen from Jiang Qingxue, who was quite favored, yet still didn't dare to move recklessly. Seeing the newly joined Song Wanjun being so sensible, Lin Feng was quite satisfied. He tore off a large piece of chicken leg meat and placed it in front of Jiang Qingxue's plate. Then he took out a bottle of Ermi Snow from the system space and set it beside her. "Swear, you've been very obedient today. Eat up," Lin Feng said with a smile. Jiang Qingxue obediently bowed. "Thank you, master." Lin Feng nodded, then tore off a chicken leg and took a bite while looking at Song Wanjun beside him. "I heard you studied yoga?" Lin Feng asked, eating the meat, with a hint of interest in his eyes. Song Wanjun looked longingly at the large chicken leg in Lin Feng's hand, unable to help but swallow her saliva, and replied, "Reporting to master, I studied dance for a few years before and have some basic skills. If master doesn't mind, you can call me Wanjun from now on." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. He raised the chicken leg in his hand and smiled. "Not bad. I'll reward you with this." Saying this, Lin Feng threw the chicken leg to Song Wanjun and continued, "After you're full, take a shower, change your clothes, and show me a dance." "Yes, master." Song Wanjun responded eagerly. Lin Feng smiled and started tearing off a large piece of meat to eat. After the body enhancement, his appetite was quite astonishing. Earlier, when he encountered the incident with Bai Hao, the night snack for the two of them had not been finished. Eating time was always brief and enjoyable. Before long, the three had finished the meal. Lin Feng casually put away the remaining meat and then took out a white dress from the system space, placing it on the sofa. An old actress's outfit, the same as Jiang Qingxue's. "Swear, take Wanjun to clean up, then teach her our house rules, and have her change into this outfit." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingxue didn't immediately agree. She playfully looked at Lin Feng, her voice alluring. "Master, my black outfit got dirty and hasn't dried after washing. Can you give me a new one? I want to wear the same as Wanjun." When these words came out, both Lin Feng and Song Wanjun were stunned. Lin Feng's smile gradually faded, exclaiming, "Oh, I see. You want to create a black and white duo, right?" Thinking this, Lin Feng's smile became more intense as he took out a new set and handed it to her. "Of course, go ahead." Jiang Qingxue happily took the clothes and stepped into the bathroom first. Song Wanjun, amazed, followed suit, taking the clothes with her. In the bathroom, the two women faced each other honestly, both showing a bit of shyness. Song Wanjun looked at Jiang Qingxue in surprise, her voice filled with confusion. Sister Xue, have you been with Master for a long time? Why do I feel like you're enjoying it? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingxue showed a shy expression. Actually, I've only been with Master for a few days. Hearing this, Song Wanjun was stunned. Looking at how adept this woman seemed, she thought she was an experienced one. As it turned out, she had entered the door just like her. Sister Xue, are you really willing to please him this way? Song Wanjun asked pointedly. Jiang Qingxue's expression suddenly turned cold. I advise you never to say such things again. And don't have any second thoughts. Because the only outcome will be that you have a place to be buried. Master is a formidable existence who can crush others with a single punch. Don't bring trouble to me. Seeing Jiang Qingxue's expression, Song Wanjun realized she had said the wrong thing and hurriedly admitted her mistake. Jiang Qingxue sighed, her tone filled with helplessness. I understand your unwillingness, but at times like this, if you want to survive, you can't do so without paying a price. I advise you, from this moment on, to throw away all your previous dignity and values into the trash. Think about your wretched husband, then think about your current life, and you'll know what to do. Hearing this, Song Wanjun silently nodded, the last bit of her unwillingness gradually dissipating. All right, next. I'm going to tell you the maid rules. You must remember them. If you make a mistake, you will face starvation at best and death at worst. Jiang Qingxue's expression was serious as she began reciting the rules one by one. Song Wanjun listened with her face flushed. Feeling so ashamed, she wanted to dig a hole and hide. But there was no turning back now. Realizing this, she also had no other thoughts and memorized them obediently. Before long, the bathroom door opened. Dressed in new clothes, Song Wanjun and Jiang Qingxue quickly came to Lin Feng's side. The two women stood on either side, gently massaging Lin Feng. Jiang Qingxue, dressed in a black skirt, was hot and cold, full of charm. Song Wanjun, in a white dress, resembled a dance student, exuding elegance. Lin Feng showed a satisfied expression and looked at Song Wanjun, smiling. Wanjun, get up and dance. Do you need props? Song Wanjun smiled gently and replied, Master. This time I want to perform a classical dance for you, without any props for now. Please play a pure music piece of Qinghua Pool for me. Lin Feng nodded and played the music, then gently clapped along with Jiang Qingxue beside him. Soon, the dance began. Song Wanjun started to dance gracefully with the rhythm of the music. Her movements were extremely beautiful, like a delicate butterfly. For ordinary people, many of the difficult moves were effortless for Song Wanjun, quite expressive. Lin Feng swayed with his iced cola, his eyes flashing with appreciation. This neighbor is indeed something special. Today is going well. After the performance, Lin Feng spoke again. Wanjun, you danced wonderfully. Come here, the master has a reward for you. Upon hearing this, Song Wanjun shyly approached the coffee table. You only had one chicken leg just now. That's definitely not enough. Let me add some more food for you. How about beef noodles? Lin Feng patted Song Wanjun's head and asked with a smile. Okay, thank you, master. Song Wanjun replied excitedly, as she really hadn't eaten enough. Soon, a steaming bowl of noodles appeared before her, and she began to eat heartily. Not long after, Bai Hao received a voice message on his phone. It was from Song Wanjun. He hurriedly clicked to listen. Hubby, how good Junjun loves you. After hearing the message, Bai Hao was dumbfounded. Strange. Why is this woman suddenly sending this at night? In another part of the room, Lin Feng smiled wickedly as he saw Song Wanjun send the message, glancing at the little white cat in his arms. Song Wanjun's cheeks turned red, and under Lin Feng's teasing gaze, she felt even more embarrassed. She could only bury her little head in Lin Feng's embrace like an ostrich. This scene amused Lin Feng, and he laughed heartily. I didn't expect Wanjun to understand so much. Lin Feng teased, as the voice message was indeed sent by Song Wanjun herself. He hadn't thought of this at first. He admired such bold moves in sending voice messages. Master, stop talking, you're embarrassing me. Song Wanjun complained, wriggling in Lin Feng's embrace. Seeing this, Jiang Qingxue, who was snuggling on the other side, flashed a hint of vigilance in her eyes. Not good. This woman seems to pose quite a threat to me. This woman is slender but has a slim waist and long legs, and she's quite bold. A formidable opponent. The incredible softness of Song Wanjun's body earlier left a deep impression on Jiang Qingxue. She thought for a moment and picked up a grape from the coffee table, peeled it, and brought it to Lin Feng's mouth. Master, is this grape sweet? After feeding him the fruit, Jiang Qingxue smiled sweetly, gently rubbing against Lin Feng's arm. Very sweet, Lin Feng replied, chewing the grape. Hearing this, Song Wanjun instinctively raised her head and glanced at Jiang Qingxue. Unfortunately, as perceptive as she was, she couldn't discern anything unusual. Is sister demonstrating something for me? What a good person. I learned something. I'll do this next time. Jiang Qingxue thought, feeling quite proud as she turned to look at her. However, when she met Song Wanjuan's clear, naive, and adoring gaze, Jiang Qingxue was left dumbfounded. Lin Feng watched everything with amusement. He hadn't expected that beneath Song Wanjuan's proud exterior, she had such a side. Indeed, as a dance model, she was also quite cute. Shaking his head, Lin Feng opened Song Wanjuan's personal panel again. Name, Song Wanjun. Age, 25 years. Identity, ordinary maid. Loyalty, 66. Combat power, 11. Normal adults are 15. Fertility switch, off. Adjustable. Health status, healthy. No infectious diseases. Characteristics, loves dance. Extremely flexible. Seeing Song Wanjuan's personal information, Lin Feng wasn't surprised. The summary was on point. With a slim waist and long legs, not an ounce of excess fat, and great flexibility, she had a perfect dancer's physique, which Lin Feng loved. However, with a loyalty of only 60-something, he wouldn't risk letting her warm his bed at night. He wasn't in a hurry, there was plenty of time. Shaking off his thoughts, Lin Feng ruffled Song Wanjuan's little head and softly said, "All right, you've been busy all day. You must be tired. Get some rest. By the way, let me remind you, don't enter my bedroom without my permission." With that, Lin Feng took Jiang Qingxue and walked towards his small room. Song Wanjun obediently responded and looked at their retreating figures with a complex expression. At that moment, she suddenly envied Jiang Qingxue. If only she could be embraced by the master at night, she would surely sleep very peacefully. Song Wanjun sighed softly, lay down on the sofa, and soon fell asleep. She was too tired. First, she faced setbacks while setting up her stall, then she was hungry and cold. After that, she suffered from her husband's betrayal, and finally, she exhausted herself trying to please Lin Feng with her talents. At midnight, the entire Longting community was completely engulfed by terrifying darkness. Different from usual, the screams, wails, and sounds of smashing seemed more intense tonight. Yet, none of this had anything to do with Lin Feng and the others. After eating and drinking enough, they slept exceptionally soundly. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, Lin Feng woke up at 8 o'clock on the dot. Glancing at Jiang Qingxue beside him, who was wrapped around him like an octopus, Lin Feng felt a bit helpless. This girl really is both inexperienced and playful. In the middle of the night, she even tried to mimic anime characters and stage a night raid. Naturally, she ended up getting a good scolding again. Lin Feng gently pushed her away, covered her with a blanket, and went to the window. The black snow outside continued to fall without stopping. Everywhere he looked was dark. That heavy and oppressive feeling was heart-stopping. Downstairs in the community, some naked corpses could be vaguely seen. Most were women who chose to take their own lives. Unable to bear the humiliation, the cruelty of the apocalypse had never disappeared. It just hadn't affected Lin Feng's home. Retracting his gaze, Lin Feng felt the strength of his body and sighed somewhat helplessly. Being strong comes with its own troubles. This statement was truly not a display of vanity. Clearly, ordinary women couldn't handle it. Lin Feng cast a glance at the pig-like Jiang Qingxue and walked toward the living room. At this moment, Song Wanjun was still asleep. Lin Feng looked at the sleeping Song Wanjun, his mind racing. Her earlier domineering demeanor seemed so close. Yet now, she was just his servant. Next door, Bai Hao was awakened by a series of voice message notifications. The caller was Song Wanjun. Seeing his wife's name, Bai Hao's expression was filled with excitement as he quickly answered the call. "Wife, how are you? Is Lin Feng mistreating you?" Bai Hao's voice was full of concern, looking very much like a man who cherishes his wife. "No, he just asked me to clean and help him with massages." Song Wanjuan's voice carried a bit of fatigue. "Wife, you've suffered. Hang in there. I'll come to get you soon." After hanging up, Bai Hao's face was filled with anger. That bastard Lin Feng. How could he make Jun do housework so early in the morning? Isn't that treating her like an animal? He thought it over, feeling he had to come up with a plan to deal with Lin Feng. This was too passive. As he spoke, Bai Hao's face gradually darkened, and his eyes turned fierce. On the other end of the line, Lin Feng looked at Song Wanjun with a teasing expression. "I didn't expect it. Your husband actually cares about you." As soon as these words were out, Song Wanjun's expression changed slightly. "He's worried I might die and won't be able to trade supplies for him. That bastard." Lin Feng shrugged, non-committal. "By the way, master, why do I feel like my body is a bit stronger than before?" Lin Feng, upon hearing this, reached out to pat Song Wanjun's head and smiled. "You're not wrong. This is a gift I bestowed upon you." Song Wanjun heard this and immediately stepped back, kneeling on the ground. "Thank you, master. Meeting you is truly Wanjun's fortune." Her voice was filled with excitement and enthusiasm. Lin Feng waved his hand and smiled. "The body is the capital of survival. Rest is over. Let's continue training." "Yes, my good master." Time passed quickly, and soon it was afternoon. On the sofa, Lin Feng was leisurely smoking and watching a TV drama. Seeing Lin Feng about to flick the ash, Song Wanjun, who was nearby, opened her mouth without thinking. You fool. Get the ashtray. You might burn yourself. Lin Feng shot her an annoyed glance and said, when that happens, you won't even taste your food. Let's see how you handle it. As soon as these words were spoken, the slightly aggrieved expression on Song Wanjun's face instantly brightened. In fact, the way she looked at Lin Feng began to soften. At that moment, Song Wanjun felt a sweet sensation in her heart. This master, though not saying it, still cared about her to some extent. Unlike that bastard Bai Hao, who pretended to be caring and considerate but acted ruthlessly, treating her like a commodity to be auctioned off. Remembering Bai Hao made a strong hatred fill Song Wanjun's eyes. That bastard deserves to die? Loyalty of Song Wanjun 9, current loyalty 75. Catching sight of this system prompt, Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. This is good, not excessive, and can also increase loyalty, a win-win. Any grievances he had were dissolved by the talent and effort of the dance student. On Lin Feng's other side, Jiang Qingxue was gently massaging his shoulders. After a few tests, Jiang Qingxue also noticed that Song Wanjun seemed a bit dull and showed no intention of vying for favor. Jiang Qingxue sighed in relief. Just then, the security door was suddenly knocked on. A somewhat anxious voice came from outside. Lin Feng, time's up. Open the door. This commotion startled the three people by the sofa. Lin Feng casually extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray held by Song Wanjun, stood up, and said to the two women, we have a guest. Come on, let's go take a look. Yes, master. Lin Feng led the way, with the two women following him quickly to the door. When he opened the door, Bai Hao's disgusting face reappeared before Lin Feng. However, compared to before, Bai Hao's expression seemed a bit better. Seeing Lin Feng's expressionless face, the resentment on Bai Hao's body seemed to freeze instantly. He chuckled and said, Brother Lin, time's up. I'm here to take Junjun home. Saying this, Bai Hao looked expectantly at Lin Feng's back. Not far away on the carpet, his wife Song Wanjun was currently kneeling on the ground like a well-behaved cat. Just one day later, Song Wanjun's complexion had improved significantly. There were even faint traces of makeup on her face. With her exquisite features and graceful curves, paired with a well-tailored maid outfit, Song Wanjun seemed to have returned to her peak beauty, making Bai Hao's heart race. Bai Hao couldn't help but feel that the blush on his wife's face was somewhat eye-catching, like someone who couldn't forget their lover. Lin Feng looked at Bai Hao mockingly and said in a teasing tone, Is that so? Why don't you ask your sister-in-law if she wants to go back? I see she's quite happy with me. Lin Feng deliberately emphasized the word happy, and Bai Hao naturally understood it. He clenched his fists in humiliation, pretending he didn't hear. Bai Hao stepped forward eagerly and looked at Song Wanjun with a face full of expectation, saying, Junjun, I'm here to take you home with your husband. With that, Bai Hao forced a smile that he thought was very charming. Song Wanjun looked at the ugly behavior of this former husband, a hint of self-mockery flashing in her eyes. She only blamed herself for being foolish. It was only until yesterday that she saw through her husband's true colors. At this moment, Bai Hao's display of enthusiasm and that term of endearment only made Song Wanjun feel disgusted. She raised her head and looked at him expressionlessly, her tone extremely cold. No. You go back by yourself. The master has many things to take care of. I can't leave. After saying this, Song Wanjun turned her head and ignored Bai Hao. The moment these words came out, Bai Hao was completely stunned. Bitch, are you crazy? I'm your husband. You belong to me. Bai Hao went wild, cursing loudly as he charged past Lin Feng towards Song Wanjun. Seeing this scene, Song Wanjun felt a wave of panic and urgently shouted to Lin Feng, Master, save me. The moment Song Wanjun spoke, Lin Feng moved. He reacted swiftly, grabbing Bai Hao's down jacket and performing a shoulder throw, slamming Bai Hao hard onto the ground. Bang! Crack! Lin Feng's strength was considerable, and several of Bai Hao's bones were broken from the impact. Ah! The intense pain instantly distorted Bai Hao's face as he began to scream wildly. Lin Feng glanced at Bai Hao, who looked like a dead dog. His tone as cold as ice. What nonsense are you talking about? Song Wanjun is mine now, and you have nothing to do with her anymore. If you dare to harass my little maid again, I'll tear you apart. This maneuver by Lin Feng made the two little cats cheer repeatedly. Master is amazing. Master is really handsome. Handsomeness aside, more importantly, the two women felt a sense of security. This master really knows how to protect them, especially Song Wanjun, who was being protected, had her eyes misty with tears, filled with love. Compared to Bai Hao, Lin Feng was truly manly. Being with him meant having food and drink, living without worries, and not having to worry about safety issues. At this moment, Song Wanjun felt that submitting to Lin Feng might be the most correct decision she had ever made. Song Wanjun approached the door. looking at Bai Hao rolling on the ground in pain, her eyes cold as ice. Bai, listen up. From today on, I have nothing to do with you. I am now Lin Feng's person. After saying this, she provocatively kissed Lin Feng on the cheek and nestled in his arms, looking like a well-behaved cat. This scene made Bai Hao's already twisted face even more hideous. Song Wanjuan's actions had truly struck a deep wound. What pain could compare to seeing his wife kiss another man right in front of him? It hurt. It hurt too much. At this moment, Bai Hao deeply felt what it meant to have a heart-wrenching pain. The damage caused by this operation surpassed even physical pain. Before, Bai Hao could still deceive himself and shift the blame to Lin Feng. Now, being treated this way, he panicked and shouted angrily, "Bitch! You ungrateful whore! I damn you!" Lin Feng, dissatisfied, cursed back, and then threw a flying knife that pierced Bai Hao's thigh. This physical silencing was extremely effective. Bai Hao could no longer curse. Lin Feng stepped forward, holding Song Wanjun, and looked at Bai Hao with a smile, his tone calm. "This knife is to teach you a lesson. From now on, if you curse her once, I'll give you a knife." Bai Hao dared not bark back and could only endure the pain, nodding in defeat. Lin Feng smirked, looking at the half-dead Bai Hao, and said, "Oh, right. At this time tomorrow, you can come to my door to get food. However, considering your performance today, your water and food will be halved. Think about it. You just need to stay outside my house a little longer to get food and drink. It's a great deal." As soon as these words came out, Bai Hao's face twisted even more. "Beast, are you speaking human language? You want me to stand at the door every day? Is this a face-to-face humiliation? No way. I can't beat him. I have to endure. I must endure." Bai Hao was about to explode with anger, but didn't dare to make a sound. For a moment, his expression was extremely grim. Song Wanjun saw Bai Hao's look and a glimmer of delight flashed in her eyes. She looked at him with disdain and delivered another blow. "Bai Hao, to be honest, I'm tired of playing along with you for so many years. You're just a softie. All you can do is spit at people. Now it's good. I'm finally free." As soon as these words came out, it was an instant critical hit. The last string in Bai Hao's heart completely snapped. Overwhelmed by anger, he rolled his eyes and fainted. This scene made Lin Feng unable to hold back his laughter, and nearby Jiang Qingxue also chuckled. This woman is ruthless. Compared to directly humiliating Bai Hao, Song Wanjun's operation was even harsher. Right in front of Lin Feng, she declared that Bai Hao was useless, making any man feel humiliated. "Ha ha, Wana, you're too awesome. This is even more painful than killing him. Ha ha." Lin Feng laughed uncontrollably, calling her a master. However, Song Wanjun remained calm because she knew how hard she had struggled over the years. She glanced at Bai Hao with disdain and pressed closely against Lin Feng. She stood on her tiptoes, kissed Lin Feng, and said with a hint of seduction, "Master, the way you just taught that bastard a lesson was so cool. I've learned a new dance." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's smile froze. "This is outrageous. They all dare to provoke me now. Come on, let's go back." "Yes, my dear master." Song Wanjun's voice was sweet and sticky. Ignoring the lifeless Bai Hao, Lin Feng wrapped his arms around Song Wanjun and headed back. It was unclear how long it had been, but Bai Hao, stimulated by pain and cold, woke up. Thanks to the low temperature outside, his leg injury had frozen, preventing him from dying immediately. "Lin Feng, Song Wanjun, you two adulterers. You forced me to this." Thinking back to earlier events, Bai Hao's face twisted in humiliation. What a disgrace. As a mid-level executive of a publicly listed company, he had been humiliated so thoroughly by this pair of adulterers. How could Bai Hao, who had always been proud, just let it go? With great pain, he managed to pull out his phone. His eyes darkened as he dialed a number. On the other end was Zhao Dahai, the current king of the building. In fact, after Zhao Dahai became the king, Bai Hao had intended to use Song Wanjun to make a deal with him. But later, he realized that doing so would probably cost him his wife. So he chose Lin Feng instead. Unexpectedly, the outcome was pretty much the same. Just one day later, Song Wanjun had already become Lin Feng's. After hanging up the phone, Bai Hao's expression was extremely cold. "Bastard, since you betrayed me, then go die?" Zhao Dahai had a dozen men under him, and Bai Hao wanted to see just how powerful Lin Feng could be. Lin Feng was unaware of the commotion outside and was enjoying his meal. Even if he had known, he would have scoffed. Those little thugs, he could take them out with one hand. Time passed slowly, and soon it was dinner time. Lin Feng and the two girls in maid outfits were dining by the coffee table. "Master, have a bite of steak." Song Wanjun smiled as she fed a small piece of steak into Lin Feng's mouth. At that moment, she looked charming, her eyes filled with alluring grace, like flowers in full bloom. Clearly, in just one day, she had fully integrated into Lin Feng's home. Moreover, she was now extremely happy. Lin Feng chewed on the steak with a content expression. "Master, have some ermi snow." Jiang Qingxue, not wanting to fall behind, served him a drink. Looking at the two girls vying to serve him, Lin Feng felt greatly satisfied. This is what life is all about. So refreshing. Just as they were enjoying their time together, there was a loud and rough knock on the door. Outside, a brazen voice shouted, "Lin, open the door quickly. Our boss has something to ask you. If you keep dragging this out, do you believe I'll break into your house and chop off your dog days for years? Hurry up. Don't make me angry." The shouting outside clearly indicated that the visitors were not friendly. This commotion naturally made Lin Feng and the others lose their appetite. Hearing the noise outside, Song Wanjun looked worriedly at Lin Feng and asked, "Master, what should we do? It seems like a lot of enemies have come." Compared to her, Jiang Qingxue was much calmer. She had witnessed Lin Feng's terrifying physical power and knew he had a gun. "Water, don't panic. Everything is under control. We just need to behave and not make things worse." Jiang Qingxue stood up, pulled Song Wanjun, and comforted her softly. As Lin Feng's little maid and a companion serving him, the two girls got along very well now. Lin Feng, hearing the ruckus, also remained calm. "Let's go take a look. You both stay behind me and don't move around." The two girls nodded, and they quickly reached the door. Through the peephole, Song Wanjun saw that 7 or 8 people had gathered outside. These guys looked fierce, each holding weapons, and seemed quite formidable. "Don't worry, I'll handle everything. Step back a bit, I'm going to open the door." Knowing Song Wanjun was timid, Lin Feng gently squeezed her waist and shielded her behind him. When the door opened, the expressions of the few people outside turned hostile. The leader among them was a stout young man named Zhao Hao, who was referred to as Brother Ri Tian by his underlings. Zhao Hao raised an eyebrow, looking arrogantly at Lin Feng. "You are Lin Feng." Lin Feng ignored him and instead looked at the others around him, calmly asking, "Who was cursing me outside just now?" Jiang Qingxue, hearing Lin Feng's tone, couldn't help but smirk. She knew someone was about to have a bad day. Chapter 21. "I killed your little brother. You won't blame me, right?" Zhao Hao, who said that? Seeing that Lin Feng treated him like air, Zhao Hao felt a bit embarrassed. Before he could explode, the two subordinates who had knocked on the door couldn't help but shout again, "I cursed you. What are you going to do about it? I just called you a dog, so what?" The surrounding buddies revealed amused expressions upon seeing this. Clearly, Lin Feng's behavior was seen as self-humiliation by these people. They hadn't been present when Lin Feng had killed someone in public, so they had no idea who they were facing. Lin Feng didn't waste words. He pulled out a silenced pistol and fired 2 shots. Bang! Bang! After the muffled gunshots, 2 people dropped dead on the spot. "You dare? You really admitted it." Lin Feng sneered, showing a mocking expression. This move left Zhao Hao and the remaining subordinates completely stunned. Seeing the blood holes in the heads of the 2 corpses, they were instantly terrified. This is the real deal. Moments later, Zhao Hao and his men all dropped their weapons and kneeled before Lin Feng. "Big brother, spare us. I was wrong." Seeing this scene, Song Wanjun behind them completely relaxed. After killing the men, Lin Feng wore a smile on his face, pointing the gun at Zhao Hao and said, "I killed your little brother. You will blame me, right?" Seeing the dark muzzle of the gun, Zhao Hao's body trembled like a sieve. Facing the reality, he didn't wet himself immediately, indicating he had decent mental fortitude. Zhao Hao quickly switched to a flattering expression, smiling and saying, "Of course not. I want to thank Brother Lin for getting rid of this troublemaker." Bang! Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, Lin Feng's smile froze, and he shot Zhao Hao dead with a single pull of the trigger. "Damn it! How can you be so ungrateful? Lin doesn't like it." Zhao Hao's corpse. "I said I wouldn't blame you, and now you're not happy. I'm really struggling here." Seeing Lin Feng's unpredictable temperament, he casually killed another person with a smile. The remaining few lackeys were instantly terrified, all crying out for mercy, their heads bleeding from bowing down. Jiang Qingxue and the other girl, upon witnessing Lin Feng's demeanor, felt not a shred of fear, but rather a sense of excitement. They weren't naive fools. They understood that one should be ruthless against enemies. Observing the pathetic state of these people, Lin Feng wore a wicked smile and asked, "By the way, since we're idle, does anyone know how to sing Happy Sheep?" Singing Happy Sheep in this situation. This is simply ridiculous. The remaining 5, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, felt their heads buzzing. For a moment, everyone's expressions were quite peculiar, but the truth in Lin Feng's hand forced them to take it seriously. Stupid fools. Think fast. How does Happy Sheep go? The 5 men even turned red in the face from the pressure. Finally, a scrawny little guy, under the pressure, opened his mouth to sing Happy Sheep. Despite his effort to sing well, as soon as he opened his mouth, the others' faces turned dark, because he was completely off-key. Bang! The little guy was instantly taken down. Deliberately off-key, trying to disgust me. Lin Feng wore a smile that was even more sinister than a bully, looking at the remaining few. Again, Another skinny young man chose to try. Happy sheep. This time he didn't go off key, and he sang with great emotion, fully immersed in it. Bang. I don't like happy sheep. Lin Feng shrugged, appearing innocent. The remaining three, watching from the sidelines, Jiang Qingxue and Song Wanjun, almost laughed out loud. Their master was just having fun with these guys. This was the first time I saw this side of the master. It was so entertaining, compared to their relaxed demeanor. The three men being threatened were extremely terrified. In their eyes, Lin Feng had become synonymous with a demon. He was about to kill them and humiliate them. They thought about it, but there was always a glimmer of hope, fantasizing that Lin Feng might make an exception. Next, Lin Feng's expression was mocking, but his voice was as cold as ice. The second person's performance successfully reminded these guys of the theme song melody of the animated series. Beautiful sheep. Thus, another one with a glimmer of hope opened his mouth. Bang. Down he went again. Double standard bastards. Lin doesn't like it. Lin Feng explained quite seriously. Seeing the two remaining silent, Lin Feng's expression turned displeased. What's going on? I'm kindly helping you recall your childhood. You dare not appreciate it. Do you look down on me? As Lin Feng's voice dropped, the guy he was pointing the gun at immediately trembled violently. The spot where he knelt quickly became wet. He was scared to the point of wetting himself. Bang. Lin Feng raised his hand and shot again. Damn it. How can you just pee anywhere? So uncivilized. After killing 7 people in a row, Lin Feng didn't even raise an eyebrow, feeling extremely calm inside. Because he knew well that only a stupid pig would show mercy to an enemy. The last remaining person was a somewhat chubby young man. At this moment, he was practically banging his head to the point of hallucination, crying out for mercy. He was nearly giving himself a concussion from banging his head. All right, stop banging your head. I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me everything you know. Lin Feng frowned and coldly interrupted the guy's pleas for mercy. Oh, Bai Hao's son has really made it. He's actually hugging the thigh of the building king. After hearing the man's report, Lin Feng showed a cold smile. Wanjun, it seems your ex-boyfriend still has feelings for you. Lin Feng looked at Song Wanjun with a playful expression. That bastard. He just won't let go. Hearing this, Song Wanjun's pretty face turned cold, filled with hatred. How could she not know Bai Hao's sinister intentions? He must have sold her information to the so-called building king, which is why someone chose to help him. If these people succeeded, her fate would undoubtedly be tragic. Thinking of this, Song Wanjun's gaze turned icy as she looked at Lin Feng and pleaded, Master, I want to personally kill that bastard Bai Hao. Please give me the chance. Lin Feng smiled and nodded at her words. Of course, I'll leave him for you to deal with later. After saying that, Lin Feng kicked the chubby guy. Take me to find Zhao Dahai. I'm not done killing yet. The chubby guy shuddered in fear and quickly got up to lead the way. Master, I want to go too. Seeing that Song Wanjun was allowed to follow, Jiang Qingxue also requested. All right, let's go kill people. Lin Feng's expression was calm as he casually pulled out a handgun and handed it to Jiang Qingxue. A school beauty with over 90 loyalty points was someone Lin Feng could fully trust. Therefore, whenever he had time in the past 2 days, he would have Jiang Qingxue study firearms. Coincidentally, she, who loved playing CF, was also very interested in these things. Lin Feng naturally welcomed this. He didn't want to raise a vase. Soon, the group arrived at Zhao Dahai's door. Lin Feng knocked on the door, his voice playful. Hello, delivery. Chapter 22. Sorry. I've been afraid of injections since I was a child. Corpse, are you cursing again? Then, behind the anti-theft door, a scolding voice came. Deliver your mother-s package. Do you want to die? Stupid thing. Hearing the curses, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and silently drew his gun. Soon, the anti-theft door was opened, and a yellow-haired youth appeared before them. In addition, there were some women's screams coming from inside the house. Without waiting for the yellow-haired guy to finish cursing, Lin Feng directly and rudely shoved the gun into his mouth. The cold touch of the gun made the yellow-haired guy extremely panicked. After all, someone had been shot in this building right at the beginning of the apocalypse. He didn't dare to gamble whether Lin Feng's gun was real or not. Thinking of this possibility, the yellow-haired guy's eyes were filled with terror, and his body trembled in fear. I'm kindly delivering something, and you're cursing at me? Do you look down on me? Facing Lin Feng's words, the yellow-haired guy, with a gun stuck in his mouth, was screaming internally, unable to speak. The yellow-haired guy's body, however, was very honest, and his pants quickly became soaked. Damn, I'm talking to you, and you don't answer and even wet yourself. Bang. Lin Feng, angry, shot and shattered the yellow-haired guy's head. The yellow-haired spirit, I wanted to beg for mercy, but did you give me the chance to speak? The bullet penetrated through, hitting a wine bottle behind and exploding it. The crowd inside, who were engaged in a collective activity, were all startled by the noise. They scrambled hurriedly to find clothes and weapons. Seeing the yellow-haired guy's dead state, the chubby guide shrank his neck and glanced into the room. Lin, please come in. That bastard Zhao Dahai is a sex fiend. He must be messing around inside. Lin Feng nodded at this and kicked the chubby guy inside, then stepped into the room. As soon as he entered the dining room, he was shocked by the disgusting scene before him. In the small living room, there were about a dozen people gathered, roughly half men and half women. Several women had blank expressions, their chests and buttocks covered in burn marks. As someone who frequently smoked, Lin Feng could easily tell that those were caused by cigarette butts. This discovery made Lin Feng frown. Indeed, in the apocalypse, perverts like this were everywhere. Following behind Lin Feng, Jiang Qingxue and Song Wanjun, upon seeing the women's tragic state, couldn't help but tremble with fear. At this moment, the brutality and horror of the apocalypse vividly appeared before the two girls. Looking at these women, both girls felt a strong sense of relief. Thank goodness they served Lin Feng. Otherwise, they might truly have been living a fate worse than death. Meanwhile, the group of men was in a state of panic, running around wildly. In an instant, chaos erupted, with chickens flying and dogs jumping around. Bang! Bang! Lin Feng frowned and fired 2 shots at the ceiling. Everyone freeze. Get down and cover your heads. With this furious shout, several men immediately stopped moving and obediently crouched down, covering their heads. The few women, however, appeared numb and showed no reaction. Lin Feng didn't care about that. From the eyes of these women, he saw a strong will to die. Lin Yi. That ugly man by the coffee table is Zhao Dahai. The fat man was excited, pointing at Zhao Dahai with a face full of self-satisfaction. Bang! Lin Feng smiled widely and shot the fat man in the hand. Damn, I hate traitors the most. Lin Feng looked disdainfully at the fat man's corpse and spat on it. His actions frightened Zhao Dahai and the others to death. Zhao Dahai directly knelt on the ground, looking at Lin Feng with a flattering expression and said, Brother Lin, you're righteous. Thank you for helping us get rid of the traitor. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng sneered, Brother? You're just a scum. How dare you call yourself my brother? Saying this, he shot Zhao Dahai dead. After killing him, Lin Feng smiled and asked the others, I killed your boss. Do you have any objections? As soon as these words were spoken, the heads of the few men shook like rattles. No. Hee. Lin Yi is just joking. Watching Lin Feng casually kill another person, they were filled with fear. Under pressure, they could only force a smile in response. Bang! Lin Feng shot again, taking down another man. What? I never joke around. Lin Feng's tone was very serious. The men thought to themselves, damn, you have a gun, you're so tough. The reason is all with you. Lin Feng's unpredictable mood made these guys feel numb. It seemed that no matter what they did, the result would be death. At this moment, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. And he asked again, by the way, who among you is the leader? Stand up and let me see. Upon hearing this, a thin middle-aged man trembled and stood up. Lin Yi, I am Bang. Another shot, and this person was also dead. Sorry, I've been afraid of injections since I was a child. My hands shake when I'm nervous, Lin Feng said with a face of shame, explaining to the corpse. The remaining men, what the hell? Are you cursing again? Jiang Qingxue remained silent, making a gesture of disgust. Song Wanjun nodded in agreement. The little interlude quickly passed, and a gaunt young man voluntarily looked at Lin Feng and said, Lin Yi, can I beg you to spare my life? I have a wife and children at home. If I'm gone, they definitely can't survive. As his words fell, 2 more guys nearby chimed in. Lin Yi, spare me. I have an 80-year-old mother to take care of. Spare me. I also have a baby waiting to be fed. Seeing the pathetic appearance of these people, Lin Feng smiled coldly. What do I care? You dare to play moral blackmail with me. Saying that, he raised his hand and fired 3 shots, directly killing the 3 who were begging for mercy. Fools. I have no morals. With 3 more dead, only 3 of Zhao Dahai's little brothers were left. These guys, seeing this scene, fell silent, no longer daring to utter a word. But Lin Feng had no intention of letting them go. After continuously killing 5 aggressors, the naked women around looked excited. Lin Feng looked at them, pointed to the weapons scattered around, and said coldly, the rest is up to you. If you want revenge, do it yourselves. Under Lin Feng's pressure, the 3 men felt a chill in their eyes, but dared not move. Hearing this, the women twisted their faces and picked up weapons, charging at the guys. A bloody chaotic battle quickly unfolded. Shuer, Wanjun, you 2 finish it up, it's a good chance to see blood, Lin Feng said, casually handing a silenced pistol to Song Wanjun. With the other side's loyalty over 80, he wasn't worried about any issues. Understood, master, the 2 women respectfully replied. Lin Feng stepped back a bit, quietly watching the fighting ahead. Despite having the advantage in numbers and weapons, the women, as playthings, were still no match. Before long, 3 women had died on the spot. After a while, this deadly fight came to an end. 3 men, 1 dead and 2 heavily injured. All the women were wiped out. Looking at the scene filled with blood and flesh, Lin Feng's expression remained calm. But Jiang Qingxue and the other 2 showed panic, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Grip your guns tightly, each of you, and send those 2 away, Lin Feng said, his voice cold. This is the apocalypse. To survive, you must learn to kill. He reached out to support the waists of the 2 women, his voice carrying a ruthless tone. You've seen the horrible state of these women. They are villains. They deserve to die. Hearing this, the expressions of Song Wanjun and the other 2 gradually became resolute. Bang! Boom! The second gunshot rang out, making a loud noise that almost startled the entire Longting community. The kings of each building, upon hearing the gunfire, were all horrified and quickly contacted their subordinates to discuss countermeasures. The gunmen showing up again posed a great threat to their rule. Therefore, all the building kings at this moment had a common thought: find the gunman and then eliminate him. Chapter 23. The ex-husband still has use. Don't kill him yet. By Hao, UM, in a 13th floor apartment at Zhao Dehai's home. After Jiang Qingxue and Song Wanjun killed the last 2 men, they couldn't hold it any longer and ran aside to throw up. Earlier, watching those people fight, they hadn't felt much. Now that they had personally done the killing, the 2 finally couldn't handle it. Lin Feng stood silently not far away, his gaze heavy. He had said everything that needed to be said to survive in the apocalypse. One must not be soft-hearted. Moreover, Lin Feng always felt that after the dark snow, there would be new threats. He couldn't always protect the 2 women by their sides. If he wanted them to live a little longer, he had to do this. The 2 women's capacity for acceptance was much stronger than Lin Feng had thought. In less than a few minutes, they gradually recovered. Go check the room to see if there's anything useful. Be careful, Lin Feng ordered. Understood, master. The 2 women respectfully responded. Soon, they finished searching but found nothing useful. Aside from water and food, there were only some rather poor quality tobacco. Lin Feng wanted to replenish the little cat's costume accessories, but there were none here. His basic supplies mainly covered some essential items. There were women's clothes, but not many. Those specially useful clothes were completely absent. Speaking of which, the 2 little cat's catgirl outfits were saved by the original owner for Jiang Qingxue before the apocalypse. They didn't go to waste, and indeed came in handy for Jiang Qingxue. Damn, being trapped in the community is really annoying. Lin Feng felt a bit frustrated, casually taking all the water and food, calling the 2 women to turn and leave. He was determined that in the future, when leaving the community, he must bring more consumables. Otherwise, his life would lose a lot of fun. Looking at Lin Feng's expression, Jiang Qingxue and Song Wanjun couldn't help but chuckle. It was rare to see Lin Feng like this, and the 2 felt curious. Soon, the 3 returned to the 6th floor. Lin Feng and the others walked straight to the next door. Song Wanjun took out the key and opened the door, looking at the familiar furnishings in front of her. Song Wanjun felt mixed emotions for a moment. She couldn't understand why, after just a week, this place had become so unfamiliar. The sound of opening the door quickly startled Bai Hao, who was barely hanging on in the bedroom. Who's there? Bai Hao's fierce yet weak voice came through the door. Let us go. Give your ex-husband a good welcome. Lin Feng wore a cold smile and patted Song Wanjun's fragrant shoulder. A few people stepped forward and found that the bedroom door was locked from the inside. Just as Song Wanjun was about to look for the key, Lin Feng delivered a kick, smashing the door lock. Bang! With a loud crash, the door was kicked down, startling Bai Hao in the bedroom, who exclaimed in shock. My good neighbor, how are you recovering? As the words fell, Lin Feng's figure quickly appeared before Bai Hao. Song Wanjun and the other woman followed closely behind and entered the room. On the bed, Bai Hao, pale and weak, was wrapped in 2 blankets, shivering. Upon seeing Lin Feng arrive, Bai Hao instantly became timid. Lin, why do you have time to come here? He forced a smile that was more painful than crying and said dryly. Lin Feng didn't hold back and rushed over to slap him. Slap. The force of his slap was considerable, directly knocking out 3 of Bai Hao's teeth. Bai Hao's face immediately swelled up like a pig's head. Why am I looking for you? Don't you have any idea? Lin Feng said with a mocking expression, speaking casually. Upon hearing this, Bai Hao realized that the matter had been exposed. His face turned pale with fear as he struggled to sit up and knelt, looking up at Lin Feng, quickly explaining, Lin, I was wronged. Those bastards from Zhao Dehai had their eyes on Junjun long ago. That day they came to my door, captured me, and learned about Junjun's whereabouts through the super message records. I really didn't sell you out. I swear. Lin Feng remained indifferent, his expression unchanging. Seeing this, Bai Hao turned to Song Wanjun and pleaded, Junjun, I swear to God, what I said before was absolutely true. For the sake of our many years of feelings, please. Help me plead with Lin. I really don't want to die. Hearing this, and still bringing up their past feelings, Song Wanjun became furious. She raised her hand and shot Bai Hao in one hand. Ah! Bai Hao screamed in pain as he was shot. Song Wanjun, not yet satisfied, shot him again on the hand and leg. Bai Hao's screams quickly became louder. Scum! Not only did you treat your own wife like a commodity, but you even sold me to a beast like Zhao Dahai. You filthy bastard, you really deserve to die. The more Song Wanjun spoke, the angrier she became, raising her hand as if she wanted to kill Bai Hao directly. Wait, the ex-husband still has some use. Don't kill him yet. Jiang Qingxue said with a mischievous smile, whispering a few words to Song Wanjun. After a moment, Song Wanjun bit her lip and nodded. Jiang Qingxue, looking excited, stepped forward and stomped on Bai Hao's stomach, then took advantage of his open mouth to tightly cover it with her clothes. Lin Feng watched the actions of the two little maids, feeling a bit dumbfounded. Just as he was pondering, he suddenly felt a fragrant breeze brush past him. It was Song Wanjun jumping into his arms. My good master, could you please help Wanner with one more thing? Hearing the whisper in his ear, Lin Feng showed a look of surprise. Okay. So this is how you want to play. If that's the case, I'm not sleepy at all. Indeed. Studying is useful. As a top student and the school flower maid, she is knowledgeable. Whatever crazy idea she has, she can think of it immediately. To be fair, the person who invented Jiang Qingxue is truly a genius. Thinking of this, Lin Feng grinned, took out a heating furnace, and set it down. The appearance of the heating furnace quickly raised the temperature in the small room. The happiness of people is clearly not shared. While Lin Feng and others were taking revenge on the evil neighbor, Chunya, who was in Building 5, was terrified. Chapter 24, Reward Obtained, Zombie Virus Immunity. Rice with toppings? Half an hour ago, there were sounds of scolding and door prying coming from next door. Before long, the door of that house was pried open. The male owner was killed on the spot, and the female owner's screams and wails hadn't stopped. The violent laughter of the assailants and the woman's cries intertwined, vividly composing the cruelty of the apocalypse. These sounds made Chunya feel suffocated, and she was trembling in fear. Fortunately, the family next door still had plenty of supplies. After the thugs robbed that family, they temporarily abandoned the plan to continue prying doors. Looking at her unconscious sister on the bed, Chunya weakly knelt down. She really couldn't hold on any longer. Meanwhile, on Lin Feng's side, after squeezing out Bai Hao's last value, the ex-husband was sent off by Song Wanjun with a shot. Lin Feng didn't care about this at all. With one Bai Hao dead, there were still various Haos waiting for Lin Feng outside the community. Therefore, he was not worried at all. Of course, for Lin Feng, this outing also brought rewards. His two little maids took the opportunity to return home to replenish some clothing supplies. Next, besides the catsuit, Lin Feng would also have a broader experience. In the evening, Lin Feng and the others returned home. After settling the two little maids, Lin Feng walked aside. He was quite satisfied with the decisiveness of the two girls in killing the villains earlier. Now, Song Wanjun's loyalty was also approaching 90. Lin Feng had become much more tolerant towards them. With nothing to do, he subconsciously clicked on the system upgrade progress bar that he hadn't checked in a long time. But as soon as he saw the progress bar, Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. What the hell? What's going on? Why has it suddenly increased so much? Looking at the progress bar that had reached 265, Lin Feng's face was blank. Soon after, he carefully checked the source of the experience points. Before long, Lin Feng saw a prompt message. Congratulations, host. Jiang Qingxue's loyalty has reached 95, system upgrade experience 5. At that moment, he understood. Wow. So reaching a loyalty of 95 points also gives an extra experience reward. Based on his previous experience with Wanner, each time he successfully gathered a suitable beauty, he could gain 10 experience points. This way, as long as he helped a few more girls, it wouldn't take long to unlock version 20. At the same time, Lin Feng also discovered that relying on killing enemies to accumulate experience was not a reliable path. In the previous conflict, Lin Feng had killed more than a dozen people, but the experience points he gained were very few. Just then, he suddenly noticed that at the 20 position of the upgrade progress bar, there was a small treasure chest icon that had already been lit up. Previously, he had only focused on the progress. Lin Feng hadn't thought there would be rewards during the upgrade process. His mind stirred, and the system prompt sounded again. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, zombie virus immunity. Reward has taken effect. The virus in the black snow will not harm the host and the maid. Upon hearing these two prompts, Lin Feng couldn't help but curse again. What the hell? It's really the zombie virus. I knew this black snow was suspicious. Lin Feng's face turned a bit ugly. As someone well-versed in post-apocalyptic literature, he naturally knew how troublesome zombies could be. The fact that he hadn't encountered zombies yet was likely just because the temperature was too low and they were still frozen. But then, Lin Feng's expression turned excited. Zombies are indeed troublesome, but he has a cheat. As long as he keeps helping beautiful women and increasing experience points, Lin Feng could continuously gain rewards and grow stronger. With immunity to the virus, how far could superpowers or mental abilities be? Thinking of this, Lin Feng became even more eager for the system's future rewards. At this point, he noticed a gray treasure chest at the 40 position of the experience bar. Lin Feng's mind moved, and he clicked on it. Soon, a prompt message appeared before his eyes. Apocalypse version Super RV, not unlocked. Current details cannot be viewed. What the hell? There's an RV too. This is too awesome. Seeing this message, Lin Feng was suddenly filled with excitement, and his eyes almost sparkled. The snow is currently very thick, and ordinary vehicles cannot travel. Even if he has gained immunity to the virus, he is still hesitant to go out easily. Now, seeing the motorhome reward, Lin Feng is completely excited. As long as he gets this motorhome, he can go out and have fun. After a while, Lin Feng slowly calms his excitement and begins to think. Currently, Warner's loyalty has reached 90 points, but when it will break through 95 points is uncertain. Therefore, to quickly raise experience points and obtain the motorhome reward, the most reliable way is still to continue to take in other girls. Thinking this way, he must help Chunya and her sister. While Lin Feng was contemplating, the phone on the table suddenly lit up. It was a message from Chunya. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I really have no way out. Seeing this message, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, showing a pleased expression. He really was just waiting for someone to come and give him a pillow. Remembering Chunya's graceful figure, a hint of heat flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. His body is too strong. The two little maids are simply not enough. Damn. It must be the issue with my kidney. Why am I feeling so dry right now? Lin Feng chuckled and began to focus on the message. Hey ya, Mr. Lin, my sister suddenly has a high fever and won't go down. Do you have any fever-reducing medicine? Hey ya, as long as it can save my sister. I am willing to do anything. Seeing this, Lin Feng showed a contemplative expression. The sister she mentioned should be the petite beauty he saw before, right? How long has it been? And she fell ill. Lin Feng is not surprised by this. Continuous hunger will significantly lower the body's resistance. Coupled with the terrifying cold brought on by heavy snowfall and power outages, people are dying from freezing every day. Shaking his head, he began to reply to the message. Horizontal view of the ridge and side peak. I have medicine at home, and the variety is complete. However, there is a price. Hey ya, I understand. Such precious medicine cannot be taken for free. I am willing to pay any price. Horizontal view of the ridge and side peak. Don't say too much. I can save the person. I can even give you some food. My conditions are simple. I want you to be my maid. Horizontal view of the ridge and side peak. You can think about it slowly. Once you have understood, come find me, and I can deliver the medicine to your door. Finally, to prove that he was not lying, Lin Feng attached a picture. In the picture, there are plenty of water, food, and medicine. This picture was naturally prepared by Lin Feng long ago. Since he is free, he plans to post it in the super message friend circle in a couple of days to fish for some responses. Back when he was working everywhere, there were quite a few people who looked down on him and even deliberately made things difficult for him. After getting the motor home, he can check in on them one by one. After sending the message, he put down the phone with a pleased expression. Lin Feng believes that Chunya will make the right choice. She actually has no choice. She just needs a little time to accept it. As for her sister Qin Shiyun, Lin Feng is equally determined to have her. The Qin sisters? Hee, this is interesting. Lin Feng stroked his chin with a mischievous smile. Chapter 25. Chunya compromises. I can't bear to see beautiful women suffer. While waiting for Chunya's reply, Lin Feng took out a bowl of supreme fried rice and began to eat it along with a roasted chicken leg. The enticing aroma of the roasted meat quickly awakened the two little maids, who were already hungry. Seeing Lin Feng dining alone, Jiang Qingxue and the other girl immediately showed expressions of guilt and knelt on the ground. Master, I'm sorry, I was too tired and fell asleep. I'm sorry, Master. Warner is at fault. Please punish me. Seeing the two little maids so nervous, Lin Feng picked them up, one in each arm. It's fine. Waking up is just right. Let us eat together. Lin Feng's expression was calm, and his tone was indifferent. Saying this, he also took out some big lobsters and king crabs, placing them in front of the two girls. The two little maids had previously vomited after eating sand ginger, so Lin Feng wanted to replenish their nutrition. Seeing this, the two girls flashed a look of gratitude in their eyes and began to serve Lin Feng his meal. Observing this scene, a cunning look flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. With the current loyalty level of the two girls, there is no possibility of them betraying him. Therefore, treating them a little better and boosting their loyalty is also quite good. This meal, with beautiful girls by his side, was very pleasant for Lin Feng. In Building 5, Room 903, at Chunya's home. In the bedroom, Chunya, dressed in a bulky down jacket and looking pale, stared blankly at the words on her phone screen. A maid. As expected, what he wants to say should be something similar to a slave, right? Sure enough, the price is much greater than I imagined. During this period since the apocalypse began, Chunya has seen too many women submit to others for a bottle of water or even a few pieces of bread. Now that she seeks help from Lin Feng, she is actually prepared to do the same. Lin Feng is tall and handsome, so it's not very hard to accept. But Chunya did not expect that the other party would make such a request. Being a maid is still too shameful. Chunya, you fool. Lin Feng clearly reminded you back then. Why didn't you listen? Chunya firmly believes that Lin Feng has a lot of supplies. He seems to have known about the apocalypse coming long before and even warned her in advance. Therefore, even though Chunya feels that Lin Feng's request is very shameful, surprisingly, she does not have any hatred towards him. Chunya does not like to complain about the heavens and the world. She knows that Lin Feng's actions are completely reasonable. She can only blame herself for taking the other party's kindness as a passing wind. Am I going to die? While Chunya was pondering, a weak murmur sounded in her ear. Looking at her sister Chun Shiyun's pained face, Chunya could no longer hold back. Her eyes reddened but did not shed tears. She was hungry and thirsty and could no longer cry. Soon, Chunya's expression became determined as she tightly held her sister's small hand. No, you won't die. I promise. Saying this, Chunya picked up her phone. In the room, Lin Feng's phone lit up again. Jiang Qingxue glanced at the phone, paused her massaging hands, stood up, and smiled. Master, Chunya replied. She agreed. So soon. It seems that this woman has really been pushed to the brink. Lin Feng showed a surprised expression upon hearing this, and casually took the phone that Jiang Qingxue handed over. After glancing at the message, the smile on his face gradually became more intense. Good news. Chunya is indeed more decisive than I thought. I thought she would at least wait until tomorrow to agree to me. Lin Feng muttered, his eyes filled with excitement. Chunya is certainly beautiful. But what excites Lin Feng even more is the experience points coming in. A buy one get one free deal, hee. Lin Feng smirked, the corners of his mouth curling up. Master, are you going to go over now? Looking at Lin Feng, who was getting up to change his clothes, Song Wanjun asked softly. Yes, it's natural to save people quickly. I can't bear to see beautiful women in trouble. Lin Feng looked righteous, appearing as a gentleman eager to help. Seeing Lin Feng showing off, Song Wanjun covered her mouth and chuckled. Jiang Qingxue, on the other hand, had stars in her eyes. Master is indeed the master. Even being lecherous is so open and above board. Seeing the expression on this little girl, Lin Feng's feigned expression stiffened. He realized that the school flower classmate had completely turned into his little kitten. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. In the apocalypse, a person's growth and change are indeed incredibly fast. All right, I'm going out for a bit. The house has electricity, and there is plenty of food in the fridge. So be good and wait for me to come back. As you command. Master, please be careful when you go out. I'll warm up the bed and wait for you to return. Take care, be careful of the black snow. The two girls, kneeling on the sofa, smiled brightly. Lin Feng chuckled and closed the door as he left. Reflecting on the experiences of the past few days, he found them somewhat unbelievable. In less than 2 days, he had taken in both the school beauty and the stunning neighbor's wife. Moreover, judging by today's performance, both women seemed to be adapting well to their new lives. In the apocalypse, it was as if he had gained a buff. Everything he had once dared not even dream of had come true. Shaking his head, Lin Feng stopped pondering and quickly walked towards the stairwell. Soon, he arrived at the underground parking lot. It was nearing 10 o'clock at night, and the garage was empty. The few people Lin Feng had killed earlier were still lying there, ignored. Since the apocalypse began, he had already taken out over a dozen people. Yet, Lin Feng's heart remained surprisingly calm. After experiencing the brutality of the apocalypse in the past few days, he understood that to survive, one must be ruthless. He passed by a few people with a calm expression, quickly heading towards Building 5. Just a few steps later, Lin Feng heard the faint, piercing screams of a woman. Clearly, someone was enduring the trials of the apocalypse. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and continued forward. Soon, he reached the stairwell of Building 5, where the rolling shutter door had already been locked. Through the shutter, Lin Feng could see what was happening inside. A fire had ignited behind the door, with pieces of furniture burning. Not far away, 3 women were wailing under the torment of their abuser. Hey, busy over there? Lin Feng chuckled, greeting them in a familiar manner. As soon as he spoke, the group was instantly furious. What is it to you? Get lost, or we'll kill you. The middle-aged man in charge glanced scornfully at the slender Lin Feng. As his words fell, one of his lackeys laughed, saying, You look like you want to come in? Bring us a girl as a toll, and we'll let you in. Another lackey taunted. Huh. Call me Grandpa and bow down. And Grandpa 1T make things hard for his grandson, right? The group's words made Lin Feng's expression turn completely cold. Boom. With a loud crash. The metal rolling shutter was smashed open by Lin Feng with a baseball bat, creating a large hole. The noise instantly scared the three people inside, causing their bodies to go weak. Bang, bang, bang. With a few more strikes, Lin Feng forcefully broke through the metal door. You guys are so rude. Lin Yi doesn't like it. Lin Feng strode through the metal door, his face twisted with fury. How dare you disturb me while I'm doing serious business? Brothers, take him down. The quickest reacting middle-aged man pulled up his pants and charged at Lin Feng with a watermelon knife. The other three also rushed over with weapons in hand. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng showed a hint of disdain. He initially didn't want to bother with these small fries, but unfortunately, their mouths were too damn foul, easily sidestepping the middle-aged man's knife. Lin Feng swung his bat fiercely. Bang! With a dull thud, the middle-aged man didn't even have time to scream before his head was shattered. The half-dead women, witnessing this brutal scene, immediately screamed in terror. The three lackeys, seeing their little boss get killed in an instant, were filled with panic. They dropped their weapons and fled. Holy shit. Run. This guy's a fighter. Damn it. He's not human. He smashed Zhao Guo's head with one hit. Get out of the way. You're blocking my path. Seeing them trying to escape, Lin Feng quickly drew a throwing knife and launched it. Swish, swish, swish. Moments later, the three were pierced in the legs, falling to the ground and howling. Realizing they couldn't escape, the three quickly began to beg for mercy. I was wrong. Big brother, I'll bow to you. Please don't kill me. I was blind and shouldn't have messed with you. The young man who had asked Lin Feng for a toll struggled to bow to him. The other two followed suit, also starting to bow. Dad, you're my real dad. Spare me. They were the ones who insulted you. I didn't participate. Please let me go. Grandpa, spare me. I know I was wrong. I won't dare to talk back again. Watching the three struggling on the ground, Lin Feng smiled. He looked at Li Dan, nodding in agreement. You're right. You really didn't insult me. Hearing this, Li Dan's expression lit up as he was about to thank him. I'm a person who values principles. So I'll give you a quick end. No need to thank me. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng raised his hand, and a throwing knife shot through his head. 1 second he was smiling, the next he was dead. Lin Feng's action truly scared the remaining two to the point of urinating themselves. An unknown liquid quickly flowed down their pants as they continued to beg for mercy. Grandpa, dear Grandpa, I really know I was wrong. Please, don't kill me. I'm willing to be your dog. Grandpa, spare me. I'm willing to. Just please spare my life. Another throwing knife flew out, killing the young man who had asked for a toll. Be a dog? What nonsense. Men can only die standing. Another one died, and the remaining guy was even more terrified, begging for mercy like crazy. Lin Feng remained unmoved, throwing another 2 knives that disabled the man's hands. How dare you? You're the first to dare to mock me. Lin Feng's expression turned cold as he stepped forward. Chaos ensued, blood flowed everywhere, and screams filled the air. Hey, over there. I've already disabled this guy's limbs, the rest is up to you, Lin Feng said to the trembling women in the corner. The 3 women behind him shouted benefactor, as they bowed repeatedly. Then, they picked up the weapons on the ground and charged at the only surviving abuser. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and cries of anguish echoed. Lin Feng remained indifferent, his expression calm. This was the apocalypse, a cruel apocalypse. Weakness is the original sin. Lin Feng shook his head and turned to head upstairs. Just then, his gaze was suddenly drawn to an object on the ground. Not far away, a bright phone had fallen. On the phone's screen was a photo of a voluptuous, blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty. What caught Lin Feng's attention was that this image seemed to be a picture. Seeing this, a glint of interest flashed in his eyes as he stepped forward to pick up the phone. Oh, another foreigner. Damn, this woman is something else. Lin Feng looked at the image of the exquisitely featured, deep-set-eyed, voluptuous foreign girl, a sly smile crossing his face. The note the phone owner had given her read, Linda, foreign language teacher at Jiangxing Foreign Language College. It was clear that the person who took the screenshot was also a bit of a pervert. Opening the image, they probably wanted to look at it while doing something bad. Foreign language college, foreign teacher? Hee, hope she can last a bit longer. I want to learn English too. Lin Feng silently memorized the name Linda and turned to head upstairs. Soon, he arrived outside Chinya's door and gently knocked. Who is it? A wary voice came from behind the door. With his keen hearing, Lin Feng could sense a strong sense of weakness in the woman's voice. Lin Feng stepped back a few paces, turned on his phone's flashlight, and held up the food and medicine in his hand to the peephole. It's me. Open the door. Before long, the security door opened, revealing Chunya with a pale face and cracked lips, appearing before Lin Feng once again. Mr. Lin, how come you're still able to come? Didn't I tell you that Building 5 has been sealed off by that bastard Puilo? Looking at Lin Feng, who was calmly holding precious supplies, Chunya was filled with shock. In fact, just 2 hours after Lin Feng publicly killed the man who tried to lay hands on his little maid, chaos erupted in every building. After the riots, violent organizations similar to the Black Society began to appear in every building. The leader of Building 5 is Parkilo. After becoming the king of Building 5, he quickly sealed off all exits of the building. To access the garage, one must pay a toll. When Chunya learned of this, she was anxious. After hesitating for a moment, she still decided to inform Lin Feng. It's simple, just deal with them all, and we can get through. Lin Feng shrugged, his tone incredibly calm. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Chunya was directly stunned. For a moment, her mouth slightly opened, her eyes glazed over, frozen in place. Deal with them all. Chunya's expression made Lin Feng find it amusing. Throughout their previous interactions, this woman had always appeared very steady. He didn't expect Chunya to have such a cute side. Don't mind the details. Aren't you going to save your sister? Lin Feng glanced at her with annoyance. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Hearing this, Chunya's face turned awkward, and she quickly closed the door, leading Lin Feng inside. Soon, in a bedroom, Lin Feng saw Chen Shiyun, who was burning up with a high fever. The girl, about 20 years old, had a plain and fair little face, now flushed abnormally. She looked sweet, with delicate and three-dimensional features, her cherry lips slightly parted, breathing heavily. She appeared seriously ill, struggling to breathe. Lin Feng handed the pocket in his hand to Chunya, his voice calm. Here, there are fever-reducing medicine and some cold medicine. You can feed her yourself. Thank you. Mr. Lin, I will never forget your great kindness. Chunya said, about to kneel down. Lin Feng didn't help her. His voice cold as he said, no need to thank me. I said this is a transaction, and from now on, don't call me Mr. Lin, call me Master. After saying this, Lin Feng raised Chunya's chin with his hand, making her gaze intertwine with his. Lin Feng's aggressive gaze instantly made Chunya blush, feeling flustered. Chapter 27. An abnormal power appears, and she's a female streamer. But having agreed, she wasn't someone who would drag her feet. In the end, Chunya mustered her courage and shyly called out, Master. Get up, you save her first. And I will slowly teach you the rules when we get back to my house. Lin Feng released Chunya and quietly stepped aside. To be honest, not having bathed for such a long time, even the most beautiful woman wouldn't look appealing. Therefore, he had no desires. All right, Master. Chunya smiled gratefully at Lin Feng and quickly began to get busy. Lin Feng, having nothing to do, opened Chen Shiyun's personal panel. Name, Chen Shiyun. Age, 21 years. Identity, Reserve Maid. Loyalty, 0. Combat Power, 20. Water Ability Awakening. Fertility switch, not closed yet, will automatically close after becoming official. Physical condition, weak. Current nutritional status cannot support a successful awakening. No infectious diseases. Traits, female streamer. Contrast. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Feng almost choked on his saliva upon seeing her panel. Chunya went to adjust the medicine, not noticing Lin Feng's abnormality. What the? This girl isn't suffering from a cold and fever, but is awakening her powers. Lin Feng was incredibly surprised. He didn't expect that just about a week after the apocalypse arrived, powers were already starting to appear among humans. Lin Feng speculated that the emergence of ability users was likely not an isolated case. The chances of encountering ability users in the future were quite high. Although at this stage, Lin Feng's combat power was exaggerated, reaching a terrifying 300, equivalent to 20 times that of an ordinary adult male. But he still hadn't awakened any powers and had no concept of this stuff. The unknown represented danger and uncertainty. The existence of ability users posed a significant threat to Lin Feng. After the apocalypse, one of the main reasons he was able to live so comfortably was due to his overwhelming stats. In the entire neighborhood, no one could pose a threat to him. But the emergence of ability users increased Lin Feng's sense of urgency. The system upgrade speed had to be accelerated. After acquiring the Apocalypse RV, Lin Feng planned to leave the neighborhood to search for beauties scoring over 80. Zombies and ability users were not something he could continue to face as the neighborhoods were God. While Lin Feng was deep in thought, Chunya's pitiful voice interrupted his contemplation. Woo-woo, Master. My sister has completely fainted, and I can't get her to take the medicine. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately replied, if you can't get it in, then don't feed her. The conditions here are too poor. Let us take her back to my house. My little maid at home has learned nursing before and should be able to help her within 4. Lin Feng's words instantly calmed the panicked Chunya. Look around and see if there's anything else that needs to be taken. It's very likely we won't be coming back after this. Lin Feng spoke again. Nothing. Now. I only have my sister and you, master. Chunya's voice carried a hint of sorrow. There's no time to waste. Let us set off now. Lin Feng casually packed the supplies and carried Chun Shiyun out. Chunya hurriedly followed. She looked at Lin Feng's tall and upright figure, feeling a wave of warmth in her heart. It feels really good to have someone to rely on. The two of them made their way down the stairs from the 9th floor smoothly, without encountering any obstacles. The only thing that caused Lin Feng a slight emotional fluctuation was when they passed the exit of Building 5. The man who had previously insulted him had long since turned into a puddle of mud. Not far away were 3 naked female corpses, seemingly having taken their own lives. Lin Feng was quite indifferent to this. The apocalypse was inherently brutal. Many people wouldn't be able to survive, even if these women hadn't made this choice. A bad outcome awaited them. Without strength, one couldn't even ensure basic dignity. Furthermore, these bodies might soon be stolen. Lin Feng remained calm, but Chunya beside him could not. The horrific impact of this scene shook her deeply. She knew all too well what would happen to women without a strong protector in the apocalypse. The woman from the neighbor's house was a cautionary tale. Lin Feng keenly noticed Chunya's expression. He reached out and wrapped his arm around her slim waist, speaking calmly. Don't be afraid. You're not like them. With me, at least you won't have to worry about food and safety. Thank you, master. I feel much better. Feeling Lin Feng's strong arm, Chunya smiled brightly. Let us go. Your sister is still sick. Hurry up, Lin Feng said, quickly carrying Chun Shiyun with one hand, while taking Chunya's small hand with the other, and walked briskly forward. He could feel Chunya's weakness. Earlier, this woman had been busy saving people for a long time and hadn't eaten anything herself. Lin Feng didn't agree with Chunya's actions, but it didn't stop him from finding her cute. To speed up, he even carried both Chun's sisters in his arms as they ascended the stairs, moving swiftly. The strong male hormones and Lin Feng's robust arms made Chunya's heart race. Master is so strong. Soon, Lin Feng returned to his doorstep. Gently placing the flushed and shy Chunya down, Lin Feng opened the door. Honorable master, welcome home. At the door, Jiang Qingxue and Song Wanjun respectfully bowed and greeted him. Then the two girls stepped forward, one taking off Lin Feng's shoes, while the other obediently took Chun Shiyun and gently placed her on the sofa. Good. Lin Feng smiled, patting the little heads of the two girls. Master, you're amazing, bringing back 2 sisters at once. That's great. Our home will be livelier now. Looking at the pair of sisters, Jiang Qingxue and Song Wanjun were quite pleased. Lin Feng's strength could be summed up in one phrase. He fought with all his might and was unbeatable. Let's not talk about that for now. Shuer, go prepare the items for the 4 drip. Chunya's younger sister has a high fever and has fainted, Lin Feng explained. And Jiang Qingxue hurriedly got up and quickly ran towards a room. Previously, Lin Feng was unsure when he would return, so he left some emergency supplies. Song Wanjun, being observant, helped Chun Shiyun take off her heavy clothes to make it easier for the 4 drip. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Chunya. His expression calm. Come in first, and slowly learn the rules from Shuer and the others. Okay, master, Chunya replied seriously. Lin Feng nodded and walked over to the sofa. Master, why is there electricity in your house? And it's so warm. It wasn't until she entered the room and sat down that Chunya realized this. Her little face was instantly filled with surprise. All right, stop being so curious. If you're hot, just take off your outer clothes, Lin Feng said, casually pulling out 2 sets of thin and soft pajamas and placing them on the sofa. After thinking for a moment, he also took out a bowl of tomato beef porridge, a steamer of dumplings, and a plate of small fried buns. Placing them on the table. After changing your clothes, come over to eat. The rest will be taken care of by Shuer. After eating, go wash up and then learn the rules from Wanjun. Understood, master. Chunya quickly adapted to this role. After giving his instructions, Lin Feng headed straight to the bathroom. Having been busy all day, he also felt quite smelly. At that moment, a system prompt flashed before his eyes. Congratulations to the host. Chunya's loyalty has reached 80. Chapter 28. Chunya, who knows how to handle things. How did this woman's loyalty increase so quickly? Could it be that she's a love-struck fool? Lin Feng showed an expression of surprise, feeling quite pleased. Regardless of the reason, Chunya's loyalty was solid. This was a good sign. Looking at Lin Feng's tall figure, a hint of excitement flashed in Chunya's eyes. If there were a favorability system, it would reveal that this woman's feelings for Lin Feng were rapidly increasing. Here, they didn't have to worry about food and clothing. It was warm and bright. Compared to her cold and dark home, it was simply heaven. Moreover, the master was so good to the 2 sisters. Sob, sob, sob. Clearly, Chunya had filled in the gaps regarding someone's motives. If Lin Feng knew what this woman was thinking at this moment, he would likely be speechless. What he was doing, aside from wanting to gain loyalty, was purely being attracted to the two sisters' bodies. After a while, Chen Shiyun was properly settled in the guest room by Jiang Qingxue and the other two. After carefully informing Chunya about some precautions for changing the fluid, Jiang Qingxue walked towards the bathroom with a smile, intending to help Lin Feng scrub his back. Watching her back, Chunya and Song Wanjun, who were getting to know each other at the dining table, exchanged strange glances. Chunya's face turned red as she pointed towards the bathroom and softly asked, "It seems like she's very close to the master, huh?" A silly smile appeared on Song Wanjun's face as she replied, "Yes. Sister Qingxue is like that. She always likes to serve the master actively." Seeing the relaxed expression on the other's face, a hint of surprise appeared on Chunya's face. "Have you been with the master for a long time? How come both of you seem so accustomed to this kind of life?" Upon hearing this, a complex expression flashed across Song Wanjun's face. "Not for a long time. But we have to get used to it. In times of turmoil, for women like us who look decent, to live a stable life, we have to give up something. Serving one is better than serving a group, right? Besides, our master has a good temper." Hearing this, a similar complex expression appeared on Chunya's face. She nodded in agreement. "Since we are here, we should settle down. Welcome to join us," Song Wanjun said gently, extending her hand towards Chunya. "Thank you, Sister Wanjun." Chunya smiled and shook hands with her. She could feel that this woman in front of her was not too deep and was quite nice. "All right, next. I will tell you the points you need to pay attention to as a maid, and you must remember them. As long as you don't violate these. The master is quite easy to talk to." Chunya obediently nodded and listened carefully. However, as she listened, her face gradually turned crimson. About 20 minutes later, Lin Feng came out holding Jiang Qingxue and headed straight to his bedroom. "The food is good, but the cravings are big." His somewhat speechless voice clearly reached Chunya and the other two's ears. The two women found it amusing. Soon, Lin Feng settled Jiang Qingxue, who had already fallen asleep, and returned to the sofa. When he saw him come back, Chunya and the other two immediately knelt down to pay their respects. Lin Feng waved his hand and then asked Song Wanjun to help Chunya wash up properly. After saying this, he casually turned on the TV to watch a show. At this moment, Chunya took the initiative to speak. "Master, you haven't given me clothes yet." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Looking at Chunya's shy face, he quickly understood what she meant. "You seem so weak. Do you need to rest a bit and talk about it tomorrow?" Ever since he learned that high loyalty could increase experience points, Lin Feng was no longer in such a hurry. First, he had been quite full lately, and second, he wanted to increase his loyalty more. After all, the meat was in the pot, whether it was one more day or one less day. Lin Feng was not in a rush. Once this was said, Chunya's face showed a mix of shyness and joy, her eyes turning watery. She insisted again, "Master, don't worry, I'm doing well now." Seeing Chunya like this, Lin Feng smiled and casually took out a pink-made dress, handing it to her. "Yes, the same style as before. Go ahead. Don't worry about the water, just wash it clean." Chunya nodded and went into the bathroom with Song Wanjun. Shortly after, the two appeared in front of Lin Feng, one after the other. After bathing, Chunya carried a faint fragrance. With her pretty little curls, delicate and smooth skin, combined with her soft features and curvaceous figure, she appeared quite striking. The maid outfit she wore was the finishing touch, accentuating her beauty to the fullest, which made Lin Feng very happy. Stealing glances at Lin Feng, Chunya noticed his expression and felt a little joy in her heart. "Master, I have a question I'd like to ask you privately." Saying this, she made a gesture inviting him to speak. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, but then nodded. 2.5 hours later, it was already early morning. Lin Feng returned to his bedroom, holding Song Wanjun. Chunya, on the other hand, stayed with her sister in the guest room. Chen Shiyun needed to change her fluid at night, so she had to stay by her side. By the bedside, Chunya's face was a little red. In Lin Feng's house, she even felt a bit hot. After being in a daze for a while, Chunya looked at her younger sister, who was still in a deep sleep. In this situation, Shiyun probably had no choice but to follow the master. Without his protection, the two sisters definitely wouldn't survive. As Chunya pondered, her gaze became resolute. She knew Lin Feng's temperament well. However, she had to admit that allowing her sister to stay with Lin Feng was indeed the right decision. Without further discussion, the morning arrived at 8 o'clock and Lin Feng woke up again. Glancing at the time, he felt a bit helpless. This body seemed to have an abundance of energy, and the biological clock was incredibly accurate. Even though he had been ambushed by a certain dance student last night, Lin Feng still woke up at this time. Moreover, he felt in excellent condition. Lin Feng took a moment to glance at the experience bar. As expected, 366. Acquiring Chinya added another 10. The end of the world super RV is now within reach. Lin Feng stretched lazily, planning to go wash up and have breakfast. But as soon as he stepped out of the bedroom, his gaze froze. In front of him, Chunya, dressed in a maid outfit, was currently facing away from him, leaning down to clean the floor under the sofa. The room was well lit, and Chunya's fair skin seemed to be enveloped in a halo, making her very pleasing to the eye. This female manager was truly becoming more beautiful the more he looked at her. Lin Feng couldn't help but admire her. Chapter 29. Just posting a moment on social media. Why are my eyes turning green? Lin Feng muttered to himself as he quickly walked over to Chunya. His sudden appearance startled Chunya, who instinctively let out a soft exclamation. Don't be so surprised. Keep cleaning the floor, Lin Feng said with a hint of amusement in his voice. He watched with interest as Chunya continued her work. Hearing this, Chunya obediently replied, as you wish, master. 2.5 hours later, after some exercise, Lin Feng was having breakfast with the three little maids by the coffee table. They were enjoying soup dumplings, layered beef pancakes with vegetable porridge. At this moment, Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa like a master, thoroughly enjoying himself, while Jiang Qingxue fed him dumplings. Song Wanjun held the meat pancakes, and Chunya was responsible for the porridge and wiping his mouth. Enjoying the service of three little maids was incredibly satisfying for Lin Feng. With his arms around Jiang Qingxue and Song Wanjun's slender waists, he sighed, damn, I really wasted my life before. This is what life is all about. In response, the two girls looked at him with shy and happy expressions. Master, you can't be biased. We want some too, Chunya said playfully, leaning her delicate face closer. Lin Feng agreed. That makes sense. Go ahead. Jiang Qingxue's eyes flashed with a hint of vigilance. Chunya was indeed not simple. Not only did she sneak some food while they were asleep early this morning, but now she was also vying for attention. The key point was that this woman brought her sister along too. 1 against 2. I feel like I'm not a match. I need to unite with Wanjun. I can't let these two sisters steal the spotlight. Jiang Qingxue's subtle hostility was naturally picked up by the perceptive Chunya. However, she was not the least bit flustered. When it comes to serving, I'm not afraid of you. But since Shiyun is still asleep, I still need to rely on this woman, so I'll endure for now. Lin Feng, who was enjoying himself, didn't notice the unusual expressions in the eyes of the two girls. However, even if he did, he wouldn't care. Let them roll. In the end, I'm the one who benefits. This meal took Lin Feng half an hour to finish. He kept playing around, smelling this and that, thoroughly enjoying it. After eating, he looked at the three girls in their cute maid outfits, a mischievous smile crossing his face. The time to unlock the Super Apocalypse RV was not far off. Since he had nothing to do, it was time to find some fun. With that thought, Lin Feng clapped his hands and looked at the three girls, instructing, little maids, stop for a moment. Master has a task for you. As Lin Feng's voice rang out, the three girls curtsied gracefully and replied sweetly, please give your orders, master. Lin Feng chuckled and said, first, clean up the coffee table. I want to set up some delicious food for a photo shoot to annoy my friends. The three girls immediately got up to tidy the coffee table. Lin Feng took out top-quality ingredients from the system space, including Australian lobster, king crab, beef, and bluefin tuna, filling the coffee table to the brim. After doing this, he looked at the little maids and said, Wanjun, Qingxue, go change into your cat outfits. Master wants to post on social media. As you wish, master. Shortly after, the two girls, dressed in black and white cat girl uniforms, returned to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng held his phone and directed Jiang Qingxue. Qingxue, come here. Master will record a segment for you. Remember to be cute. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingxue's eyes sparkled with mischief. Okay, let us start. Oh, shame on me, big clothes. Meow. As she spoke, she made cute gestures with her hands and stuck out her tongue to meow adorably. Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression changed, and he almost lost control. It could only be said that the school beauty was still performing consistently. This line, filled with a playful tone, would definitely hook all of Lin Feng's friends. With her alluring figure and exquisite face, combined with her cute cat girl outfit, it was simply explosive. Lin Feng cleared his throat and handed the phone to Jiang Qingxue. Wanjun, Yiya, come over and join me. Qingxue will take the photo. Remember to include the delicious food on the table. Upon hearing this, the girls began to act according to Lin Feng's instructions. Soon, a picture of Lin Feng with two girls kissing him affectionately was freshly taken. The crafty Jiang Qingxue even managed to capture a glimpse of Song Wanjun's fair and delicate skin at a clever angle. The effect was enough to make Xiao Chunin furious. Thus, an extremely explosive post appeared in Lin Feng's social media circle. Lin Feng, eating these things every day, it's driving me crazy. If it weren't for my obedient girls keeping me company, I truly couldn't bear this life. Image video. The ingredients Lin Feng set up for the photo shoot would have been worth tens of thousands before the apocalypse. In today's post-apocalyptic world, their rarity was off the charts. You must know that at this time, most of his friends had already started running out of water and food. Besides the food, what drove people crazy was that Lin Feng also had 3 stunning beauties by his side. 3. Moreover, from Lin Feng's tone, it seemed that these beautiful women were merely his maids. In the post-apocalyptic world, most women had become dirty and disheveled. As soon as Lin Feng's fresh and exquisite beauties appeared, it blew everyone away. The difference was like night and day, a pure dimensional strike. His friends all turned green with jealousy, especially when they saw Jiang Qingxue looking so enticing in the video. At this moment, Lin Feng made them feel utterly envious. Lin Feng's captions and the extremely hate-inducing photos and videos directly exploded his social media circle. In less than 5 minutes, the number of interactions on Lin Feng's posts skyrocketed to 30. Lin Feng, awesome. I didn't expect you to be living so lavishly. I'm so envious. Xiao Lin, do you still have a lot of food at home? Share some with me. I have a 5-year-old child at home. You can't just sit back and watch, right? Xiao Lin, it's your chance to shine. Bring the food over, and I'll raise your salary. Aside from those concerned about Lin Feng's supplies, more comments were envious of his beauties. Lin Feng, take my advice. If you can't handle so many women, let me take over. Wow. That girl in the video is so hot. That accent is too intense. I'm feeling bold right now. You need to send that girl over immediately. Xiao Lin, I have supplies. Just send me the brown-haired little cutie, and I'll share some supplies with you. Xiao Feng, let us make a deal. 20,000. And you give me all 3 of those girls. Seeing these comments, a cold glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. The original owner had done all kinds of dirty and tiring work to save money for a house. Lin Feng's friends were naturally all former co-workers and superiors of the original owner. These guys had bullied and ostracized the honest original owner before. Lin Feng posted on social media not only to annoy them, but also to fish for their reactions. Whoever bites the bait, he would deal with them. Since he had nothing else to do, helping the original owner vent his anger was also quite good. Chapter 30. Fishing for ex-girlfriend Feng Yu. Fishing again. As Lin Feng pondered, his phone suddenly chimed with a message notification. Brother Feng, seeing you live so well makes me very happy. It's been a long time. I miss you so much. Upon seeing the words Brother Feng, a flood of memories surged through Lin Feng. According to memory, there is only one person in this world named Lin Feng, and that is his ex-girlfriend Feng Yuetru. Upon recalling this name, Lin Feng's expression immediately turned unpleasant. Noticing the change in his expression, Song Wanjun gently placed Lin Feng's hand on her small white thigh and softly asked, Master, what's wrong? Does this woman named Feng Yuetru have a grudge against you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingxue and Chunya, who were nearby, also showed a curious look, staring at Lin Feng with eager anticipation. Oh, it's just some old matters. Why talk about it? Lin Feng's voice sounded somewhat insincere. Oh, my master. My most great and handsome master, please tell us. Jiang Qingxue couldn't help but hug his arm tightly and pleaded sweetly. I want to know how my master is doing. Song Wanjun followed suit, grabbing Lin Feng's other hand and acting cute. Chunya also looked very curious. She knelt in front of Lin Feng, clasped her hands, and looked at him with longing and pleading in her big eyes. The little maids also realized that as long as they weren't over the top, being appropriately cute to Lin Feng wouldn't make him angry. Of course, this heavily relies on looks. If someone ugly dared to do this, Lin Feng would just shoot them. Well, okay. It's just a cliché of loving the rich and hating the poor. This woman was my girlfriend before, but you all know my profession. The money I make is relatively limited. By chance, she met our manager Duan Ming. After that, these 2 bastards hit it off and then kicked me to the curb. Lin Feng calmly recounted this woman's story. After hearing his account, the 3 little maids were filled with righteous indignation. What a shameless woman. How disgusting. Exactly. It's one thing to love the rich and hate the poor, but now that she sees my master living so well, she comes back to lick his boots. It's really disgusting. Such a shameless person is simply embarrassing for us women. Hee hee, it's fine. I will visit her in due time and personally teach her a lesson. Listening to the 3 girls, Lin Feng's expression remained calm, but a hint of frost flashed in his eyes. In fact, recalling the name Feng Yuetru again, Lin Feng was not calm at all. He vividly remembered what she said before they broke up. You stingy bastard. How dare you talk about love? I advise you to buy a pound of pork and just enjoy it yourself. If you can't bear to spend money, then don't come out and disgust people. Making you spend a little money is like taking your life, you shameless thing. No doubt, Feng Yuetru was a gold digger. From the moment they met, she used various excuses to make the original owner buy this and that. After establishing a romantic relationship, She tried to drain the original owner's savings. But the original owner was cautious and never let her gain much. That's how they turned from lovers to enemies. Reflecting on the name Feng Yuetru, a chill rose on Lin Feng's face. An ex-girlfriend who is a gold digger? That's just perfect. Dare to provoke me. I'll make you understand what cruelty and regret are. The grievances suffered by the original owner will be returned with interest. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng clicked on her profile picture and sent a message. Looking at the ridge from the side. Miss me? Hee. Do I look like I would believe that? He received an immediate reply, a voice message from Feng Yuetru. I'm sorry, brother Feng. I was too young and willful back then. I said a lot of hurtful things, and now I regret it every time I think about it. If possible, I would like to ask you for a chance to make it up to you. I will treat you well. Feng Yuetru's voice had a tone that was annoyingly sweet. Jiang Qingxue and the other two girls shivered upon hearing this, goosebumps rising on their skin. So disgusting. This woman is just a green tea bitch. Oh my, it's making me want to vomit. Lin Feng's face turned cold as he replied, Where are you? Soon. He received a message back. Jinding Community, Building 3, Room 702. I'll be waiting for you, brother Feng. Seeing this overly pretentious reply, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel nauseous. After experiencing the charm of the three stunning little maids, he truly looked down on Feng Yuetru, who, even with full makeup, couldn't score above 60. He even found her very annoying. In the Jinding Community, at Feng Yuetru's home, Duan Ming, who had a typical Mediterranean hairstyle and a big belly, looked at Feng Yuetru's phone with hesitation. Xiaoru, are you really sure this fool named Lin will come to find you? He seems to have everything he needs now. Hearing this, Feng Yuetru, who was disheveled and smelly, confidently replied, Brother Ming, you don't understand. Lin Feng is a person who craves love. I am his first love. It means something different. Trust me, as long as I treat this shameless man a little better, he will definitely bite. Now that I've given him the address. We just need to hold on for a few more days. That fool Lin Feng will definitely come to deliver supplies. At that time, Duan Ming sneered. At that time, everything he has will be mine. On the other side, after dealing with Feng Yuetru's matter, Lin Feng began to reply to his friends. Soon, a series of addresses were sent to his phone. Every person messaging him had ulterior motives. Lin Feng was well aware of this. Coincidentally, he had the same intention. He planned to keep these addresses for now, and when he got bored, he would randomly choose one to go deliver warmth. After finishing these, Lin Feng frowned and began to think. At the current stage, he was just a little experience away from getting the Apocalypse RV. Sitting idle felt like a waste of time, so it would be better to go fishing. Whatever he could catch would be good. With this in mind, Lin Feng picked up his phone again and sent that infuriating picture in the community owner group. After a short while, he pretended to innocently type, Sorry, I accidentally clicked the wrong thing. As soon as this picture was posted, the owner group exploded. The owners, starving and on the verge of death, suddenly discovered that there was a guy in their community who was enjoying delicacies and beauties every day. What would they think? Undoubtedly, the majority of them would want to find a way to take Lin Feng down and seize everything he had. In an instant, messages from those with ulterior motives tagging Lin Feng flooded in. Most of these messages were requests for food. A small portion expressed a desire to exchange supplies for a chance to play with Lin Feng's beauties. Lin Feng didn't even look at these messages. He closed the group after sending the picture. Now that the bait was cast, he was just waiting for the fish to bite. Come on. If you don't act recklessly, how can I have the heart to take you down directly? A hint of cruelty flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Chapter 31. King Bisha from Building 2. Hand over the beauties, and I'll spare your life. Feng. Shortly after Lin Feng sent the picture, there was a hurried knock on the main door of room 908 in Building 2. This was the home of the king of Building 2, Bisha. Boss, I have some great news. There's actually a top-notch beauty in our community. This girl has white, straight legs that make me feel all hot. The voice of the little brother was filled with intense excitement. In the master bedroom, interrupted by this good news, Bisha angrily cursed, Damn it. You better not be lying to me, or I'll kill you. Saying this, he kicked aside a dazed woman beside him and got up to go out. Seeing Bisha come out, Xiao Yaqian eagerly approached him to take credit. Boss, look, aren't these two girls top-notch? They make me feel. As he spoke, he handed Bisha the picture Lin Feng sent on his phone. Holy crap, so beautiful. And these two girls look so clean. Bisha's eyes flashed with intense lewdness as he looked at the two women in the picture, Chunya and Song Wanjun, who looked like goddesses. Clearly, after the apocalypse, he had never seen such a clean girl by his side. Although he had become the king of the building through violence in the past 2 days, Bisha was not satisfied. He knew that the supplies in his hands were extremely limited, and the women he had robbed were all ugly. At this moment, Bisha noticed Lin Feng in the picture. Damn, Isn't that the delivery guy from our community? This is looking for death. As the king of the first floor, I'm not as arrogant as he is. A delivery guy not only has 2 beautiful women at home, but also plenty of food and drink. Bisha cursed, his eyes filled with killing intent. Before the apocalypse, Lin Feng had come to his door to pick up a package, so he was somewhat familiar with him. Yachong, go shake him down. I want to deal with that bastard right now. After saying this, Bisha didn't hear a response for a moment. He subconsciously looked at his subordinate, only to find that this little brother was swallowing hard, staring at the woman in the master bedroom. Damn it. You really are a big-headed son and a small-headed dad. Once we take down Lin Feng, this girl will be your reward. Hurry up. Saying this, he kicked his trusted subordinate in the butt. Xiao Yaqian finally snapped out of it and quickly agreed to go shake him down. After arranging these, Bisha's face showed a thoughtful expression. This delivery guy had no reason to be so arrogant. Doesn't he know that doing so would attract countless covetous eyes? Could it be that this guy is a hitman? But as soon as he thought of this possibility, Bisha scoffed and quickly dismissed it. What a joke. Where would a delivery guy get a gun? Even if he were a hitman, the bullets in his hand would be limited. What else there to be afraid of? I have more than 20 people under me. I could grind him to death. With this thought, a smile appeared on Bisha's face. After that gunshot, a group of bastards pretending to be hitmen popped up in the community. Those guys, under the pretense of being hitmen, green-lighted many men. After that, they were all found out to be fake and were killed. After going through all this, Bisha didn't believe Lin Feng could be a hitman. The advantage is mine. I simply can't think of how I would lose. In Building 1, Room 602, Lin Feng was hugging Song Wanjun and Jiang Qingsno, watching a show. The newly joined Chunya was accompanying her sister, Chen Shiyun, by the bed. Chen Shiyun's high fever had subsided somewhat, but her temperature had not returned to normal. However, after receiving the 4-drip, Chen Shiyun's complexion looked much better. Although she could not eat temporarily, Lin Feng had enough supplies and various nutritional fluids. After several rounds of infusion, Chen Shiyun's health had noticeably improved. During the infusion, Lin Feng also checked Chen Shiyun's personal information. After realizing her situation was gradually improving, he stopped paying attention to it. As noon approached, Lin Feng yawned and prepared to call the little maids for lunch. At that moment, a rather arrogant shouting and cursing came from outside his door. That delivery guy inside. I am Bisha, the king of Building 2. I'm giving you a chance to save your life. If you obediently open the door and hand over the beauties and supplies, I'll spare you. Besides his voice, there were other people outside, shouting arrogantly. Boss, why are we being polite to this dumb dog? Let us just pry the door open. Then, in front of this dumb dog, we can snatch his girls. Wouldn't that be delightful? Exactly. Snatch his girls. Kill Lin Feng. Hearing his 2 little brothers. A glint of killing intent flashed in Bisha's eyes. He had long set his sights on Lin Feng's 2 women. These 2 idiots dared to covet his women. The coldness in Bisha's eyes flickered away. Clearly, he had made up his mind. Once this was done, he would kill these 2 foolish bastards. Inside, upon hearing the commotion, Lin Feng's eyes flashed coldly as he quickly got up. He casually pulled out 2 handguns and handed them to Jiang Qingsno and Song Wanjun. Then looked at Chunya and said, Xiaoya, stay with your sister, leave the trouble outside to us. Snow, Wanjun, you 2 hide behind me, keep the guns for self-defense. If anyone dares to approach our home, you can shoot them directly. The 3 women nodded in agreement. Seeing Chunya's rather nervous expression, Lin Feng smiled and said, Don't be nervous. I deliberately lured these people here. These small fries, the more the merrier for me to kill. Jiang Qingsno and the other 2 also comforted him with smiles. Don't worry. This is just a small scene. It's nothing to us. Right. Master has guns. And tons of bullets. Hearing their words, Chunya's face relaxed a little. Let us go meet the so-called king of the building, Lin Feng said, striding toward the door. Song Wanjun and the other 2 quickly followed. Before opening the door, Lin Feng checked the situation outside with a regular camera. He took in everything outside his home. At this moment, about 20 people had gathered in the corridor outside. These people looked arrogant, wielding watermelon knives, iron rods, and other cold weapons. Lin Feng revealed a cold smile and actively opened the door. In an instant, the tall Lin Feng, along with Jiang Qingsno and Song Wanjun in their maid outfits, appeared in front of Bisha and the others. Upon seeing the 2 women's appearances, Bisha and the others' eyes gleamed with lust. Many of them felt a rush of heat, uncontrollably shivering. The exquisite makeup, neat clothing, combined with the 2 women's curvy figures, was simply tempting. At the same time, Bisha also keenly noticed that Jiang Qingsno was a woman he hadn't seen in the picture. 3 of them. This delivery bastard actually hid 3 beautiful women. Damn. Simply damn. This discovery made Bisha's eyes redden instantly, looking at Lin Feng with a hostile gaze. You little bastard. You sure know how to enjoy yourself. Hiding 3 beauties at home. Bish's face darkened, and a chilling voice sounded. So what? What is it to you? Lin Feng replied with indifference, casually glancing at him. His words undoubtedly infuriated Bisha instantly. I'm a lemon. I'm the king of the building now. And you dare to talk to me like that? You're the first one, Bisha said as he wanted his men to directly kill Lin Feng. Just then, Lin Feng slowly pulled out a 92-style handgun and pointed it at Bisha's head. Did you eat shit? Why is your mouth so foul? Chapter 32. I bet your gun is empty. Trading beauty for supplies. Seeing Lin Feng draw his gun, Bisha and his little brothers were not the least bit flustered. After all, they had encountered those who wielded fake guns to bluff their way through many times. As a result, they no longer believed that the gun in Lin Feng's hand was real. Kid, let me tell you, don't think just because you have a model, you can act tough in front of us. Hee. I've killed 3 bastards pretending to be hitmen these past 2 days. A delivery guy, what are you pretending for? Kneel down. Otherwise, I'll break your dog legs. Not only did the little brothers not believe him, but Bisha also thought Lin Feng was just putting on a show. He recalled a dramatic scene he had seen before, with the beauties by his side. Bisha was in high spirits. He mimicked Lin Feng's demeanor and arrogantly said, I bet your gun is empty. Hearing this line, Lin Feng's body shook, and he asked with uncertainty, Is your surname Yin? No, my surname is Bai, Bisha said proudly, looking full of himself. Clearly, he thought he was successfully showing off and was quite pleased with himself. He completely failed to notice that Jiang Qing Snow and the other 2 were looking at him as if he were an idiot. Bang! With a loud gunshot, Bisha's head exploded like a watermelon. The surrounding little brothers were caught off guard, splattered with blood. Not surnamed Yin. You're just pretending, aren't you? Stupid thing. Lin Feng's voice was filled with anger. Feeling unsatisfied, he fired a shot at the corpse of Baisha beneath its crotch. With 2 consecutive shots, the fighting spirit of this mob was instantly extinguished. What the hell? Is he really the shooter? Run. Escape quickly. He really has a gun. We can't beat him, someone shouted, and the group was instantly horrified. They all scrambled towards the staircase. However, the narrow passage obviously couldn't accommodate so many people at once. As a result, they were all squeezed and unable to get out. I'm so annoyed. Get out of the way. You damn bastards. Get lost. Don't push me. Chow. Don't block the exit. Otherwise, none of us will escape. For a moment, the passage was packed tightly, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Lin Feng watched this scene, grinning widely. Well, he didn't even need to chase them. Warner, Schwerer, free fire, kill a few more with familiar shooting skills. Yes, master. After giving the orders, Lin Feng didn't hesitate and aimed at the closest person, firing a shot. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of dense gunshots, all the enemies were killed. Among them, Lin Feng took down more than a dozen by himself. Jiang Qingxue and the other 2 girls each took down 2 or 3 people. Even so, they still couldn't hold it in and began to vomit continuously. Lin Feng didn't mind this. Vomit all you want, you'll get used to it after a while. In the future, when zombies appear, the time for fighting will be long. It's better to adapt early. After taking care of these people, Lin Feng checked his experience bar again. Sure enough, after killing more than a dozen, he only gained 0.25. This efficiency was truly touching. However, Lin Feng was not discouraged. Having some experience was better than having none. Moreover, after this battle, the next batch of enemies would likely be much more. Lin Feng judged that even if those building kings knew about his identity as a shooter, they would never choose to back down. First, Lin Feng's existence posed a significant threat to their rule. Second, he also knew that at this time, Song Wanjun and the other 2 beautiful women were irresistibly attractive to those bastards. Lin Feng was naturally not anxious about this. Now, in this community, there was nothing that could threaten him anymore. Those with ulterior motives would be ruthlessly eliminated by Lin Feng, as if they were experienced giving wild monsters. Before long, the 2 girls finally had enough of vomiting. Schwerer, Warner, throw these corpses down the stairs. It's too troublesome to leave them here, Lin Feng ordered, and then turned back inside. The 2 girls nodded and began to clean the passage seriously. The commotion this time was not small, and firing continuously in the passage confirmed Lin Feng's identity as a shooter. Soon, all the survivors in the community quickly learned this news. Meanwhile, the complete annihilation of the 2nd building's king and his underlings was also confirmed. In an instant, Lin Feng's name was repeatedly mentioned among all the survivors in the Longting community. The fate of Bai Sha and the others rang alarm bells for the remaining 5 building kings. At this moment, all the surviving building kings immediately started contacting each other, hoping to form an alliance. After negotiations, they quickly decided to hold a meeting of all building kings in the underground garage to discuss how to deal with Lin Feng together. Naturally, Lin Feng did not pay attention to this. After eliminating Bai Sha and his group, he returned home to continue enjoying his time with the little maids. At this time, while hugging Jiang Qingshua's waist, a thought suddenly flashed through Lin Feng's mind. In such a large community, there were conservatively 200 to 300 survivors. Among these people, there might be some who knew clues about certain beautiful women. Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately took out his phone and opened the group chat of all homeowners again. Building 1, 602 Lin Feng. Attention, all members. High rewards for information on clean and beautiful women. As long as you can prove the accuracy of the information and provide the exact address of the beautiful woman. Come to me to exchange for a bottle of water and a bag of bread. This message is valid indefinitely. Interested parties can privately message me. This message instantly piqued the interest of many. Soon, several people added Lin Feng as a friend. Master, someone has added you. This is already the 7th one. Jiang Qingxue, who was checking the messages, reported sweetly. Lin Feng waved his hand indifferently. No rush, just filter through them. Don't show me any obviously fake messages. Jiang Qingxue nodded obediently upon hearing this. Song Wanjun did not participate, but quietly squatted beside Lin Feng, gently massaging him. Master, this message is quite interesting. Jiang Qingxue said, handing her phone to Lin Feng. After reading the message, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. The big star Su Miaoi is also in Jiangxing, and she's still alive, trapped in the Jiangxing Xingyue Hotel? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Jiang Qingxue smiled and replied. Reporting to the master, this is most likely true. My best friend is a fan of Su Miaoi. Moreover, she is also in this fan group. She just hasn't been in contact recently. I don't know if she's still alive. Jiang Qingxue said, her expression turning gloomy. Lin Feng stroked her little head, comforting her. Where's your best friend? We should be leaving the community in the next few days. I can accompany you to look for her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingshue's little face lit up with a smile again. Her? She's a little rich lady, living in the East Lake Villa area of Jiangxing. I almost forgot to mention. She's very beautiful. Master, you will definitely like her. Jiang Qingxue said, taking out her phone and showing Lin Feng a picture of her best friend. The moment Lin Feng saw the image, his eyes lit up. Chapter 33 Long-Legged Beauty, Qi, Yao Jiang Qingxue, let them eat dog food. The woman in the picture was about 18 or 19 years old. She had a sweet appearance and a gentle and pleasant temperament. What attracted Lin Feng the most was her long legs clad in knee-high socks. Judging from the picture, this woman was at least 175 centimeters tall. What's your best friend's name? This picture hasn't been edited, right? Lin Feng turned to look at Jiang Qingxue, his eyes showing a hint of suspicion. In Jiangxing, which is located in the southwest of Long Country, the average height of girls is relatively short. Even 167 centimeters tall Song Wanjun is considered very tall here. Hearing this, Jiang Qingxue confidently replied, Master, don't worry, my best friend Qi Yao is a genuine 176 centimeters tall. No exaggeration, Shuer wouldn't dare to deceive you. What? She's that tall? No wonder her legs are so long. East Lake Villa, huh? That really is a good place. We have to go? Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. A mischievous smile on his face. Seeing this, Jiang Qingxue approached Lin Feng with a flattering expression and sweetly said, Master, since I've provided such important information, shouldn't you reward me? As she spoke, she playfully blinked, her expression alluring. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. That's reasonable. Take whatever you want. Jiang Qingxue agreed. Holding Lin Feng's hand, her meaning very clear. Lin Feng, an hour and a half passed, and a certain someone who was bad at cooking was sound asleep in the guest room. Chinya, who was taking care of her sister in the inner room, was used to it and focused on her own work. Lin Feng extended 2 fingers toward Song Wanjun, and she immediately obediently took out a cigarette and lit it for him. Smoking, Lin Feng looked quite pleased. Master, I've arranged everything. In another hour, those residents interested in providing information about beautiful women will come to 603 to exchange for supplies. At that time, you can take a look and see who can get supplies. Song Wanjun gently held the ashtray, her voice soft. The people over there are stinking. It's better for them to distribute supplies at your place to avoid polluting the air. Lin Feng nodded and casually flicked off some ash from his cigarette. By the way, Master, from what you said earlier, are you planning to leave the community? Lin Feng glanced at the other person, finding it a bit amusing. This woman looked uneasy, as if she had something on her mind. But the black snow outside is not only toxic, it can also immobilize vehicles. Don't worry, I have my ways. If you have any questions, just ask. Lin Feng chose to be straightforward. He was too lazy to guess what this silly girl was thinking. So, Master, can we leave with you? As she spoke, Song Wanjun appeared anxious. Having been betrayed before, she lacked a sense of security. In the inner room, Chinya, who was wiping her sister's face, paused when she heard this, her expression tense. Of course not. If I don't take you, who will take care of my daily needs? Wash my clothes and clean the floor by yourself? Hearing this, Song Wanjun breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Feng looked speechless. Idiot. You're punished to give me a back massage. At your service, master. An hour later, in room 603, Lin Feng sat leisurely on the sofa. Jiang Qingxue and Song Wanjun were at his sides, one holding fruit and the other snacks. As usual, Chinyu was left at home. Soon, a flurry of footsteps approached, and a dozen women appeared before Lin Feng and the two others. All the visitors were women, and they had obviously discussed this beforehand. So far, there had been no reports of Lin Feng forcibly taking or humiliating women. Therefore, these people speculated that women might be treated better around Lin Feng. Once inside, the women's gazes fell on the energetic Jiang Qingxue and the other woman. Jealousy inevitably arose in their hearts, while they themselves were starving and disheveled. The two beside Lin Feng clearly had no worries about food and were in good condition. Seeing the stacked water bottles and boxes of bread, egg yolk pies, and instant noodles next to Lin Feng, a glint of greed flashed in these women's eyes. But Lin Feng's ruthlessness made them temporarily dare not act rashly. Among the crowd, a plump middle-aged woman took the initiative to speak. Mr. Lin, hello? We came. Lin Feng recognized her. She owned a laundry near the community, and her name seemed to be Wang Feng. Okay, one by one, tell me what you know about beautiful women. I'll give you water and food accordingly. Lin Feng's voice was lazy. I'll go first. My daughter studies at the Foreign Language Institute. Her foreign teacher, Linda, is very beautiful and lives in the faculty dormitory. Wang Feng spoke up first, then pulled out a photo to show Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at it and recognized it as the tall woman he had seen before. This news is good. Stand aside for now, we'll distribute supplies later. Wang Feng happily stepped aside, eyeing the pile of supplies and swallowing her saliva. Hearing this, the other women also became excited and approached one by one. Mr. Lin, I heard the campus belle of the music academy is in our community. That woman has an explosive figure, very impressive. My information is highly accurate. Could you give me an extra bottle of water? Another middle-aged woman stepped forward, her face full of hope. Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth upon hearing this. He thought, you think I don't see her every day? Stand aside. This news doesn't count. Lin Feng waved his hand impatiently. Hearing this, the woman immediately became displeased. Why doesn't it count? My information is absolutely true. At this moment, Jiang Qingxue interjected. Auntie, please be quiet. I am the impressive campus belle you mentioned. If you keep talking, my master will get angry and might kill someone. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman quieted down. After some more back and forth, aside from the celebrity Su Miaoi, who was trapped in Xingyue Hotel, Lin Feng did not receive any more useful information. All right, you two, each get a bottle of water and 2 bags of bread. The rest of you 1 egg yolk pie each. Wanjun, go distribute it. Lin Feng pointed at the two who provided useful information and spoke lazily. Upon hearing this, Song Wanjun quickly stood up to distribute supplies. However, Jiang Qingxue looked at Lin Feng and smiled. Master, someone wants to kiss. As she spoke, she playfully blew into Lin Feng's ear, her eyes becoming watery. Seeing her like this, Lin Feng felt helpless. There are still people around, don't act recklessly. Jiang Qingxue pouted and silently stood aside. Chapter 34. The Plan of the Building King's Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng was being teased, chaos broke out near the distribution of supplies. We came all this way, and all we get is an egg yolk pie? Shaolin, you have so much food. You can't finish it all, so why not give us more? Exactly. I have elderly and children at home. Only getting a bottle of water and 2 bags of bread is too stingy. These women, standing by the pile of supplies, were not willing to leave with just an egg yolk pie. The earlier promise of bread from Wang Feng and the others also made them unhappy, and they began to criticize Lin Feng for being stingy. As they spoke, they rushed forward, shoving aside Song Wanjun, and began to grab supplies. Song Wanjun almost fell to the ground, and seeing the chaos before her, panic flashed in her eyes. After some strengthening over the past days, her physical fitness had improved. But facing so many crazed people at once, she still felt a bit overwhelmed. Get up, it's time to work. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a cold glint as he witnessed this scene. Saying that, he rubbed Jiang Qingxue's head, who was massaging her legs, stood up, and pulled out a handgun. The people who were scrambling for supplies did not notice Lin Feng's movements. They were now acting like mad women, desperately stuffing supplies into their clothes. The greedy look on their faces made Lin Feng frown. 666. You're robbing right under Lin Ye's nose. Lin Feng's expression turned cold, and he fired a shot into the crowd. The women were standing too closely together. He didn't even need to aim to hit someone. Bang! The loud gunshot rang out, like thunder exploding in the ears of the middle-aged women. The woman who was shot immediately burst forth with blood, collapsing to the ground and dying. In an instant, these women were stunned, even forgetting to run away. Ah! They began to scream, their faces filled with terror as they looked at Lin Feng. I was going to share some supplies with you, but you really don't know how to appreciate kindness. Since that's the case, let me treat you to some peanuts. Lin Feng's face revealed a sneer, his tone filled with disgust. Saying this, he fired again, shooting dead the leading Wang Feng. Only then did the women come to their senses, dropping the supplies and fleeing in panic. But with so many people trying to squeeze through one door, it was impossible to get out. Lin Feng took the opportunity to pick them off one by one. Bang! 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 Another series of gunshots rang out, startling the entire community once again. Soon after, nearby residents discovered the bodies of several women thrown from the building. The survivors quickly learned that these women were the ones who had exchanged information with Lin Feng earlier. Lin Feng's notorious reputation once again spread throughout the entire community. The perverted, shameless, and untrustworthy Lin Feng, who burned bridges after crossing them. Various slanderous remarks began to quietly fill the community, spread by those with ill intentions. Lin Feng was quickly seen as a thorn in everyone's side, becoming the public enemy of the community. Half an hour later, in the underground garage, the originally empty garage was now filled with about 100 people. These individuals were clearly divided into 5 small groups. They exchanged wary and hostile glances at each other. A tall, brooding man from Building 3, known as Neo, looked at the other building leaders and spoke first. Everyone, the ruthless gunman Lin Feng has appeared. Are you willing to let him take you down one by one? Hearing this, Meng Tian, the king of Building 7, smiled coldly and said, Is Boss Neo planning to eliminate the harm for the people? That would be great. Go for it, brothers, we support you spiritually. The other 3 building kings around him, seeing this guy speak disgustingly about Neo Yi, echoed, Boss Neo is awesome. It's all up to Boss Neo now. Hearing them say this, Neo Yi was immediately furious. Haven't you all noticed? Zhao Dahai from Building 1 didn't even show up. If I'm not mistaken, that guy must have already met his end. If you want to end up like Zhao Dahai and Bai Sha, keep being a turtle hiding in its shell. I'll accompany you to the end. Upon hearing this, several building kings fell silent, their expressions turning serious. Building 4, don't be angry, brother Neo. Of course, we want to kill Lin Feng. But that bastard has a gun. Building 5, yeah? Once the gun goes off, everyone will back down. There's no chance of winning. The kings of Buildings 6 and 7 nodded in agreement. Neo Yi frowned and spoke again. Lin Feng is just a delivery guy, even if he has a gun. How many bullets can he have? That bastard not only wiped out Buildings 1 and 2, but even killed all the women who went to exchange supplies today. What if he suddenly decides to rule the entire community? Can you still survive? Neo Yi's words made the expressions of the building kings and their subordinates even grimmer. Seeing that his words were effective, Neo Yi felt a surge of excitement and continued, My idea is this. All of us building kings work together to take down this guy. Only then can our rule continue. Lin Feng's existence is too big of a threat to us. Upon hearing this, the 4 building kings slowly nodded. Building 4, but if we go against him with guns, we have no chance at all. A hard clash is not a solution. Building 5, that's right. Once the gun goes off, it's basically game over. Hearing the words of the 2, Neo Yi revealed a wise smile. Yes, Lin Feng has a gun, but I suspect his bullets must be limited. Second, we are not without means to deal with him. As he spoke, Neo Yi displayed a mysterious smile. The kings of Buildings 6 and 7 hurriedly pressed for details. Boss Neo, in a situation like this, don't keep us in suspense. Yeah, what is the plan? Hurry up and tell us. If we can take down Lin Feng, I can finally sleep soundly. Seeing the anxious expressions on their faces, Neo Yi said mysteriously a single word, Snow? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present's eyes lit up. Yes, the highly toxic black snow can completely be used against Lin Feng. They had previously tried using metal or ceramic containers to collect black snow. Seeing their expressions, Neo Yi continued, My plan is for all of us to send a dozen people to collect black snow. Then we can pry open the door and throw it into Lin Feng's room. As long as he gets even a little bit on him, he has done for. This way, the losses won't be too great, and we can eliminate Lin Feng, this scourge. Upon hearing this, the building kings nodded in agreement. Boss Neo is truly remarkable. They praised him. Just as the praise was fervent, a clear voice suddenly came from the direction of Building 1. Hey, kid, your plan is quite good, worth encouraging. With this voice, a round of mocking applause followed. Chapter 35. All building kings. What the hell? P.S. wielding a machine gun. This voice startled everyone present. For a moment, their attention was drawn toward it. Soon, they heard the sound of high heels walking. Then, the figures of Lin Feng, Jiang Qingsnow, and Song Wanjun slowly approached. The crowd instinctively looked at the two women walking toward them. Both women had light makeup on, their features exquisite and captivating. On the left, Jiang Qingsnow wore a mid-length black coat, cat ears on her head, a bow around her neck, a black plaid top paired with a black pleated skirt, and over-the-knee black stockings. Today, she looked both cool and sexy. On the right, Song Wanjun's outfit was similar, except she wore a white catgirl outfit. The fitted white dress showcased Song Wanjun's graceful curves perfectly. Today, these dance students looked stunningly beautiful, with their bodies gradually strengthening. The two women no longer feared the cold. Now, they could even stroll around in summer clothes. The men from the other buildings, upon seeing the two women, had their eyes glued to them. In this post-apocalyptic world, such clean and exquisite Jiang Qingsnow and Song Wanjun were like fairies to these men. Their gazes were filled with lust, desire, jealousy, and madness. The two women, under such terrifying stares, remained unperturbed. After experiencing several battles, they had great confidence in Lin Feng's strength. Lin Feng jumped onto a car and casually sat on the hood. Before he could speak, Song Wanjun and Jiang Qingsnow, understanding the situation, naturally offered cigarettes and lit them. After that, the two women naturally began to massage Lin Feng. Lin Feng's relaxed demeanor resembled that of a tourist. Seeing Lin Feng with such obedient and lovely women beside him, the crowd's jealousy flared up. Their eyes turned red, wishing they could immediately eliminate Lin Feng and take the two women for themselves. At this moment, a tall king from Building 6, feeling quite apprehensive, looked at Lin Feng and said, "So you are Lin Feng?" As soon as this was said, the lustful gazes in many eyes quickly retracted. They looked at Lin Feng with a mix of caution and fear. In just a few hours, he had taken down dozens of people. This operation was harsher than any of the Building Kings present. "Yes, that's me. Weren't you discussing how to kill me?" "I happened to be bored and came to join the fun," Lin Feng said with a playful tone, looking at these people with a smile that was not quite a smile. Hiding behind the car, Niu Yi felt a surge of anger upon hearing this, speaking harshly. "Lin, don't think we are easily intimidated. In front of over 100 of us, you are nothing." Hearing this, Lin Feng burst into laughter. "It's not that I look down on you. What I mean is, everyone here is trash." As soon as these words came out, many people's faces changed, and they began to curse loudly. Lin Feng remained unfazed and continued loudly. "Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. If you throw away your weapons and crawl over here right now, I might consider sparing your lives." His demeanor was extremely arrogant, as if he was saying, "You've already been surrounded by me." Lin Feng's actions naturally ignited the fury of everyone across from him. They wished they could rush over and eliminate him immediately. At that moment, a young man at the edge of the crowd suddenly broke away from the group and rushed to kneel in front of Lin Feng. "As expected of Lord Lin, you are truly domineering. I have completed the agreement. Please spare me." This scene instantly made the faces of many Building Kings and their subordinates turn ugly. Building 4, Wang Wei, what the hell? How dare you betray me? The young man, hearing this, retorted disdainfully, "Haha, a bunch of useless fools. I definitely can't survive following you." Lin Feng, upon hearing this, gave him a thumbs up. A wise man knows when to yield. "You're not bad." Wang Wei, hearing this, showed a look of ecstasy and hurriedly knelt down, wanting to continue showing his loyalty. Bang! Lin Feng raised his hand and shot. Wang Wei's head exploded, and he dropped dead on the spot. "Sorry, I really can't stand traitors." Lin Feng blew on the gun barrel nonchalantly and shrugged. Seeing him kill someone in public, the group across from him instantly fell into chaos, everyone wanting to escape. The truth had too much of a deterrent effect on them. At this moment, Niu Yi, who was hiding behind the car, suddenly shouted loudly, "Brothers, don't be afraid. No matter how fierce Lin Feng is, he is just one person, and we have over 100 people on our side. No matter how fast his gun is, he can't take us all out at once. As long as we kill Lin Feng, his woman and resources will all be ours. Do you want to kill him and have a good time with his girl? Do you want it? Answer me." Niu Yi's words instantly ignited the crowd. Why shouldn't I enjoy those two beautiful women? Kill Lin Feng. Take everything from him. This was the unanimous thought of the men present. Yes. Get him. Kill that bastard. Take his woman. In an instant, these people shouted excitedly, their eyes filled with fighting spirit as they looked at Lin Feng. Quite the mobilization. Lin Feng, seeing this scene, was not only unafraid but instead wore a broad smile and applauded Niu Yi again. His arrogant demeanor drove Niu Yi completely mad. "What are we waiting for? Get that bastard." Niu Yi shouted once more. The crowd's emotions were instantly ignited, and they charged towards Lin Feng like madmen. Good, good, good. Not only do you refuse to surrender, but you dare to fight back against me. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Feng, upon seeing this, was not afraid but showed excitement instead. This was the effect he wanted. He was truly tired of this community. He came here to unleash a massacre and gather enough experience points. Only by doing this could Lin Feng get the apocalypse RV sooner. Seeing the crowd moving, Lin Feng quickly stood up and pulled out an 88 type machine gun. The moment this terrifying weapon appeared, the frontline attackers were stunned. Before the fight even started, their morale quickly plummeted to zero. However, those in the back were unaware of the situation and continued to charge forward. Soon, the team was thrown into chaos after only a few steps. Lin Feng would not show mercy and immediately began to open fire. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The fury unleashed by the machine gun swept through the chaotic crowd, instantly causing heavy casualties. The guys at the front were quickly turned into sieves. The terrifying power and the gunfire that sounded like a devil's roar left everyone devoid of fighting spirit. In an instant, these guys panicked and began to flee chaotically. The scene was extremely chaotic, with most people knocked to the ground. The number of those trampled and injured was beyond counting. Taking advantage of the situation, Lin Feng crazily swept fire, swiftly reaping lives. Niu Yi, who had shouted loudly earlier, was particularly targeted and shot in the groin, turning it to mush. Lin Feng switched guns as soon as he ran out of bullets, showing no cooldown in his output. It wasn't until there were over 100 corpses left that this one-sided slaughter finally came to a complete stop. Looking at the scene filled with blood and dead bodies, Jiang Qingxue and the other girl couldn't help but start vomiting again. This time, the killing was too severe. And Lin Feng couldn't hold back either, leaning against a pillar to vomit for a while. Lin Feng killed over 100 people this time, almost wiping out all the remaining men in the community. This behavior could be described as brutal, but he felt no guilt in his heart. If it weren't for the reward of immunity to toxic snow he received, these people's plans could have very well led him to a grave. Be ruthless to the enemy. This has always been Lin Feng's iron rule. After a while, the few finally calmed down. At this moment, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly brightened. His system experience points had reached 41. The apocalypse version of the Super RV was here. Chapter 36, Super RV received. Chun Shiyun awakens. At the moment he unlocked the Super RV, Lin Feng chose to claim the reward. The system prompt sounded quickly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Apocalypse version Super RV. Would you like to claim it immediately? Lin Feng saw this and chose yes without hesitation. In an instant, the system interface in front of him changed. A specially modified 100-ton King truck, 25 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 6 meters high, appeared before Lin Feng. At the same time, various information about the Apocalypse Super RV quickly appeared in Lin Feng's mind. The RV was painted in dark gold, covered with heavy armor that could withstand the bombardment of a 155mm howitzer without any blind spots. The entire vehicle moved on tracks, looking imposing and able to travel freely on land. The front of the vehicle was equipped with a mountain-breaking cone, with incredible destructive power. What made Lin Feng most relieved was that this vehicle consumed high-efficiency energy provided by the system. It was conservatively estimated that there would be no energy worries for 100 years. At the same time, the super dwelling function could be stacked, keeping the interior of the RV at a constant temperature. After reviewing this information, Lin Feng was extremely excited. With this big guy, he could go out and rescue those suffering beauties. Big stars, little rich girls, blonde beauties, your savior is coming. Just as Lin Feng was filled with enthusiasm, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Chunya. When the call connected, Chunya's anxious voice came through. Master, something bad happened. My sister suddenly feels cold all over, and her temperature has dropped to 25 degrees. What should I do? I'm so scared. She's my only sister. Whoa, don't panic. I checked on her just before I left home, and she was stable then. Just wait at home. We'll be back soon. Okay. After finishing the call, Jiang Qingxue and the other girl looked over with concern. After this period of getting along, their relationship with Chunya had also improved. As fellow maids of Lin Feng, it was inevitable that they would help each other. With more people, things would be much easier for them. Don't worry. It should be that Chun Shiyun's ability is about to awaken successfully. Let us hurry back and check it out. Lin Feng said calmly. And he took the lead in heading back. Jiang Qingxue and the other girl nodded and quickly followed. Soon, the few returned home again. As soon as they opened the door, Lin Feng saw Chunya, who was full of worry and tears streaming down her face. Don't panic. Let me check her condition first. Lin Feng stepped forward, wrapped his arms around Chunya's slim waist, and comforted her softly. As they spoke, the two quickly walked toward the second bedroom. On the bed, Chen Shiyun lay quietly asleep, her expression peaceful and serene, like a sleeping beauty from a fairy tale. The moment Lin Feng saw her, he quickly opened her character panel to check. Name: Chen Shiyun. Age: 21. Identity: substitute maid. Loyalty: 0. Combat power: 60. First tier water ability user. Fertility switch: not yet closed, will automatically close after becoming a regular maid. Physical condition: good, no infectious diseases. Characteristics: female anchor, contrast. After reading her information, Lin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. He cared a lot about this sweet-looking female anchor. It wasn't just because he was attracted to her body. There was a more important reason. Lin Feng wanted to understand some things related to ability users through her. He also wanted to assess the combat strength of a so-called first-tier ability user. At this stage, Lin Feng had not unlocked more ways to become stronger. Therefore, assessing the threat level of ability users became very important. Master, how is my sister? I just measured her temperature, and it scared me. Chinya's voice came again, filled with worry. Hearing this, Lin Feng turned to her and smiled. Don't worry, she's fine. It looks like her ability has awakened successfully. After a pause, Lin Feng's expression turned serious, and he spoke again. However, let me say this first. This girl has consumed a lot of my resources during this time, and I can't just let her leave. You better talk to her about it. She can either become my maid, or... Lin Feng paused here, his meaning clear. Don't worry, master. I'll handle persuading her. I promise, I won't let her cause any trouble. There is no such thing as a free lunch, especially in chaotic times. As an experienced person, Xinyan naturally understands this principle. All right, I'll leave it to you. Call me anytime if you need me. Yes, master. Xinya responded respectfully. Lin Feng nodded and turned to leave. After a day of turmoil, he was indeed a bit tired. Compared to Lin Feng, who had a stronger physical constitution, Jiang Qingshui and her sister were even more exhausted both physically and mentally. The terrifying scene of Lin Feng taking down hundreds of people in the garage was still vivid in their minds. Although the two sisters understood and agreed with this approach, as bystanders, they found it hard to bear. After washing up, they quickly fell asleep. An hour later, in the second bedroom where the Chun sisters were staying. Ouch! My head hurts. Chen Shiyun, who had been in a deep sleep for nearly 3 days, rubbed her forehead and woke up. Shiyun, you're awake. That's great. How do you feel now? Is there anything uncomfortable? Xinya, who was waiting by her side, was extremely excited and grabbed her sister's small hand. I feel great. I've never felt better. Chen Shiyun said cutely, clenching her little fist with a joyful tone. That's good. I was really scared before. I was worried you wouldn't recover. At this point, Chenya's emotions became overwhelming, and tears streamed down her face. Oh sis, don't cry. I'm fine now. Right? Seeing her sister in this state, Chen Shiyun felt a pang in her heart, and stepped forward to hug Chenya tightly, offering comfort. After a while, Chenya finally calmed down, and her expression returned to a peaceful state. Sis, is this not our home? How come there's electricity here? After comforting her sister, Chen Shiyun quickly noticed something was off. She was fully aware of the situation at home before her deep sleep. At that time, they were out of water and food, suffering from hunger and cold, looking disheveled. Now, her sister not only looked neat and clean, exuding a fresh scent after bathing, but she also noticed that her sister had put on light makeup. The changes in this period were significant. Thinking of this, Chen Shiyun looked at Chunya with curiosity and inquiry. Oh, this is a long story, let me explain slowly. Chunya sighed with a bitter smile, then began to explain in detail what had happened while her sister was in a coma. After a long time, when Chunya finished her story, Chen Shiyun was left stunned in place. Well, what? Sis, are you saying you're now that Lin Feng's maid? Chen Shiyun's eyes widened, her mind buzzing. She could not imagine what it would be like to see her gentle and knowledgeable sister kneeling on the ground, calling a man master. Chunya sighed with a bitter smile, and then said, I know this sounds absurd, but that's the truth. Just think about it, if it weren't for this, why would he be willing to accept us sisters? Upon hearing this, Chen Shiyun was momentarily speechless. In these few days, I've seen too many women who have become playthings, living a life worse than death. In chaotic times, for us weak ones to live somewhat decently, the only way is to find a strong man to protect ourselves. Chinya's voice was calm, yet cruel. Chen Shiyun silently nodded, her expression turning serious. Chinya looked at her sister again and said, I just want to remind you with all this. Now, you have only 2 paths ahead of you. Either choose to submit like me, or die. Hearing this, Chen Shiyun's body trembled uncontrollably, and her eyes turned red instantly. Chinya reached out and held her sister's small hand, comforting her. As your sister, I definitely prefer you to choose the first option. This master, although he has a strong desire for control, treats me well, and is very capable. To be honest, I'm quite happy now. I know you have someone in your heart, so it's up to you to decide what's right and wrong. After Chunya finished speaking, she stood up and left the bedroom. She planned to prepare some food to nourish her sister who had just woken up. Seeing her sister's back, Chun Shiryun's expression was complex, her eyes flashing with intense struggle. Aha, what should I do? Remembering what Chunya had said earlier, Chun Shiryun suddenly felt sorrowful, tears streaming down her face. Although after this illness, Chun Shiryun found that her strength and physical condition had improved a lot. There was no doubt that she had no chance against the powerful Lin Feng. The next morning at 8 a.m., Lin Feng woke up on time. He gently got out of bed and covered Song Wanjun with a blanket. Since Song Wanjun's loyalty had reached 90 points, Lin Feng allowed her to enter the room. Lin Feng yawned and looked out the window. Suddenly, his expression froze. The heavy snow outside had stopped at some point. The distant sky remained a rather oppressive gray. The entire ground was covered with thick black ice and snow, looking quite eerie. The snow has stopped. For many unaware individuals, this news might be good. But when Lin Feng saw this scene, his brows furrowed. The snow has stopped. Does that mean it will start to clear up? Once the temperature rises, those bodies infected with the virus should immediately turn into zombies, right? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's heart sank slightly. It seems I need to hurry. I must unlock the system version 20 as soon as possible. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng subconsciously opened the experience page for system upgrades. Current experience points, 46. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Another 5 added? Is it a loyalty reward? While pondering, he began to check the system prompt messages. Congratulations, host. Song Wanjun's loyalty has reached 95 points. System upgrade experience 5. Seeing this message, a glimmer of joy flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Wanjun is quite good. Although she has also learned to do night raids. Lin Feng subconsciously glanced at the tired-looking Song Wanjun and chuckled internally. One Jiang Qingxue, one Song Wanjun, 2 silly girls, are now almost on the same wavelength. Thinking of the 2 silly girls, Lin Feng felt speechless. At this moment, his attention was suddenly drawn to the reward above the progress bar. He had been so excited about getting the RV that he forgot to check what could be obtained with 60 experience points. Lin Feng's mind stirred, and a system prompt message quickly appeared. Ability Awakening Fruit, not yet obtained. After consuming this item, the host can awaken the ability that has the highest compatibility with their physique. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Wow, ability fruit. This is awesome. As long as I eat one, I should be able to awaken an ability immediately. This is perfect. It fits so well. Zombies, beautiful women, abilities, RVs. Isn't this a typical apocalyptic story? Lin Feng was so excited he couldn't help rubbing his hands together. He was really looking forward to abilities. Previously, when he saw the protagonist awaken abilities like time pause, X-ray vision, or elemental powers, he thought they were very cool. Now, this fortune is finally about to come to him. After a long while, Lin Feng finally calmed down. Currently, he was still about 10 percentage points short of 60 experience points. At this stage, relying on the remaining people in the community to gain experience was unrealistic. Longting community had only a handful of people left. After several previous conflicts, Lin Feng had killed about 80 to 90% of them. The remaining numbers were too few, and the drop rate was very low. Going door to door to find people to gain experience was too exhausting, and Lin Feng found it troublesome. Now that he had the RV and Chun Shiryun had also woken up, it was time to leave the community early. If he counted Chun Shiryun, he could take in one more beautiful woman to reach the 60 experience points. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with thought, and he quickly made a plan. Before leaving the community, he must obtain Chun Shiryun's experience. With this in mind, Lin Feng got up and left the master bedroom. Just as he reached the living room, he saw Chunya and the 2 women by the sofa. Today, Chunya is wearing a pink maid dress, bending down to wipe the coffee table. Beside her is Chun Shiryun, dressed in a light sleepwear. Lin Feng instinctively turned his head and carefully observed the other person. The woman in front of him has twin ponytails, a delicate and sweet face, and a petite figure. She has a fair little face with a pair of bright big eyes. Her small lips are naturally rosy, her waist is slender, her curves are exquisite, and her skin is fair and delicate. At this moment, Chun Shiryun is adorably kneeling on the carpet, organizing the sofa. With her sweet appearance, delicate body, and twin ponytails. The moment Lin Feng saw Chun Shiryun, he felt that certain genes in his body seemed to be activated. He uncontrollably developed an interest in this girl. The sound of Lin Feng opening the door caught the attention of the Chun sisters. Good morning, master. Chunya did not dare to be negligent, stopping her work immediately to bow in greeting. Chun Shiryun, however, looked somewhat dazed at this scene, her expression extremely complex. Hearing her sister say it was one thing. Seeing it with her own eyes was another. The once dignified and beautiful sister actually bowed like a servant to a strange man. Chen Shiyun found it hard to accept for a moment. Morning. You carry on with your work. I'll have a chat with your sister. Lin Feng replied softly, his eyes turning to Chen Shiyun. Chen Yun nodded in response and continued her work, but her peripheral vision remained focused on Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Chen Shiyun and took the initiative to say, "Don't tidy up for now, come with me." Upon hearing this, Chen Shiyun was instantly frightened and her hand trembled. Seeing this, Chen Yu stepped forward, grabbed her small hand, and gave her a comforting look. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the second bedroom. Chen Shiyun bit her lip and followed him. After closing the door, Lin Feng sat on the edge of the bed. Looking at the frightened Chen Shiyun, "You should know my name. I'll call you Yuner." Lin Feng initiated. The girl nodded lightly, biting her small lip, without rebutting. Seeing her shy demeanor, Lin Feng decided to be straightforward. "Your sister must have told you that during the time you were sick, I provided you with food, clothing, and protection. However, all of this comes with a prerequisite. Now, it's time for you to repay your debt." Lin Feng's voice was cold and calm. Chen Shiyun nodded silently upon hearing this. She understood that in chaotic times, to gain something, one must give something in return. "Now, I ask you, are you willing to be my maid like your sister?" Seeing that the girl's expression was relatively calm, Lin Feng gave up the idea of using force. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Shiyun's face instantly turned pale, and she nearly bit her lip. After a long while, she finally mustered the courage to look at Lin Feng and said, "I'm sorry, I still can't accept being a maid. But I also know that I've consumed a lot of your resources during this time. How about this? I will give you my innocence, and we can clear things up." Chapter 38. Beautiful and sweet-voiced Chen Shiyun. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng scoffed. "Clear things up? Huh. You are simply naive and a bit foolish. You don't really think I'm negotiating with you, do you?" Lin Feng's voice was cold, his gaze as sharp as a knife. "This is the apocalypse. Your life is what I saved. Asking you is just a formality. Now, you have two choices, obey or die." As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Shiyun's face turned ashen, and her legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. Lin Feng stepped forward, slightly leaning down, and said maliciously, "I suggest you obey well. If you die, it's all over for you, but your sister will suffer greatly. Little Yuner, do you want your sister to cry every day in the future?" This sentence instantly shattered Chen Shiyun's psychological defenses. She suddenly looked up in fear at Lin Feng and pleaded, "No, please. I beg you, don't do that." Tears filled Chen Shiyun's eyes in an instant, her expression one of deep anxiety. Lin Feng was quite satisfied as he admired her struggle. When begging, one must have the attitude of someone who begs. "Have you watched Japanese anime, little Yunu?" Upon hearing this, Chen Shiyun looked at Lin Feng with great humiliation. Then, biting her small lip, she performed a standard dejiza towards Lin Feng. "Please, as long as you don't treat my sister that way, I will agree to anything." Lin Feng's eyes flashed with delight, but his voice remained cold. "What should you call me? Still addressing me as you?" Upon hearing this, Chen Shiyun's small face turned even redder. "Master, I beg you, as long as you don't harm my sister, I am willing to be your dog." Lin Feng, upon hearing this, leaned down and patted her little head, a smile appearing on his face. "Being a dog isn't necessary, just be a good little maid. Don't worry, I'm not a pervert, I cherish my own maid. This point, your sister should have told you." Upon hearing this, Chen Shiyun's heart stirred, and her tension eased considerably. "This outfit doesn't fit you well? Change into this." While speaking, Lin Feng took out a dress and tossed it to her. Chen Shiyun nodded and quietly took it. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to this process. Taking this time, he confirmed his experience points again. Sure enough, after Chen Shiyun agreed, Lin Feng gained 10 experience points. He had now accumulated 56 points, getting very close to the ability fruit. "Master, I am ready." Chen Shiyun's crisp and shy voice interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. He instinctively looked at her. At this moment, Chen Shiyun, now wearing a dress, looked even more alluring. Her sweet features, bashful expression, fair skin, and youthful twin ponytails were striking. The sight of Chen Shiyun in front of him dealt a critical blow to Lin Feng, who wasn't even a Lilicon. "I heard you used to be a part-time streamer. What can you do? Show me some talent." Lin Feng said with appreciation in his eyes and a smile on his face. Reporting to Master, Yuner can sing Japanese songs. Chen Shiyun still sounded shy and somewhat restrained. Just sing any song," Lin Feng said as he got up and sat down next to Chen Shiyun. "Well then, Yuner will sing Lover." Chen Shiyun's voice carried a hint of nervousness. "Sure, feel free to express yourself. I'm just a listener." Lin Feng sat calmly beside her. Soon, the room was filled with Chen Shiyun singing. It must be said that those who were once streamers have real talent. under Lin Feng's watchful, yet nervous gaze. Chen Shiyun's singing skills were quite impressive. After finishing the song, Lin Feng smiled and said, "You sang very well. Can you sing for me often in the future?" "Okay." After a long while, Lin Feng, with a smile on his face, walked out of the room. Seeing his expression, Chunya let out a sigh of relief. She truly didn't want to see Lin Feng and her sister fall out, because that would mean she would lose her sister forever. Chunya knew this well. "Don't worry," she agreed. "From now on, you both can stay by my side." Lin Feng took the initiative to step forward and embrace Chunya. He had always had a good impression of this woman. She was beautiful, gentle, smart, and knew how to advance and retreat, if possible. Lin Feng naturally didn't want to do anything irreversible. Feeling Lin Feng's strong arms, Chunya's pretty face flushed slightly, and she tightened her hold around his waist. "Thank you, master." Chunya's voice carried a hint of charm, and her small hand also wrapped around Lin Feng's neck. Lin Feng said nothing and bent down to lift her up. This woman was indeed charming. She didn't complain or think that Lin Feng was wrong. Instead, she continuously encouraged Chen Shiyun to lower her head, because Chunya clearly knew that only in this way could she and her sister live longer and better. Today, the two women could live well because of Lin Feng. Once they lose Lin Feng's protection, they would be nothing. "Master, I'm sorry. A few days ago, I was taking care of Shiyun and didn't accompany you properly." In Lin Feng's arms, Chunya looked guilty. In her words, she gently kissed Lin Feng's cheek. The warm breath made Lin Feng feel a tickle in his heart. This woman, Chunya, really has her ways. Apologizing should be sincere. I don't acknowledge mere words. My whole being belongs to the master, and everything is decided by the master. Lin Feng, then how about you massage my shoulders today? As you command. My good master. At noon, Lin Feng and the five of them gathered by the sofa, having a meal. "Master, this is delicious." Sitting on Lin Feng's lap, Chen Shiyun was feeding him a piece of potato cake. On either side were the two serving girls, Jiang Qingxue and Song Wanjun. Meanwhile, the gentle and charming Chunya smiled as she distributed food to everyone. Lin Feng looked at this and that, feeling quite pleased. Just then, his phone on the table suddenly lit up. Seeing this, Chunya quickly picked up the phone and handed it to Lin Feng. "Heart's delight, Brother Feng. When are you coming to find me? Your Yuer is about to hold on no longer." The moment Lin Feng saw the words Brother Feng, his expression darkened immediately. "Hey, my ex-girlfriend is really tough. She hasn't died yet." Chapter 39. Exposed for learning to bark on her knees, Feng Yu is stunned. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the little maids beside him looked at the message with curious expressions. In an instant, the four girls began to mock Feng Yu. "Brother Feng, huh? TSK, TSK, TSK. So disgusting. She's clearly a gold digger pretending to be pure." The most ridiculous thing is that this shameless woman even changed her online name to trick the master into coming over. Ha ha ha, it's hilarious. If the master really finds her, she'll have her time to cry. Lin Feng felt equally disgusted looking at the words from Heart's Delight. After being broken up with, he hadn't changed Feng Yu's contact name. He didn't expect that she would go so far as to change her nickname to this just to trick him into sending supplies. "Schwer, help me reply. I really don't want to deal with this shameless woman anymore," Lin Feng said with a look of disdain as he handed the phone to Jiang Qingxue. Jiang Qingxue nodded with a smile, a glint of cunning in her eyes, and began to chat. Whether you can hold on or not is none of my business. I haven't forgiven you yet. Don't try to get close to me." On the other side, Feng Yu saw this message, and not only was she not angry, but she also looked excited. As a seasoned gold digger, she believed she understood men's minds quite well. Lin Feng's words clearly showed he still had some resentment. But conversely, it meant that Lin Feng still cared about her. Feng Yu believed that as long as she coaxed Lin Feng more, he would definitely come running to deliver supplies. As Lin Feng's first love, she had this confidence. Soon, Feng Yu replied with a message. "Brother Feng, Yuer really knows she was wrong this time. As long as you forgive me, I am willing to do anything for you. Even if Brother Feng wants to play something different, Yuer will never complain." After sending this message, a triumphant smile appeared on Feng Yu's face. She believed that the conditions she offered were something Lin Feng could never refuse. "So what if I'm not as good looking as those shameless women? I'm still sexy." On the other side, Lin Feng and the girls looked at this reply with expressions that were quite something. Lin Feng looked annoyed, as if he had stepped on a landmine. After a moment, a cold glint flashed in Jiang Qingxue's eyes as she sent a message. "This is what you said. Want me to forgive you? It's simple. Just record a video of yourself on the ground barking like a dog and send it to me." To top it off, Jiang Qingxue attached a photo of the supplies Lin Feng had previously staged. Seeing the content Jiang Qingxue edited, Lin Feng exclaimed, "What the hell?" He had always planned to retaliate, but had never considered such cheeky tactics. Song Wanjun and the other girls were equally shocked. They couldn't imagine such a move. It's still true that the person who invented Jiang Qingxue must be a genius. Qingxue, you're the best. Consider starting a tutoring class. Qingxue, I'll kneel and listen. Qingxue is 666. Hearing the girl's words, Jiang Qingxue felt quite smug, standing up and cupping her fists, bowing to everyone around. Ha! Thank you for your laughter. The girls exchanged glances and burst into laughter. After a while, Lin Feng's phone chimed with another message. Heart's delight. Video. Click to view. Seeing that the other party actually sent a video, the girls were even more impressed, each giving a thumbs up. Lin Feng had already anticipated this. The shameless Feng Yu was so anxious, it clearly indicated that her supplies were likely running low. For the sake of survival, this little sacrifice was evidently worth it. Jiang Qingxue opened the video and started playing it. In the footage, Feng Yu, looking pale and sickly, indeed followed the instructions and lay on the ground barking like a dog. Jiang Qingxue saw this and chuckled, quickly recording the screen and posting it to Lin Feng's super chat group. Video shocking. Feng Yu is actually a pervert. Afterward, Jiang Qingxue took a screenshot of the group and sent it to Feng Yu, adding a few words. No way, I was just joking, and you really did it? Damn, you're too perverted. Let us unfriend each other. I want to be friends with a dog. Seeing Jiang Qingxue's series of actions, Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. On the other side, Feng Yu saw these messages and felt her vision darken, nearly passing out. What frustrated her even more was that many mutual friends who still remained sent messages inquiring about the matter. At this point, she finally realized that she had been played by Lin Feng. In that moment, Feng Yu's expression twisted in rage, cursing loudly. Lin Feng, I'm eating lemons. You bastard. Slap. Nearby, Duan Ming witnessed this scene and slapped her face fiercely, his expression fierce. You shameless thing. Didn't you say you were his first love and he would definitely come? You idiot. Find a way for me. If Lin Feng doesn't come, I'll kill you. As Duan Ming spoke, his index and middle fingers suddenly glowed with a yellow light. Then, those two fingers quickly transformed into a stone spike. Pressing against Feng Yu's throat, the sharp tip pierced her skin, causing blood to flow. Under the threat of death, Feng Yu was immediately scared into wetting her pants. She hurriedly pleaded, agreeing profusely. Sensing the strong smell of her filth, Duan Ming looked disgusted and kicked her to the ground. Get away. Just looking at you makes me sick. Feng Yu, having been beaten, dared not speak out in anger and could only flee in disgrace. If she wanted to survive now, she could only desperately fawn over Lin Feng. In the bedroom, Duan Ming squinted at the photos Lin Feng sent. A trace of jealousy and madness appearing on his face. Previously, as a leader, Duan Ming had always looked down on Lin Feng, seeing him merely as a useless subordinate who couldn't even keep his woman. However, in less than half a month, Lin Feng had unexpectedly lived so well. Naturally, Duan Ming, who always prided himself on being superior, was extremely displeased. Why? Why can that useless Lin Feng possess so many resources and beauties, while he, a noble superpower and newly crowned community boss, can only play with trash like Feng Yu? Lin Feng, you better pray you don't run into me. Otherwise, I will make you know what it means to wish you were dead. Chapter 40, Lin Feng's Test. Chinya, just afraid a fool might have a brainwave. On the other side, after dealing with Feng Yu's matter, Lin Feng tossed his phone aside. This shameless ex-girlfriend, without a doubt, needs to be eliminated. However, this matter is not so urgent. Before leaving the Longting community, Lin Feng still had something extremely important to do. That is, to test Qin Shiyun's abilities. This woman entered the room the latest and is also the most unstable. Compared to her, Chinya and the other two have already spent some time with Lin Feng. Currently, the loyalty of the three women is very high, and there is almost no possibility of betrayal. However, Qin Shiyun's loyalty was previously 0, and after some exchanges, it only reached 15 points. With low loyalty and possessing abilities, she is obviously a threat to Lin Feng. Naturally, he would not let it go. Thinking of this, Lin Feng reached out to caress Qin Shiyun's slim waist and whispered in her ear, Xiaoyan, have you noticed any changes in your body after recovering from this illness? Upon hearing this, Qin Shiyun, whose face turned crimson, quickly replied, reporting to the master, I feel much stronger now, and my body seems to be better. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, stopped beating around the bush and directly pointed to a cup of drink on the coffee table, ordering Qin Shiyun, Xiaoyan, try to see if you can control the water in the cup. Through this girl's personal panel, Lin Feng already knew that she had awakened a water-based ability. However, as a complete novice, Qin Shiyun clearly did not understand how to use her abilities. Until now, after awakening, she had not even realized that she had powers at her disposal. Okay, master, Hearing Lin Feng's words, a look of confusion flashed in Chen Shiyun's eyes. But she didn't dare to ask more and obediently executed the order. Concentrating, she silently thought to turn the cup of water into a water sword. Lin Feng remained calm and continued to speak. As his words fell, Chen Shiyun began to follow through. Swish! The water in the cup really transformed rapidly into a semi-transparent water sword according to her thoughts. This scene stunned the surrounding women. Wow, it really works. Sister Shiyun is amazing. Xiaoyan, is this a special ability? Jiang Qingxing and Song Wanjuan's eyes sparkled. Shiyun, are you feeling unwell? Sister Qinya, on the other hand, looked concerned. Hearing their words, Chen Shiyun panicked, and the water sword immediately shattered, splashing water all over the others. I'm sorry, Master Two Sisters. I don't know what happened, it just suddenly did that. Chen Shiyun was startled and immediately wanted to get up to help clean up. But Lin Feng stopped her. Wait. Let's try again. Concentrate, and try to gather the splashed water back together. The girls, however, were not concerned and curiously watched her. Chen Shiyun bit her lip and started to try again. After nearly half an hour of experimentation, Lin Feng basically figured out Chen Shiyun's abilities. Her power is water element manipulation, allowing her to control water and transform it into sharp spikes to attack enemies. The attack power is not very high, roughly equivalent to about 1/10 of Lin Feng's throwing knives. However, if used to kill ordinary people, it would be completely sufficient. Currently, Chen Shiyun can only use her abilities continuously for half an hour. Once the time is up, she will feel a headache. At the same time, there is a limit to the distance she can manipulate the water elements. At this stage, it only works effectively within a 5-meter range. Finally, with a sudden idea, Lin Feng even took out a rabbit that had not been bled and asked Chen Shiyun to try to control its blood. The result, of course, was a failure. As someone who had just awakened her powers, she simply could not do that at this stage. After the assessment, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, elemental ability users are similar to mages in games. There is magic power consumption, and there are also clear limits on attack distance. However, the advantages of elemental ability users are also very obvious. Within a 5-meter range, as long as Chen Shiyun has enough energy, she can continuously manipulate water arrows. Her water arrows can even be generated by condensing water vapor in the air, but this method is slow and requires a long time to charge. Lin Feng estimated that if Chen Shiyun uses her abilities in a place with a lot of water, there should be an enhancement. While Lin Feng was pondering, Chen Shiyun's mind became active. With this amazing ability, can I directly ambush and take this guy down? Thinking of this, a glint of excitement flashed in Chen Shiyun's eyes. She felt that this plan was highly feasible. Just then, Chen Shiyun's hand was suddenly grabbed by a delicate hand like jade. The hand that held hers was naturally her sister, Qinya. Ever since she discovered her sister's awakening of abilities, Qinya had been secretly observing her expression. Therefore, the moment Chen Shiyun had this thought, she decisively chose to intervene. Xiaoyan, let's go tidy up the room, come help me, Qinya said, signaling with her eyes. Chen Shiyun silently nodded and followed her into the next room. As the two girls left, Lin Feng, who pretended to be in a daze, showed a hint of coldness in his eyes. After enhancing his body, his perception abilities far exceeded that of ordinary people. He could see everything about Chen Shiyun's expression. Actively revealing her abilities was exploratory, but mostly it was a test. If this woman chose to take risks, Lin Feng would not mind giving her an unforgettable lesson for life. Jiang Qingxing also noticed Chen Shiyun's abnormality, but was not at all flustered. Since Lin Feng took the initiative to reveal this matter, it meant he was confident. Inside the room, as soon as the door closed, Chen Ya's smile instantly vanished. She looked at her sister with great seriousness. Just now, were you thinking of ambushing and killing Lin Feng directly? Upon hearing this, looking at her sister's cold expression, Chen Shiyun felt a wave of despair. She stubbornly looked at her sister, her voice filled with hatred. Yes. What about it? I hate him. I want to kill him. Chen Shiyun's small face was filled with tears, her eyes showing heartbreak and pain. Slap. Hearing this, Chen Ya's face darkened, and she slapped Chen Shiyun's face, turning it red. I hope you never say such things again for the rest of your life. Chen Ya's voice was resolute and cold. Treated this way, Chen Shiyun was almost driven mad. Are you crazy, Chen Ya? I'm your biological sister. You actually hit me for that kind of guy? Her voice was somewhat hysterical, her small face filled with confusion. Chen Ya, upon hearing this, showed a trace of mockery on her face and said mercilessly, Fool. Don't you think about who made you discover your superpower? You don't really think that you can pose a threat to Lin Feng with these skills, do you? As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Shiyun's face turned pale, but she had no way to refute it. Chen Ya's expression remained indifferent as she continued. To take a step back, even if you succeeded by luck. Have you considered that without Lin Feng and the material support in the future, can you survive? Can you ignore toxic snow and leave the community to search for supplies? Alright, let's take it to the extreme. Suppose you could do these things and keep both of us alive. Then I ask you to seriously think about which is easier, the life of struggling every day or the one you have now. Chapter 41. The change in Chun Shiyun. Great. Does the master want to reward me? Chinya's voice was deafening. Each of her words was like a heavy hammer, fiercely striking at Chun Shiyun's heart. Chun Shiyun felt somewhat lost, collapsing to the ground. Her expression was somewhat dazed, muttering to herself, "Yes. I didn't even realize. If Lin Feng is alive, there will be hot water, electricity, and food, drink, and supplies will never be lacking. On the contrary, if he dies, all of this will immediately vanish. At that time, can I really guarantee that both I and my sister will live safely?" Thinking of this, Chun Shiyun's expression fell. She already had the answer. After all, aside from this so-called special ability, she is just a 21-year-old homebody streamer. Wanting to rely on herself to survive in this chaotic world and live comfortably is undoubtedly a pipe dream. Chinya looked at her sister's expression, and a trace of heartache flashed in her eyes. She stepped forward and gently rubbed the back of the latter's small head. "Now, do you still think your sister is on the side of outsiders and doesn't care about you?" Chun Shiyun didn't say anything, but suddenly got up and tightly hugged her sister. Chinya wiped away her sister's tears, her voice filled with sorrow. "Sister knows you're wronged. But I still want to tell you that in this apocalypse, we women actually have no choice. The power of choice has never been in the hands of us weaklings." Upon hearing this, Chun Shiyun cried and said, "I'm sorry, sis. I know I was wrong. Don't worry, starting today, I will never act foolishly again." At that moment, Chun Shiyun secretly gave up her slight reluctance. Her sister was right, if she wanted to live well. Then following Lin Feng was undoubtedly the best choice at the moment. With her mindset adjusted, Chun Shiyun surprisingly found that her resistance to Lin Feng had decreased a lot. The voices of the Chun sisters arguing were quite loud, and Lin Feng outside the door naturally heard them. Seeing this issue being swiftly resolved by Chunya, Lin Feng's appreciation for her rose another level. She was emotionally invested, beautiful, shrewd, and calm. He truly liked her more and more. Such a woman would definitely become a great asset for Lin Feng in the future. In the following time, Lin Feng provided handguns and bullets, urgently training the three women, Chunya and the others, who met the loyalty requirement in marksmanship. The results were remarkable. Without considering consumption, the three women's shooting skills advanced by leaps and bounds. Not to mention anything else, it was enough for self-defense with handguns. A night passed without incident. Early in the morning, Lin Feng woke up on time, looking quite invigorated, and went to the living room. Today was the day he had set to leave the community. "Everyone wake up, get up and tidy up, we're going out today." Lin Feng's words received no response. On the sofa, Jiang Qingxue and the other two were still sound asleep. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's mouth twitched, and a look of speechlessness appeared on his face. These two idiots were sleeping like pigs right now, completely because they had stayed up late playing games last night. With the loyalty of these two silly girls increasing, Lin Feng had become more tolerant of them. It was visibly clear that the two girls were happier. Someone who wanted to boost loyalty wasn't bothered. Bang! Bang! Knowing that just talking wouldn't work, Lin Feng went straight to action. He flicked one finger on each girl's forehead, and they immediately woke up. "Huh? What's going on, master?" With a hint of grogginess in her voice, Song Wanjun sounded a bit drowsy. Compared to her, Jiang Qingxue still maintained her composure. After getting tapped on the forehead, she didn't feel any pain. Instead, she instantly switched to her seductive mode, her gaze becoming different. "Great. Is master planning to reward me?" Saying this, she tried to get closer. Lin Feng, with an exasperated expression, pinched the cute little face of the campus belle maid. Feeling a bit annoyed, "Reward my foot. Get up quickly. If you keep dawdling, I'll leave by myself. At that time, you can just wait here and starve." Upon hearing this, the two girls recalled that today was the day to leave the community, and they hurriedly started to pack. "I need to bring this. It looks good. Master likes it. This one too. We have too few pairs of our high socks. This maid outfit got torn last time." Listening to the two girls' murmurs, Lin Feng rubbed his nose and exited the room. In the living room, the Chin sisters had already packed all the items they needed to take. Lin Feng stepped forward and stored them one by one in his space. Soon, Lin Feng brought the girls to the underground garage. "Master, how are we leaving here?" Outside, the roads were blocked by heavy snow, and regular cars couldn't move at all. The most straightforward Song Wanjun asked curiously, hugging Lin Feng's arm. Chun Shiyun and the other girls also showed curiosity upon hearing this. Previously, when they learned that Lin Feng intended to leave the community, They had asked him about it. But Lin Feng had never given a direct answer. Being questioned again, Lin Feng smiled and rubbed Song Wanjuan's small head. Regular cars can't move. But I have a special vehicle. Saying this, he took out the super RV in a relatively open area. Whoosh. The moment this dark golden behemoth appeared, the eyes of all four girls went wide. The rugged and hardcore exterior of this RV and its unique track design left the girls in awe. Awesome. With this, we can go anywhere. Master is amazing. You managed to get such a cool RV. Truly deserving to be my Jiang Qingshua's master. Both you and the vehicle are super handsome. The continuous flattery from the little maids put Lin Feng in a good mood. All right, everyone get in the car. I haven't left the community in a long time. I'm almost suffocating. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the girls obediently responded. Lin Feng's thoughts moved, and a light column lit up in the middle of the super RV, forming a light circle on the ground. He led the girls towards the light circle, smiling as he spoke. This RV doesn't have doors. Just step into the light circle, and you can enter the vehicle directly. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the youngest Chen Shiyun looked eager to try. After yesterday's events, Chen Shiyun had figured things out. From now on, she wanted to stay by her sister's side and live well. Therefore, facing Lin Feng, this protector, her attitude genuinely improved. Seeing her expression, Lin Feng could guess a thing or two. He stepped forward and patted Chen Shiyun's small head, smiling. Don't be afraid, give it a try. Upon hearing this, Chen Shiyun nodded, mustering her courage as she stepped into the light circle. Buzz. A peculiar wave came, and her figure instantly disappeared from the spot. At the same time, as the owner of the RV, Lin Feng instantly sensed her presence inside the RV. Wow, this is fun, I want to try too. Jiang Qingxua cheered and dashed over. Song Wanjun followed closely with a look of surprise. Soon, only Chunya and Lin Feng were left. Master, I want to go up with you. Chunya took the initiative to hold Lin Feng's hand, smiling gently. All right. Lin Feng smiled, and the two were teleported into the vehicle together. As soon as they entered, they heard the cheers of the girls. Wow, this RV is so luxurious. There are so many rooms on just one floor. Master, the master bedroom on this floor has a super large bed. We can all lie on it. The cockpit is so cool. It's just like a spaceship from a sci-fi movie. With Lin Feng's arrival, a virtual light figure resembling a sticky rice dumpling and entirely pinkish white suddenly appeared before Lin Feng. Esteemed master, hello? I am the RV's AI assistant, Xiaohua. It's a pleasure to serve you. Lin Feng nodded slightly in response. Xiaohua's appearance was chubby and quite cute. The girls looked at this little guy with sparkling eyes, as if they wanted to hug it tightly and squeeze it. Lin Feng, however, remained indifferent. As the owner of the RV, he naturally knew of Xiaohua's existence. Discreetly dismissing the AI, Lin Feng took the girls to the cockpit. He proactively asked, by the way, who will be driving? As soon as this question was asked, the four girls fell silent. The vehicle looked quite advanced, and there wasn't even a steering wheel in the cockpit. They had no idea how to operate it, so they naturally didn't dare to answer easily. Chinya thought for a moment and said, Master, I used to drive, but this RV is too advanced. I can't drive it. The other three girls nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Lin Feng smiled and walked past the four girls to sit in the driver's seat. He then looked at them and said, This car has advanced artificial intelligence assistance, making driving very simple. Come closer, and I'll demonstrate once, and you'll get it. Yiya sat down beside him, and he said, Relax, place your hands on the sphere in front of you, and mentally repeat start the vehicle. Lin Feng gently held Chunya's small hand, leaning slightly closer to whisper in her ear. His warm breath brushed against Chunya's delicate ear, instantly making her blush. The other three girls around them looked on with teasing expressions. Chunya bit her lip, trying hard to suppress her shyness, and began to operate according to Lin Feng's instructions. After a powerful engine start, the sphere in Chunya's hand lit up with blue light. The blue light then projected onto the windshield, displaying a holographic map of the area within 500 meters of the RV. You just need to control the vehicle with your mind. As long as your hands don't leave the sphere, the control won't be affected. Breathing in the faint fragrance from Chunya, Lin Feng's tone grew softer. Now, maneuver the vehicle to drive out of the garage. Remember, if your hands leave the control sphere, the vehicle will stop. Okay, Chunya replied seriously and began to control the RV. Bang! With a loud crash, the RV burst out of the garage. Inside the vehicle, apart from Chunya's startled exclamation, the others remained calm. Chunya's eyes sparkled with excitement, as it was her first time operating such a massive machine. The RV had excellent shock absorption, and they hardly felt the impact from that level of collision. Survivors in the Longting community and the surrounding area were attracted by the loud noise. When they saw the super RV, they all became excited, thinking a rescue team had arrived, waving and shouting at the vehicle. Lin Feng, who was busy with important matters, dismissed their excitement as mere barking and ignored them. As the super RV slowly drove away, many survivors felt their hopes extinguished completely. They screamed and jumped from high buildings, creating despairing deep pits in the black snow. Lin Feng was naturally indifferent to this. Such events were too common in this apocalypse. He had long since grown accustomed to it. Before long, the group had left the community area. Lin Feng leisurely lay back in the zero-gravity seat behind the driver's cabin. The first-generation driver, Chinya, had chosen to return to her room for a rest due to feeling weak from a visit from relatives. Currently, the RV was being driven by the second-generation female streamer, Chen Shiyun. Before they set off, Lin Feng had determined the travel route. He planned to first visit the Jinding community to deal with his troublesome ex-girlfriend, and then head to the foreign language college. The studious Lin Feng believed that learning English was indeed very necessary. The RV was moving slowly, at less than 40 miles per hour. Coupled with Chunya's inability to focus on driving, the RV had only just left the community. Lin Feng made a gesture, and Jiang Qingsno skillfully took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Song Wanjun then lit it for him, taking a puff from the cigarette. Lin Feng savored the moment, his eyes slightly squinting. Master, how do we get to Jinding community? Once we leave this area, I can't tell east from west anymore. You know, I've been working part-time for a while and have been quite reclusive. At this moment, Chen Shiyun's somewhat shy voice came from the front. Hearing this, Jiang Qingsno proactively said, Yunner, let's switch. You can serve the master. Saying this, she naturally took over the driving. Chen Shiyun, now free, flashed a mischievous glint in her eyes. In fact, the moment she uttered the words Jinding community, the RV's AI had already transmitted a clear holographic map into her mind. As the owner of the vehicle, Lin Feng was naturally aware of this. He looked at Chen Shiyun in surprise, unsure of her intentions. But soon, Lin Feng understood. After standing up, Chen Shiyun walked straight to Lin Feng, kneeling down in front of him. Her hands began to gently massage his leg muscles. Her voice was playful. Master, I've recently learned a new dance. Can I show it to you privately? Chen Shiyun, Lin Feng, Song Wanjun. Oh, no. Is this private display scientific? This thought flashed through both Lin Feng and Song Wanjun's minds, leaving them somewhat speechless. Especially Lin Feng, who felt quite uncomfortable. Previously, Chen Shiyun always gave him the impression of a sweet and obedient girl. Today's atmosphere was quite different from the past. Contrasts? Indeed. The information provided by the system was never inaccurate. Chapter 43, Encounter with a Psychic Attacker. The Mysterious Organization of the Radiant Church Driving. Jiang Qingsno turned her head to look at the scheming individual, instantly feeling irritated. 666. You scoundrel. I really thought you didn't know the way. After all this, you were just messing around. The RV moved slowly, and the first destination, Jinding community, was quite far from here. At the RV's speed, it would take at least 2 hours to arrive. Lin Feng enjoyed the little maid's massage and wasn't in a hurry. Just as the group was happily appreciating the scenery along the way, a sudden sound of something cutting through the air was heard. Then, the RV shook violently, and the AI's urgent warning sound quickly rang out. Warning! Warning! Little Nest is under attack by an unidentified flying object. The enemy has exceeded Little Nest's counterattack range. Please, Master, prepare for defense. Hearing the AI's alert, a chill flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He gently released Song Wanjun's waist, tidied himself up slightly, and said, Stay still. I'll go take a look. He commanded before teleporting to the second floor. As he arrived, a clearer holographic projection map appeared before Lin Feng. Whoosh! In the map, a steel spike, accompanied by a slicing sound, shot from a stairwell hundreds of meters away, like a sword, towards the RV's driver's cabin. Bang! After a loud crash, the RV remained unscathed, and the steel spike fell to the ground after expending its energy. This scene captured the entire process of the RV being attacked. Lin Feng's thoughts moved, and the RV's radar quickly merged with his perception as he looked toward the attacker's direction. There, he saw a middle-aged man with a faint crimson glow, whose physique was extremely robust. The middle-aged man had a defiant expression, his eyes revealing desire and greed. Seeing this, Lin Feng frowned. A psychic? That guy's red glow is most likely a psychic ability. If I'm not mistaken, this person should be a strength-type psychic. Lin Feng initially wanted to use the panel function to gather some information about the opponent. However, the distance was too far, and he helplessly realized that this ability was temporarily unavailable. Even having guessed the attacker was a psychic, Lin Feng didn't plan to let this go. It was one thing that he couldn't be harmed, but the attack had already angered him. How dare you attack me? Do you think I'm someone you can mess with? As he spoke, a hint of killing intent flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and he directly pulled out a Barrett rifle. Swear, stop the vehicle. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qing's immediately halted. Lin Feng's furious shout echoed throughout the RV. Even Xinya, who was resting, was startled and rushed to the driver's cabin. The other 4 girls also saw the replay of the recent attack. At the same time, the real-time image of Lin Feng on the 2nd floor was projected in front of the girls. In the image, Lin Feng appeared cold and sharp-eyed. At this moment, he was holding a Barrett rifle, looking through the free-shooting hole of the RV on the 2nd floor, and began to aim. Bang! A loud explosion quickly rang out, and the images in the eyes of the girls began to zoom in rapidly. Soon, they saw the robust ambusher in the stairwell, his head exploding in an instant. Red and white splattered everywhere. The headless corpse of the opponent fell weakly to the ground. Lin Feng's shot was indeed impressive to them. After gaining the golden kidney, his charm was already astonishing. Holding the Barrett and taking down enemies with such hardcore skills added a layer of a macho aura to Lin Feng. Cold, handsome, powerful, he was incredibly manly. The little maids were practically bursting with love in their eyes. Even Qin Shiyun, who had a lower loyalty, was deeply impressed. At this moment, her heart was also filled with a strong sense of security. Just as the little maids were pondering, Lin Feng's voice rang out again. Swear, change the destination. Let's go check out the building where the ambusher is. There might be some discoveries in this neighborhood, as such a powerful ability user appeared. As you command, master. Jiang Qingxue responded sweetly. Lin Feng upstairs, however, flashed a hint of expectation in his eyes. Earlier, through the RV's radar, he had faintly seen a deeper red light on the ambusher. Perhaps that thing was a treasure. Before long, Jiang Qingxue drove the RV to the base of the building where the ambusher was located. The considerate school beauty even used the RV's snow-clearing function to clear a path for Lin Feng. Stay here and wait for me. I'll go take a look. Lin Feng instructed as he arrived at the teleportation area. As you command, master. Lin Feng nodded and instantly disappeared from the vehicle. Seeing Lin Feng leave, the expressions of the girls showed some worry. The little maids looked quite like wives eagerly awaiting their husband's safe return. Clearly, after what had just happened, they had once again solidified their inner thoughts. This world was too dangerous, and to survive well, they must hold on to Lin Feng's thigh tightly. Outside the vehicle, Lin Feng quickly walked into the building. As soon as he got out of the car, he noticed that there were very few survivors in this neighborhood. In fact, there were even fewer than in the Dragon Ascend neighborhood he had previously brushed for experience. The huge RV crashing into the neighborhood made such a loud noise. Yet it didn't attract many survivors. This situation could only be explained in one way. The residents of this neighborhood had basically perished. This discovery made Lin Feng frown, and his steps unconsciously quickened. As soon as he reached the stairwell, his expression suddenly turned serious. Mummies. Countless mummies were haphazardly piled at the base of the building. Lin Feng roughly counted, and there were actually no less than 200 corpses here. Each person had a terrified expression, as if they had encountered something extremely horrifying in life. The state of the corpses resembled those who had their life essence drained by monsters. This scene made Lin Feng frown deeply. He cautiously used the panel function to confirm that the mummies were harmless before he passed through the pile of corpses and left the area. Soon, on the 8th floor stairwell, Lin Feng found the ambusher's corpse. He immediately used the system to check the information about the corpse. Name, Zhen Chuxing. Age, 45. Identity, cultist of the Light Church. Combat power, 0. Combat power before death, 95. Ability, absorb others' life force to enhance power. After reading this person's personal information, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. The Light Church? What the hell is this? Less than 2 weeks into the apocalypse, and such an organization has already appeared. Or does this nonsense Light Church already exist? As he pondered, Lin Feng's expression became somewhat grim. What made his mood even worse was the combat power. This dead guy had a combat power close to 100. This value was not particularly far from Lin Feng's 300 combat power. They had just left the neighborhood. After that, who knows what kind of perverse beings they would encounter. Thinking about these things, Lin Feng's sense of crisis intensified once again. No, he couldn't waste time because of that bitch Feng Yueru. He had to get the ability fruit as soon as possible. Directly change the route and head to the Xingyue Hotel first. After a brief thought, Lin Feng quickly made a decision. At that moment, while pacing in contemplation, Lin Feng suddenly stopped in his tracks. He noticed a blood-colored crystal about the size of a fist on the ground not far from the corpse. Chapter 44. Absorb the blood crystal, 100-fold stamina. The underlying currents of Xingyue Hotel. Lin Feng stared at the blood crystal, and an item information quickly appeared in front of his eyes. Item, life blood crystal, which contains a large amount of life energy. Absorbing it can help the host further enhance their physical strength. Upon seeing this information, Lin Feng displayed a look of joy. Ever since consuming the body enhancement fruit, he had been relying on his old strength. Now that he had obtained this item, it was indeed a good harvest. Lin Feng speculated that this thing was probably not obtained out of thin air. Its raw materials were mostly from those people he had seen before. However, he didn't care about that. Being able to enhance himself was a good thing. Lin Feng quickly stepped forward and picked up the blood crystal. This thing felt delicate and smooth in hand, close to jade. Lin Feng showed a curious expression as he carefully played with it. How do you use this thing? Surely you can't just swallow it whole, he muttered, showing a thoughtful expression. Just then, a system prompt message suddenly popped up in front of him. Ding. Life blood crystal detected. Would you like to absorb it with one click? Yes. Lin Feng hurriedly nodded, his face full of smiles. This system is quite reliable. Whenever there's something, it really helps you out. Just as Lin Feng responded, the life blood crystal in his hand suddenly shattered into powder. Then, pure life energy quickly surged into his body from all limbs and bones. This process felt like a gentle spring breeze in March. Lin Feng only felt refreshed all over, and he was extremely comfortable. After a moment, when the energy from the life blood crystal was exhausted, Lin Feng opened his eyes with a face full of surprise. The first thing he did was open his personal panel. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 22. Speed, 50. Stamina, 1399. Normal adult male is 10 points. Combat power, 400. Ability, special abilities have not yet awakened. Traits, stalking enthusiast, jade foot enthusiast, beast ear enthusiast, likes to help all types of beautiful women, is affectionate, and spreads the love evenly. After looking at his system panel, Lin Feng showed a satisfied expression. Absorbing this life blood crystal actually increased his combat power by another 100 points. You must know, a normal adult male usually has a combat power of only 15 points. Lin Feng had just struck a small fortune. What made him even more pleased was that absorbing this thing had also increased his stamina a bit. Before this, his stamina was exactly 1,000 points. The little maids would have to work hard for a while. Lin Feng chuckled, full of self-satisfaction. After feeling proud for a while, he went to the ambusher's corpse to start searching. This guy's origins were questionable, and perhaps there would be some discoveries on him. After a short while, Lin Feng pulled out a blood-colored token from this person's chest. The token was dark red all over, made of metal, with the words light engraved on the back. Upon seeing this token, Lin Feng's expression became strange. This so-called light church was probably a cult. What normal person would carve the word light on a token of this color? Lin Feng didn't care about this. It was quite normal for some evil organizations to appear in the apocalypse. Confirming that there were no other valuable items, Lin Feng got up and left. After that, he checked the building one by one. Lin Feng's guess was soon confirmed. There were no living people left in the building. It is worth mentioning that during the search, he found a large number of 2 terabytes hard drives and a considerable amount of food, water, and tissues in a room on the 10th floor. The moment he saw the hard drives and tissues, Lin Feng's expression turned strange. It was hard to tell that this guy named Jin Chuxing actually liked to do things himself. No wonder there wasn't a single living woman in this building. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Lin Feng calmly took all the items. He quickly returned to the RV. Upon seeing Lin Feng return safely, the young maids quickly surrounded him. Noticing he was unharmed, the girls all breathed a sigh of relief. Unknowingly, they had grown accustomed to life with Lin Feng. Master, did you find anything good? Jiang Qingxue asked sweetly while hugging one of Lin Feng's arms. The other 3 girls looked at Lin Feng with curiosity. They could clearly feel that Lin Feng was in a good mood after his outing. Well, let's say I've made a small fortune, Lin Feng said with a smile, ruffling the school beauty's little head. After a pause, he continued, by the way, Shuer, let's head to Xingyue Hotel first, and take it slow to Jinding Community. As he spoke, Lin Feng's expression became serious. The guy who just ambushed us is quite powerful. Moreover, he likely has a cult backing him. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the 4 girls looked shocked. Earlier, through the RV's projection, they had already learned that the attacker possessed supernatural abilities. Now, it was even related to a cult. At this moment, the young maids all showed a hint of worry on their faces. All right, don't dwell on this. The situation isn't that bad. As long as I'm here, you won't have any problems. Shuer, go drive. Let's set off right away. Lin Feng's face showed a reassuring expression. Understood, Master. Jiang Qingxue replied, and quickly returned to the driver's seat. After such a long morning, they could all use a break. It would take at least an hour to reach Xingyue Hotel. Upon hearing this, Song Wanjun and the other girls obediently responded and returned to their rooms. After settling the young maids, Lin Feng went to the driver's seat. Looking out at the dark land, a hint of sharpness appeared in his eyes. The emergence of the bright church made Lin Feng realize that this world might not be as simple as he thought. He even began to doubt, was this so-called natural disaster really a natural disaster? Or was it a man-made calamity instigated by certain forces or countries? It was entirely normal for Lin Feng to have such doubts. After all, on Waterblue Star, there was a very restless country called Sakura Nation. Those bastards acted without restraint, committing inhumane acts countless times. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt more excited than worried. Now, that would be interesting. If he just crushed everyone directly, how boring would that be? At this moment, in a guest room on the 7th floor of Xingyue Hotel, Zhang Qi, the captain of the Su family's security team, was bragging with a few subordinates. Damn, I'm so hungry. We can only eat once a day. I'm starving to the point of hallucinations. Having something to eat is already good. You know how many hotel guests have starved to death. Damn, why do we only get one meal a day, while Su Zhantian and Su Miaoyi can eat well every day? That old dog is too much. He doesn't treat us as his own. Hearing his subordinates' discussions, Zhang Qi frowned and reminded, keep your voices down. If Su Zhantian finds out, we won't have a good ending. As soon as he said this, the subordinates immediately complained, damn, doing the hardest work and getting the least food. How does that make sense? It's one thing to not be full, but that fool Su Miaoyi often gets angry at us. Boss, why don't we rebel? As long as we grab Qinchuan's gun, the supplies and Su Miaoyi will all be ours. Then we can also taste the life of a big star. Upon hearing this last sentence, a beautiful face flashed through Zhang Qi's mind, and a surge of heat and excitement rose uncontrollably in his heart. In that moment, his little head quickly took over, and the last bit of loyalty Zhang Qi had vanished instantly. Damn, let's do it. We'll attack Qinchuan together, as long as we deal with him. All the supplies and Su Miaoyi will be shared. Boss is mighty. Boss is awesome. Chapter 45. Zhang Qi let us also taste Su Miaoyi's flavor. Lin Feng UM. In the presidential suite on the 10th floor of Xingyue Hotel, Su Miaoyi, looking quite haggard, was gazing out the window with a worried expression. After more than 10 days of the apocalypse, the once exquisite little face of Su Miaoyi no longer showed the previous radiance. At this moment, she appeared listless, dirty, and emitted a strange odor. She was a far cry from the dazzling big star she used to be. Xiao Yi, come over and eat something. Her father, Su Zhantian, looked at his daughter's back with a hint of indulgence in his voice. Su Zhantian was the head of Su Group, a well-known local enterprise in Jiang City. When the apocalypse struck, it coincided with the day of his daughter's concert. Su Zhantian, his bodyguard Qinchuan, and Zhang Qi from the Su family security team were all trapped in the hotel. Hearing her father's words, Su Miaoyi turned to look. On the table lay a bag of bread and a bottle of mineral water. So annoying. Why do we have to eat this again? It's making me nauseous just looking at it. Seeing the bread again, Su Miaoyi's beautiful face was full of impatience. Su Zhantian looked helpless upon hearing this. Xiaoyi, things are different now. At this time, having something to eat is already very good. Do you know that over a dozen people have starved to death in these past few days? If it weren't for Uncle Chun having a gun, we wouldn't even get this. Upon hearing this, Su Miaoyi instinctively glanced at the burly man next to her father. Qinchuan, as Su Zhantian's bodyguard, had been dedicated for many years. In the early days of the business, Qinchuan even took a knife for Su Zhantian. Therefore, the Su family had always been close to him. After the apocalypse began, the fact that the father and daughter could live relatively comfortably until today relied entirely on Qinchuan and his gun. Upon hearing her father's words, Su Miaoyi fell silent and nodded silently. She knew the current situation but still held onto a sliver of hope in her heart. She fantasized that this terrifying disaster would soon pass. She imagined that she would once again break free from this quagmire and return to being the brilliant star, the favored daughter of heaven. While they were eating, someone suddenly knocked on the door, and Zhang Qi's anxious voice came from outside. Boss, not good. Li Goxing, Zhang Daba, and a few others suddenly started fighting for some reason. Qinchuan quickly opened the door, and a visibly distressed Zhang Qi appeared in front of them. Su Miaoyi, already in a bad mood, saw Zhang Qi's appearance and instantly felt anger rise in her heart, yelling, useless. Aren't you the security captain? If you can't even control your subordinates, what use are you? Hearing this, Zhang Qi, who was trying hard to put on a show, flashed a hint of hatred in his eyes. This woman had always been unwilling to face reality. After the apocalypse began, all her resistance and dissatisfaction were vented onto Zhang Qi and the others. At this moment, Su Zhantian took the initiative to mediate. He pretended to be displeased and scolded Su Miaoyi. Then, he immediately switched to a very gentle demeanor and said to Zhang Qi, Xiao Zhang, Miaoyi's words are a bit harsh, don't take it to heart. This is a special time, and everyone is under a lot of pressure. So bear with it a bit. As long as we get through this period, I will give each of you 300,000, and I will not go back on my word. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Qi quickly put on a grateful expression, repeatedly expressing loyalty to Su Zhantian. However, he was constantly sneering in his heart. Old dog, even at a time like this, you're still trying to paint a beautiful picture for me. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Life is almost gone. What use is money? In the end, Su Zhantian decided to let Chen Chuan handle this conflict. During this period, supplies were extremely scarce. The survivors in Xingyue Hotel were very aggressive, and bloody conflicts would occasionally break out. Every time this happened, they could only rely on Chen Chuan and truth to maintain order. As the door closed, Zhang Qi looked at Chen Chuan, who was walking steadily ahead, with a glint of coldness in his eyes. He had made ample preparations to set his opponent up. Soon, Chen Chuan and Zhang Qi arrived at the 7th floor. As soon as they entered the corridor, intense shouting and fighting could be heard from afar. Chen Chuan didn't think much of it. He had dealt with too many such situations since the apocalypse began. Especially recently, it seemed to happen almost every day. Usually, as long as it didn't affect their floor, Chen Chuan wouldn't pay it any mind. Seeing him remain calm, Zhang Qi felt relieved. Soon, they reached the door. Inside, 4 young men were fighting with weapons, creating a chaotic scene. Chen Chuan shouted, intending to use the deterrent effect of his gun to stop them. Stop! Everyone stop! But before he could finish speaking, he was suddenly knocked to the ground. The one who attacked him was, of course, the Zhang Qi behind him. A chill ran through Chen Chuan's heart, and he immediately struggled to draw his gun in retaliation. At that moment, several people suddenly rushed out from behind the door. These individuals moved quickly, with clear divisions of labor, and instantly subdued Chen Chuan. His gun was taken away, and his hands were tied behind his back. Chen Chuan glared at Zhang Qi, cursing. Zhang Qi, you bastard! What are you doing? Hearing this, Zhang Qi had a cold expression and slapped him backhandedly. Chen Chuan's mouth immediately bled. What am I doing? I want to take Su Miaoyi for myself. I want that so-called star to kneel and call me dad. I've had enough of being bossed around by her every day. The younger brothers, hearing this, also had lewd smiles on their faces and echoed, yeah, count me in. It's the apocalypse, and she still dares to treat us like this. She definitely deserves a beating. Hearing their words, Chen Chuan's face showed pain, and he exclaimed angrily, the boss and the miss have treated you well. How could you do this? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qi kicked Chen Chuan in the face, cursing, treated us well? They eat 3 meals a day while we can only eat 1. I'm so hungry I can't even sleep. Is that treating us well? Chen Chuan wanted to refute, but Zhang Qi's men roughly stuffed something into his mouth. Throw him away. This dumb dog is useless to keep around. Hearing Zhang Qi's words, the younger brothers worked together to dispose of Chen Chuan. Zhang Qi, holding a gun, felt his ambitions rapidly swelling. He looked at the younger brothers, his voice filled with excitement. The problem is solved. All of you come with me to the 10th floor. Today, we'll also taste what it's like to be with a star. On the other side, after an hour's drive, Xingyue Hotel finally appeared before Lin Feng. Out of caution, he planned to observe from the outside first. Soon, Lin Feng teleported to the 2nd floor and used the RV radar to sense the surroundings. His field of vision quickly expanded, and he could see every floor of Xingyue Hotel. At that moment, his attention suddenly fixed on a window on the 10th floor. What the hell? This woman looks a bit familiar. With the help of the RV radar, he could clearly see every window facing this side on the 10th floor. At that moment, in front of a large floor-to-ceiling window, a woman was being violently pressed against the glass by a lewd-looking guy behind her. Lin Feng could clearly see her face. This person was none other than the star Su Miaoyi that Lin Feng was looking for. Chapter 46 Su Miaoyi. You are a good person. I will go with you. Lin Feng, who's a good person? As the face of Jiangxing, Lin Feng naturally knew what Su Miaoyi looked like. Seeing the woman he had his eye on being intercepted, he couldn't hold back any longer. Schwer, stop the car. Lin Feng's furious shout rang out. Jiangxing Su did not dare to delay and quickly controlled the RV to stop. Lin Feng deftly pulled out the Barrett and quickly began to aim. Before leaving the neighborhood, he had practiced his sniping skills with live ammunition multiple times. With unlimited bullets and the double buff effect, Lin Feng's shooting skills improved at an astonishing rate. It was also because of this that he was able to take out the ambusher with 1 shot earlier. At this moment, in the distant room, Zhang Qi was extremely excited, savoring the taste of a big star. Just then, a loud bang suddenly rang out. Boom! In an instant, the bullet shattered the glass and hit his head, exploding it and splattering blood all over Su Miaoyi. Originally filled with despair, Su Miaoyi was startled and screamed repeatedly. The younger brothers lining up at the door were dumbfounded by this scene. What the hell? There's a sniper. Run. Get out of here. Inside. Su Miaoi was extremely terrified as she pushed away the headless corpse behind her, her stomach spasming as she began to retch repeatedly. On the second floor of the RV, Lin Feng, satisfied after scoring a golden headshot, put down the Barrett. Schwerer, target Xingyue Hotel, full speed ahead. Got it, master. Jiang Qingsu's playful voice came from below, and Lin Feng smiled and shook his head upon hearing it. To be safe, Lin Feng chose to stay on the second floor. He kept an eye on the situation in that room. After running such a distance, he couldn't tolerate the woman he had set his sights on being intercepted right under his nose. Fortunately, the deterrent effect of that earlier shot was significant. Until Lin Feng and the others arrived at the bottom of Xingyue Hotel, nothing abnormal happened in that room. Saving the person was urgent. So Lin Feng directly instructed Jiang Qingsu to drive the RV into the hotel. Time was pressing, and after giving a brief command, he teleported out. The RV crashing into the hotel created a huge commotion, naturally attracting the attention of the survivors in Xingyue Hotel. As soon as Lin Feng got out of the RV, a guy with ill intentions suddenly launched a sneak attack. The outcome was predetermined. Charging and recklessly led to a quick death. With a casual punch, Lin Feng turned the attacker into hero fragments. Ignoring the others, he quickly rushed towards the 10th floor. Soon, after clearing out a few small fry, Lin Feng saw Su Miaoi, covered in blood. At that moment, she looked dazed, her eyes red and swollen, with tear stains all over her face. In her arms was the corpse of her long-dead father. After breaking down the door, Zhang Qi naturally made Su Zhantian, the former boss, his primary target for venting his rage. The group's frenzied violence caused the pampered Su Zhantian to die on the spot. Lin Feng's arrival didn't even provoke an emotional response from Su Miaoi. At that moment, there was not a hint of the star's demeanor on her face. Why? Why is this happening? Why did you betray my father and me? This woman kept repeating these phrases, looking completely unhinged. Lin Feng shook his head and stepped forward to carry Su Miaoi's delicate body, turning around to head downstairs. It wasn't until they reached the 5th floor that the dazed Su Miaoi slowly came to her senses, realizing she was being carried on Lin Feng's shoulder. She immediately felt embarrassed and began to struggle. Don't move. Noticing the woman's resistance, Lin Feng frowned and said in a deep voice, What are you doing? You pervert. Let me go? Hearing this, Su Miaoi's face turned red with anger, and she struggled even harder. Lin Feng stopped and put her down. Who are you? Why are you so rude, just picking someone up and running? Lin Feng's interruption made Su Miaoi temporarily forget her grief over her deceased father, and her tone was filled with dissatisfaction. Lin Feng was in a good mood and didn't pay much attention to the woman's attitude. He replied, My name is Lin Feng, and I'm basically your fan. The person who tried to infringe upon you before was taken care of by me. Upon hearing this, Su Miaoi's expression softened considerably. The combination of being a fan and a savior was obviously a plus. For a moment, her impression of Lin Feng improved greatly. How could her fan possibly be a bad person? Based on this judgment, Su Miaoi showed a fake smile and said, Thank you for saving me earlier. Once I get through this disaster, I will make sure to compensate you well. A house, a car, or cash, we can discuss. Upon hearing this, a strange look flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. The apocalypse had been here for so long, and this woman was still dreaming about those useless things. Lin Feng felt that this so-called big star was a bit foolish. However, he didn't want to dwell on it for now. Lin Feng looked at Su Miaoi and suggested, This place is no longer safe. I have an RV that can move freely. Do you want to leave with me? Hearing this, Su Miaoi showed gratitude on her face, bowed to Lin Feng again, and said, Thank you so much for your heroic rescue. You're a good person, I'll go with you. Lin Feng, however, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The last time someone called him a good person was a while ago. If he remembered correctly, that guy's grave grass should be half a meter tall by now. Clearly, Su Miaoi, this foolish woman, mistook him for a rescue team member. At this moment, Lin Feng found it somewhat amusing. It was the first time since the apocalypse that he encountered someone so silly. Lin Feng felt a bit entertained. When Su Miaoi saw his smile, she felt even happier. She wondered which rescue team this handsome guy was from. He looked quite good, and the more she looked, the more appealing he seemed. With the person found, Lin Feng didn't want to stay longer. He spoke again, Let's go back to the RV. Saying this, he turned and walked ahead. Su Miaoi smiled in agreement and quickly followed him. Soon, the two arrived at the floor where the RV was located. At this moment, a large group of survivors had already gathered around the RV. The majority of these people were men. Noticing Lin Feng and Su Miaoi's arrival, their gazes instantly turned towards them. Especially when they saw Su Miaoi beside Lin Feng, the survivors' eyes became fiery and lewd. Most of these people were former fans of Su Miaoi. However, it was evident that after the apocalypse, their mindset had changed. and they wanted to interact with their idol in a different way. At this time, a lewd young man weighing over 200 pounds stepped forward, holding a beer bottle. He looked at Lin Feng with a wary expression and said aggressively, "Kid, you can scram. Princess Miao Miao is protected by us Miao Chui Jiao." Lin Feng was struck like lightning upon hearing this. He froze in place, his mouth twitching. What the hell is this Princess Miao Miao and Miao Chui Jiao? Whose stupid idea was that? You guys don't call your group Mickey Mouse Club, do you? And when you say that, can you not sneak a peek at the important parts? Damn it. Seeing the fat guy's disgraceful demeanor, Lin Feng was dumbfounded, feeling a wave of sarcasm in his heart. This scene made many people around show expressions of glee. Some had seen Lin Feng's skills before and knew how powerful he was, but they weren't that kind-hearted. Instead, they enjoyed watching the fat guy make a fool of himself. There were too many people who liked to watch the fun, and most couldn't resist the temptation. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't respond, the fat guy thought he had intimidated him and became even more arrogant. He angrily yelled, "Are you deaf? I'm talking to you, fatty." As he spoke, the fat guy threw the beer bottle at Lin Feng's head. His attack was naturally easily blocked by Lin Feng. The bottle shattered with a bang, and Lin Feng was splashed with beer. With his enhanced body, this level of attack couldn't harm him at all. However, the fat guy's actions completely enraged Lin Feng. Sweeping the glass shards off his hand, a cold smile appeared on his face. "Is this it? Not impressive at all, you little dog. Let me teach you what real strength is." With that, Lin Feng instantly exploded into action, turning around and delivering a powerful kick to the fat guy's groin. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. The fat guy's 200-pound body was directly kicked away, crashing heavily against the RV behind him. The secondary damage from the collision with the RV caused countless bones in his body to break. After hitting the ground, a large amount of blood poured from the fat guy's mouth and nose. He looked like a dead dog, extremely miserable. Lin Feng's kick was incredibly powerful. The fat guy's pubic bone, along with surrounding tissues, was completely crushed. In an instant, his piercing screams echoed through the area. This display stunned Su Miaoi behind him. She looked at Lin Feng in terror, unable to speak for a long time. The survivors witnessed this scene and felt their scalps go numb. So brutal. This kick could send even Ultraman into a panic. They looked at Lin Feng with fear and awe in their eyes. Such a ruthless person. Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't dare provoke him. The fat guy lay on the ground, coughing blood incessantly, having nearly been taken out with one kick. He realized he had kicked a steel plate. At this moment, he regretted it deeply. He repeatedly cursed himself for being a big fool. Why did he have to provoke this Grim Reaper? Lin Feng noticed the expressions of the crowd, but didn't care. Adhering to the good habit of taking advantage of someone's misfortune, Lin Feng directly pulled out an oversized iron hammer and charged towards the fat guy again. This maneuver of going from empty-handed to wielding a big hammer shocked everyone once more. They speculated that Lin Feng was most likely a powerful existence who had awakened some abilities. Seeing his actions, the surrounding survivors were all terrified and retreated repeatedly. Seeing this killing machine about to strike again, the fat guy was so scared that he almost lost his mind, hurriedly begging for mercy. "Big brother, oh no, grandpa. You're my grandpa. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please spare me. I beg you, please let me go." The fat guy was so frightened he could almost wet himself, but due to the damage to his critical area, he couldn't urinate at that moment. Lin Feng heard this and continued his actions, swinging the hammer down towards his groin with a heavy blow. Bang! With this strike, the fat guy's abdomen below the navel exploded. His even more tragic screams quickly followed. Lin Feng listened to the other party's wails with pleasure, a cruel smile appearing on his face. "Wrong? Hey, you don't just know you're wrong, you know you're about to die, right? You were the one who started it, and you're the one begging me to stop. What the hell are you? Did I give you face?" Lin Feng sneered and continued to swing the big hammer. After a few more strikes, the fat guy was completely done for. The surrounding survivors, witnessing this scene, felt even more apprehensive towards Lin Feng. "With this level of strength, how dare you provoke me? What a stupid fool." Lin Feng spat on the corpse and walked towards Su Miaoi with an indifferent expression. Seeing Lin Feng approach, Su Miaoi instinctively took a step back. At this moment, she realized that Lin Feng was definitely not a member of the rescue team. Official personnel wouldn't act so casually. Su Miaoi glared at Lin Feng with anger in her eyes and said, "How can you attack someone over such a trivial matter? He was my fan." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that this so-called leading lady would be so foolish in private. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh in anger. "So, you mean I should just let him hit me? And then make a big deal out of nothing? Just now when I was being hit. Was your mouth glued shut with shit? You didn't speak up then, but now you come out to be the good guy? I want to ask you, is your standard for a scumbag too casual? Being pointed at the nose and cursed at by Lin Feng made Su Miaoyi even angrier. Violent man. Barbarian. Smelly dirt dog. I don't want to argue with you, just get lost. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng revealed a cold smile. The woman in front of him was truly absurdly foolish. He couldn't understand why. After nearly 2 weeks of the apocalypse, there were still people clinging to pre-apocalypse thinking. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't respond, Su Miaoyi looked around at the survivors and shouted, "Family, is there anyone willing to be my temporary bodyguard? As long as you protect me through this disaster, I'm willing to pay a large sum of money as a reward." As soon as this was said, the survivors' gazes towards Su Miaoyi changed instantly. It wasn't that they weren't tempted by her. They had obediently endured hunger before. But that was merely due to Qin Chuan's threat. Clearly, judging from this woman's words, the threat was gone. This realization made the survivors eager again. No matter how strong Lin Feng was, he was still just one person, and there were no fewer than 100 survivors on this side. He couldn't possibly take on 100 by himself, could he? This time, the advantage was on my side. At this moment, many people were influenced by the little head and looked at Lin Feng with unfriendly gazes. As a man himself, how could Lin Feng not understand the greed and lewdness in these guys' eyes? I have to say, this woman's operation once again refreshed his understanding. After the apocalypse, what happens when a defenseless female celebrity is put together with a group of thirsty male fans? This proposition could be thought of with one's toes. This woman, instead of avoiding it, was actually thinking of getting closer? Amazing. Being foolish to the extreme is also a form of invincibility. Lin Feng was in awe of this woman's thought process. Chapter 48. Feng, don't run. I'm not a big bad guy. You are the living king of hell. Seeing that Lin Feng kept silent, several young men in their 30s encouraged each other and stepped forward to the two. The leader of them, with a face full of smiles, looked at Lin Feng and said, "This little brother." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Feng pulled out his gun and shot him. "Sorry, I don't like being called little brother." Lin Feng blew on the gun barrel and shrugged indifferently. After decades and 2 lifetimes, he was tired of being called names like Xiao Lin or a Feng. Now, whoever dared to call him that again would get hit. Plain and simple. The death of this young man completely terrified the survivors present. Because of a title, he had directly shot the other party. This guy in front of them was simply a demon who killed without blinking. After the young man died, the 4 beside him were instantly scared out of their wits. They all knelt faster than a rooster from Gaul, prostrating on the ground and begging for mercy. "Grandpa, spare me. I know I was wrong. Spare me. Please let us go. Treat us like nothing. Grandpa, I was wrong. I won't dare to covet Su Miaoyi again." Upon hearing these pleas for mercy, Lin Feng revealed a look of disdain. He pointed at Su Miaoyi not far away and sneered. "Amazing. You really dare to believe her words? She's an idiot. And you're all idiots?" Hearing this, the fear in the few people's hearts intensified, their heads banging until they bled, crying out for mercy. Lin Feng's expression turned cold, and he said indifferently, "Brainless fools, living is just a waste of resources." As he spoke, he quickly pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of gunshots, all of them were dead. The onlookers were terrified by Lin Feng's brutal actions and fled for their lives. Lin Feng was naturally not polite to these onlookers with ulterior motives. He wore a warm smile on his face, and the tool in his hand kept busy, constantly redeeming others. "Why are you running? You're already here. Come eat some peanuts before you leave. You're making it seem like I'm a big bad guy." The survivors said nothing, just ran for their lives. Soon, nearly 100 people completely disappeared into the distance. Meanwhile, Su Miaoyi, who had just been cursed at by Lin Feng, now had a face full of shock and anger. She didn't expect Lin Feng to be so crazy, killing people without hesitation at the slightest disagreement. What made Su Miaoyi even more furious was that Lin Feng kept calling her an idiot, pointing at her nose and cursing. At this moment, she both hated and feared Lin Feng. She hated that this guy casually killed her fans, treating human lives as nothing. She feared that he would turn against her and forcefully take possession of her. If Lin Feng knew Su Miaoyi's thoughts at this moment, he would probably slap her directly. The fact that he saved her from Zhangqi back then was something this woman had conveniently chosen to forget. Lin Feng ignored those who fled and turned to look at Su Miaoyi with impatience. "Get over here. Who the hell gave you the confidence to make decisions? You're my personal property now. You have no right to make any decisions." His voice carried a chilling sense of oppression. Upon hearing this, Su Miaoyi couldn't even utter a rebuttal. She was afraid that if she argued back, she would be shot dead on the spot. Su Miaoyi was so scared that her body trembled, her face full of terror. A strong desire to survive still urged her to walk up to Lin Feng. "Get in the car. My rules will be taught to you slowly," Lin Feng ordered coldly. He hadn't expected that picking someone up would lead to so much trouble. Especially this woman's bizarre thought process left him speechless. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Su Miaoyi silently nodded, following him closely. Soon, the two entered the RV through the teleportation portal. Upon seeing Lin Feng return, Jiang Qingxue and the other three quickly welcomed him. All four had obedient expressions, saluting neatly and shouting, "Welcome home, master." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he waved his hand. "Get up." Seeing Su Miaoyi behind him, Jiang Qingxue and the others quickly showered her with flattery. As expected of our noble and powerful master, effortlessly bringing back a new little maid. Master is so amazing. This sister is even a star. Praise our handsome master. This operation completely bewildered Su Miaoyi. At this moment, her head was buzzing, and she even doubted her life. Wait, what is going on here? Why are they calling this guy master? And they even had to bow to welcome Lin Feng. God, the treatment these women received was simply like that of servants. When they said the new little maid, were they referring to me? Lin Feng glanced at the dazed Su Miaoyi and coldly began to issue orders. Yeah, take this woman to get cleaned up, and teach her the rules of being a maid. Lin Feng paused and looked at Song Wanjun and Chen Shiyun. Wanner, come help me take a shower. As Lin Feng's voice fell, all the girls respectfully responded. Yes, master. Lin Feng nodded, hugging Song Wanjun as they walked toward a bathing area. Meanwhile, Su Miaoyi stood there in a daze, filled with doubts about her life. Sure enough, these women were all Lin Feng's maids, or rather, slaves. Let us go? You're all smelly, come wash up with us. Chen Yu stepped forward, grabbed Su Miaoyi's hand, and smiled. Her action broke Su Miaoyi's train of thought. Wash. You actually have water to take a bath. Her mind was a bit offline, but she finally realized the problem. Hee. What is the big deal about taking a shower? Following the master, we can enjoy delicious food from all over the world. Jiang Qingxue said with a hint of disdain on her face, her tone proud. As the first woman to follow Lin Feng, Jiang Qingxue had long since gotten used to her current life. To some extent, she even liked it. After all, with him, Jiang Qingxue was well-fed, warmly dressed, and slept soundly. Hearing this, Su Miaoyi looked at the two dazzling women with exquisite makeup and then at herself, who looked like a homeless person. Feeling extremely complicated for a moment. In the bathroom, Jiang Qingxue and the other woman were helping Su Miaoyi clean her body. Jiang Qingxue, feeling dissatisfied, was a bit rough, making Su Miaoyi cry out in pain. Earlier, in the car, they had all observed every move Su Miaoyi made. They were very disgusted with her double standards regarding Lin Feng, and now that this woman had come to them willingly, they naturally wanted to have some fun with her. After a while, once they finished cleaning, Chen Yu began explaining the maid rules to Su Miaoyi. Used to a life of luxury and accustomed to being on top, she naturally couldn't accept such humiliating rules. Thus, just after putting on her clothes, Su Miaoyi angrily approached Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, let me tell you. Even if I die, I will never be some damn maid. If you have the ability, kill me now. I'm not afraid. As soon as these words came out, Lin Feng, who was sweet-talking with Song Wanjun, instantly turned serious. This stupid woman was really annoying. Chapter 49. Su Miaoyi, I was really wrong. Please accept my powers. Hearing Su Miaoyi's words, Jiang Qingxue and Chunya, who had followed her out, showed looks of unease. Having spent so much time with Lin Feng, they naturally understood him a bit. What Lin Feng needed was obedience, absolute obedience. And now, Su Miaoyi's foolish actions were a blatant challenge to his authority as a master. If Lin Feng was in a bad mood, they could also be affected. This point, the two women knew very well. Therefore, they both looked at Lin Feng with unease. Fortunately, their worries were unnecessary. At this moment, Lin Feng's attention was entirely focused on Su Miaoyi's personal panel. Name, Su Miaoyi. Age, 25. Identity, reserve maid. Loyalty, 0. Combat power, 8. Fertility switch, not yet closed, will automatically close upon formal employment. Physical condition, weak, no infectious diseases. Traits, movie star, princess syndrome, Sundara, special aura, immune to zombie virus, can freely adjust whether it takes effect. Glancing at the last two pieces of information, Lin Feng's eyes shifted, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He gently released Song Wanjun and walked expressionlessly towards Su Miaoyi. Su Miaoyi was shouting fiercely, but when she saw Lin Feng approaching with a grim expression, she uncontrollably felt fear. Lin Feng noticed the change in her expression. He knew that without letting this woman truly experience the cruelty of the apocalypse, it would be hard for her thoughts to change. Previously, this foolish woman's various actions had completely worn down Lin Feng's good mood. Now he just wanted this so-called big star to feel the harshness of the apocalypse. Don't want to be my maid? Heh, I'll grant you that. Lin Feng's expression turned cold as he reached out and grabbed Su Miaoyi by the neck. Lifting her up, Su Miaoyi, who was being choked, found it difficult to breathe. She struggled to pry Lin Feng's hand away, but it was obviously futile. Let us all go out and have some fun together, Lin Feng ordered, and then transported Su Miaoyi outside the car. The four women didn't dare slack off and quickly followed. Outside the car, Lin Feng casually threw Su Miaoyi to the ground like trash, his expression indifferent. Su Miaoyi, who fell to the ground, looked pale and kept coughing while clutching her neck, even gagging. Just now, she genuinely felt like she was going to die. The intense suffocation and near-death sensation shook Su Miaoyi to her core. But at that moment, she didn't choose to back down. With her father gone, now falling into the hands of this devil Lin Feng, Su Miaoyi thought that death might be a good option. Lin Feng naturally noticed the change in her expression. He sneered and coldly said, "Want to die? Huh, where do you think you're going to find such a good deal? Your worthless life was saved by me." Hearing this, Su Miaoyi looked at Lin Feng in fear, unsure of what he was planning. Soon, she understood. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he directly stepped forward, grabbed her, and threw her into the black snow not far away. This action not only shocked Su Miaoyi, but also stunned Chen Shiyun and the other women. In their understanding, the black snow was something that would kill on contact. Logically, with Lin Feng's lecherous nature, he shouldn't waste this celebrity. The few women looked at Lin Feng in surprise, but found his expression remained calm. Unlike the onlookers, Su Miaoyi wasn't so fortunate. The moment her skin touched the black snow, her body began to rot extensively. Ugly pus-filled sores quickly appeared on her skin. At the same time, a strong stench continuously emanated from her body. The pain brought on by the zombie virus entering her system was extremely intense. At that moment, Su Miaoyi felt as if every inch of her skin was being roasted over a raging fire, then torn apart bit by bit. If one word could summarize her current feeling, it would be tortured to death. In just a moment, Su Miaoyi began to scream in agony. Her entire body twisted and convulsed from the torment. Her originally beautiful face was now covered in sores and rotten flesh, resembling a demon. In that instant, she was even tortured to the point that her pants were wet. Deeply immersed in extreme, terrifying pain, it was worse than death. Stop! Lin Feng snapped his fingers, then actively activated Su Miaoyi's immunity to the zombie virus. In an instant, the effects of the black snow receded, and a flash of white light enveloped Su Miaoyi, fully restoring her injuries. While her injuries could be healed, her constantly convulsing body and the intense stench could not dissipate. This move left Chunya and the other three women completely stunned. They hadn't expected Lin Feng to master such terrifying techniques. Immunity to black snow. Instant healing. Su Miaoyi was like fish on a chopping board, completely at Lin Feng's mercy. Seeing her miserable state, the four women once again firmly resolved to be loyal to Lin Feng, especially Chen Shiyun, who at this moment felt a strong sense of fear and relief. Thank goodness she had been stopped by her sister before, or she might have done something to betray him. Otherwise, if she had angered Lin Feng and received such treatment, she felt she would go crazy. How about it? If you think that wasn't enough fun, we can continue. I have time and can play with you as much as you want, Lin Feng said coldly, walking over to Su Miaoyi with a detached tone. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Su Miaoyi felt as if struck by lightning. She looked up at Lin Feng in extreme panic, her eyes filled with pain and pleading. No, please don't. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Just don't torture me like that again. I'm willing to do whatever you want. Even if it's being a dog. Su Miaoyi never wanted to experience that inhumane torture again in her life. Still don't understand the rules, huh? Schwer and the others taught you for half a day, and you still won't properly bow or call me master. How about we do it again? I feel like you might still not get it, Lin Feng said teasingly, pretending to snap his fingers again to repeat the previous process. Su Miaoyi was terrified as she saw him raise his hand, her eyes wide with fear. She quickly got up and kept bowing, begging for mercy. Master, I really know I was wrong. From now on, whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. Please, master, spare me this time. Su Miaoyi's pride, self-esteem, and values had completely shattered when the zombie virus invaded her. Of course, it was the extreme and terrifying pain she had experienced earlier that made her quickly recognize reality. If Su Miaoyi had to choose between death and being tormented by the zombie virus, she would unhesitatingly choose the former. Hearing this, Lin Feng showed a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. You're kneeling already. Struggle a bit more. This is my first experiment with this black snow. Upon hearing this, Su Miaoyi felt her scalp tingle and hurriedly continued to cry and bow. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng looked regretful. Sigh. Fine. I'm not an unreasonable person. Since you are so sincerely repentant, I will spare you this time. After these words, Su Miaoi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Come over here. Don't be so far away. Upon hearing this, Su Miaoi's eyes revealed a strong unwillingness. But thinking of the terrifying torment she had just experienced, her heart trembled. And she quickly adjusted her attitude. Su Miaoi did not dare to be slow, hurriedly coming to Lin Feng's side and lowering her head, ignoring the smell on her. Lin Feng reached out and patted the head of this former idol goddess, and his displeasure dissipated quite a bit. Looking at Su Miaoi's submissive demeanor, Lin Feng showed a satisfied expression. This trip was quite good. Not only did he gain a star maid, but the progress bar also increased by another 10. The current experience progress bar reached 66. This meant that the ability fruit Lin Feng had been thinking about was within reach. Chapter 50, Awakening of Space Ability. Lin Feng's mind moved slightly, and he opened the System Upgrade Experience Bar interface again. Sure enough, at the 60 position of the progress bar, the reward for the ability fruit was successfully lit up. Without hesitation, Lin Feng clicked on the reward icon. The system prompt sound quickly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have received the reward, Ability Awakening Fruit. The reward has been issued, and the host can collect it at will. As the system prompt sound fell, Lin Feng instantly sensed that a golden fruit the size of a ping-pong ball had appeared in the system space. The fruit's shape was similar to an apple, entirely golden, and looked quite extraordinary. Seeing this fruit, Lin Feng was in a great mood, and even his gaze towards Su Miaoi softened quite a bit. After system healing, Su Miaoi's body showed no signs of the previous decay, returning to its original state. However, considering this woman's previous behavior, Lin Feng still planned to further temper her pride. At this moment, Lin Feng reached out and rubbed Su Miaoi's small face, a hint of mischief flashing across his face. As a maid, you rushed over and didn't wash your hands after eating, so clean me up. Lin Feng glanced at the seasoning marks left on the back of his fingers, his tone frivolous. Upon hearing this, Su Miaoi instantly understood the implication. In an instant, her face turned red, and her eyes revealed a mix of shame, anger, and resistance. But upon noticing the indifference in Lin Feng's gaze, Su Miaoi instantly wilted. Resigned, she knelt on the ground, seriously helping Lin Feng clean his fingers. Tears unconsciously streamed down Su Miaoi's face. Looking at this scene, Lin Feng's expression remained cold. This woman had been used to being high and mighty, full of princess disease, and had not realized the cruelty of the apocalypse. If he didn't properly teach her a lesson, she might cause trouble for Lin Feng in the future. The fact that the big star Su Miaoi was kneeling at Lin Feng's feet was also seen by the survivors who were secretly observing from the shadows. The shock brought about by this operation distorted many people's expressions. A group of guys were so jealous their faces turned green, because they also wanted to pull down idols like Lin Feng and ruthlessly trample them. Unfortunately, they couldn't do it and could only hide in the corners, seething with anger. Just like the soft-footed shrimp in anime, Lin Feng naturally sensed the gazes of these cowards. However, for now, he didn't want to bother with these low-experience drop-rate guys. Before long, Su Miaoi had cleaned his fingers. He casually wiped them on her, then stood up in a good mood and said, "I've checked this hotel. There's nothing valuable here. Let's go back to the car." The girls quickly responded respectfully, "Yes, master." Su Miaoi, blushing, also imitated the other girls and bowed respectfully. Soon, they returned to the RV. Lin Feng frowned at the stinky Su Miaoi and spoke coldly. "Shuer, help the maid wash up, then bring her to see me." "Yes, master." Jiang Qingxue replied with a smile. "Oh, and after your shower, change into this. Just throw away the clothes you're wearing." As Lin Feng spoke, he casually took out a long shirt and threw it on the nearby sofa. Seeing this, Su Miaoi looked bewildered. The redness that had just faded from her face returned completely. Even her small, delicate ears turned bright red. Su Miaoi's head was buzzing. For a moment, she was so embarrassed she wished she could burrow into the ground. How am I supposed to wear this? It's too embarrassing. The other girls beside her noticed Su Miaoi's expression and all had mischievous smiles. Previously, they had also felt extremely embarrassed in this situation. Now it was Su Miaoi's turn to die socially. "Stop dawdling. Hurry up. Otherwise, if you anger the master, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Jiang Qingxue urged when she saw Su Miaoi hesitating. Looking up at Lin Feng's cold expression, Su Miaoi sighed dejectedly. She reached out and picked up the shirt. Following Jiang Qingxue back to the bathroom, Lin Feng looked at Chunya and said, "Xiaoya, go drive. We're heading to Jinding Community." Chunya gently nodded and turned to enter the driver's seat. Song Wanjun and Chun Shiyun were arranged by Lin Feng to tidy up the room. After the girls left, Lin Feng took out the golden ability fruit from the system space. Then, he stuffed it into his mouth. The fruit melted in his mouth and quickly flowed into Lin Feng's abdomen. Soon, warm currents emerged from all over his body, continuously gathering towards Lin Feng's sea of consciousness. He felt warm all over, and his head was filled with a warm and comfortable sensation. This process lasted a very short time. About 2.5 minutes later, the heat flow in Lin Feng's body was completely exhausted. He opened his eyes in surprise. At the moment the heat flow was exhausted, a wave of clarity arose in Lin Feng's heart. Many profound insights about space appeared in his mind in an incredibly wonderful way. Lin Feng understood. His ability was space. After absorbing the ability fruit, Lin Feng realized that the world in his eyes had changed. Every place around him was filled with vast, colorless spatial energy. He also discovered an extremely mysterious connection between his body and the external spatial energy. It was as if with a single thought, Lin Feng could easily tear open space. Thinking of this, he pointed his fingers like a sword and gently swiped. The space in front of him was instantly cut open like soft tofu, creating a small opening. A pitch-black spatial crack suddenly formed. Lin Feng's energy and the outside world formed a strange balance, maintaining the stability of the spatial crack. This feeling was quite wonderful. Lin Feng, curious, cut open another spatial crack. Then, as a test, he took out a long knife and reached towards the crack. Soon, his long knife slowly emerged from the previous crack. This scene made Lin Feng feel incredibly curious, and he began to try various things, having a great time. After about a quarter of an hour, Lin Feng, who was quite mentally exhausted, stopped the testing. His eyes were filled with surprise. After the previous experiments, Lin Feng finally discovered the correct way to use his supernatural ability. At this stage, his spatial ability was still quite weak. If we only talk about lethality, Lin Feng's ability was far less powerful than firearms. But that didn't mean it was useless. On the contrary, Lin Feng found that this ability was incredibly effective for defense. After multiple attempts, he figured out a method to absorb and redirect physical attacks through multiple spatial rifts, which he named dimensional layering. The enemy's physical attacks would be absorbed and redirected by the spatial rifts, allowing him to protect himself. However, this ability had obvious drawbacks. First, maintaining this kind of defense consumed an enormous amount of energy. Lin Feng could only sustain it for about 10 minutes at present. Second, it could only currently immunize against physical attacks. If a mental attack came, Lin Feng would most likely be defeated. And the instantaneous movement that he had always envied was still beyond his reach. Nevertheless, Lin Feng was already quite satisfied with this level of ability. For offensive means, he could temporarily rely on truth, and he had his supernatural ability for defense. At this stage, Lin Feng's capabilities were already quite comprehensive. At this moment, the bathroom door not far away was opened. Wearing an oversized shirt and with a flushed face, Su Miaoyi appeared in front of Lin Feng, looking a bit shy. Chapter 51, The Talented Big Star. At this moment, Su Miaoyi's face was adorned with a rosy hue, and she looked quite bashful. Her long, silky hair still had some moisture in it. Paired with her already stunningly beautiful face and her fair, radiant skin, she looked exceptionally charming. Su Miaoyi's figure was not as voluptuous as Jiang Qingshue's, nor as petite and cute as Song Wanjuan's. Her body was perfectly proportioned, and her exquisite and beautiful face, combined with a hint of shyness and a rather sexy shirt, created an undeniable allure. At this moment, Lin Feng was captivated. Suppressing his shyness, Su Miaoyi softly called out, "Master, I'm done with my wash." Behind her, Jiang Qingxue watched the newcomer warily. After all, this woman had once been a big star, and the buff of being a dream lover was incredibly powerful. Anyone would be tempted to try it out. Compared to Su Miaoyi, Jiang Qingxue believed that her only advantage was her figure. She wanted to compete for attention but forced herself to hold back. Jiang Qingxue knew that it was not the time to cause trouble, as it would only upset Lin Feng. Hearing Su Miaoyi's words, Lin Feng showed a hint of appreciation in his eyes. This woman truly had extraordinary beauty. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng looked at Jiang Qingxue and said, "Schwerer, go call Wanjun and the others over. The car can wait. Let's enjoy the live performance of a big star together." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Jiang Qingxue giggled and obediently went to call the others. Meanwhile, Su Miaoyi felt even more bashful. How could she sing and dance in front of those women without feeling utterly embarrassed? Thinking of this, Su Miaoyi's little face showed a pained expression as she looked at Lin Feng with a pitiful gaze, her voice soft. "Dear master, can I change my clothes?" Su Miaoyi's pitiful appearance was quite impactful. Even Lin Feng, who was used to beautiful women, found it hard to resist. Seeing this woman now obedient like a little dog, Lin Feng's desire to punish her diminished significantly. However, due to the earlier incident, Lin Feng's displeasure hadn't completely faded. Remembering this, he frowned slightly and looked at Su Miaoyi. Answering no, at least not this time. Upon hearing this, Su Miaoyi not only did not show any signs of disappointment, but instead looked a bit happy. She understood Lin Feng's meaning. This time was a punishment, but it wouldn't be like this in the future. She didn't even realize that after enduring the cruel torment of the zombie virus, her princess disease had completely vanished. Lin Feng was quite calm about this. There is great terror between life and death. No matter how arrogant a person is, once they experience the feeling of being tortured to the brink of death, they can become obedient. Soon, the RV stopped, and the four women returned to Lin Feng's side. The room where Lin Feng was located was quite spacious. The women gathered around him, and it didn't feel crowded at all. With the audience in place, the performance was naturally about to begin. Lin Feng patted Su Miaoyi, who was serving at his side, and ordered, "Everyone is here. It's your turn to perform. You can improvise and choose the song you're best at. I've never been to a live concert in my life. Now, I can finally fulfill this dream." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Chun Shiyun obediently handed over a pink microphone. Su Miaoyi took the microphone, feeling quite bashful as she stood up from the ground and walked a short distance away. At this moment, the gentle and elegant Chun Yi proactively spoke to liven up the atmosphere. "Where's the applause?" Song Wanjun and the other three cheered in unison and started clapping. Lin Feng remained calm and did not stop them. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Su Miaoyi suddenly calmed down. She was surprised to find that the maids looking at her had no malice or mockery. This gradually dissolved the tension in Su Miaoyi's heart. In fact, after witnessing her endure such cruel punishment, Song Wanjun and the others no longer held any resentment towards her. After all, they were all in the same boat, struggling to survive in a chaotic world. Therefore, although this so-called talent show had elements of Lin Feng's punishment, Chun-Ya and the others were quite gentle in their attitude towards Su Miaoyi. Lin Feng noticed all of this and tacitly allowed them to behave this way. After tormenting Su Miaoyi earlier, most of his anger had dissipated. Lin Feng's ruthlessness was primarily directed at enemies and those who refused to be disciplined. The obedient Jiang Qingxue and the others had always lived comfortably. Before long, this small live concert began. After a brief adjustment period, Su Miaoyi quickly got into character. Her voice was clear and ethereal, very infectious. As the song began, Su Miaoyi's captivating figure started to dance gracefully. The sound system of the small nest was predictably powerful. The explosive sound effects of future technology completely surpassed those of a real concert. With top-notch looks, phenomenal singing skills, and exceptional sound quality combined, Lin Feng and the others, as the audience, found themselves unknowingly immersed in the experience. Elegance, healing, ethereality, and beauty, various pleasant experiences surfaced in their hearts. For a moment, Lin Feng felt a bit dazed. He even almost forgot his original purpose. The earlier intention to temper Su Miaoyi's sharpness had also faded into nothingness. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly understood why so many people were keen on attending live concerts. The same song, heard live, felt entirely different from playing it on a phone. Fortunately, he now had a little star made with exceptional looks, figure, and singing talent. In the future, he could easily enjoy as many concerts as he wanted. This small concert lasted nearly half an hour. By the time Su Miaoyi's voice became a bit hoarse, Song Wanjun and the others were still left wanting more. After the final song, they all began to praise her. "Wow, Miaoyi sings really well. Yes, so beautiful to listen to." Even I, who usually doesn't listen to music much, was deeply moved. Professionals are indeed different. Experts are much better than amateurs like me. Hearing the praises from the others, Su Miaoyi showed a grateful expression and sincerely bowed to them. "Sisters, you flatter me. From now on, I will learn more from everyone. In the future, if the sisters have any questions, they can always come to me, and I will speak without reservation." Hearing this, the few girls showed friendly smiles to Su Miaoyi. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow as he looked at the poised Su Miaoyi. After the previous events, it seemed that this woman's emotional intelligence had suddenly come online. As for whether Su Miaoyi's allegiance was genuine or just superficial, Lin Feng didn't care. He had loyalty in hand, so there was no risk of failure. At this moment, Su Miaoyi looked at Lin Feng and playfully said, "Master, the maid's outfits are so nice. Can you get me a set too?" Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He didn't have any stock left, but he could get some new ones when they encountered a mall later. Upon hearing this, Su Miaoyi smiled charmingly and said softly, "No need to wait that long. I can alter my clothes myself. I just need to trouble the great master to help me measure my waist." Chapter 52, Little Tailor Su Miaoyi. A new reward, the time-stopping pocket watch. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng chuckled and replied, "Of course. I've measured before, and everyone said it was good." As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Qingxue and the others showed a hint of embarrassment. They exchanged glances and tactfully excused themselves. Su Miaoyi looked grateful at this. "Bring me the measuring tape." "As you command, master." Su Miaoyi nodded gently. After that, more than half an hour passed, and Su Miaoyi quickly left Lin Feng's room, taking a lot of materials for altering clothes with her. Su Miaoyi was not lying. Making clothes was one of her interests. Privately, she often altered old clothes she didn't want to wear into new outfits or small decorations. She also had a little hobby of making various costumes. She didn't wear them much herself. She purely enjoyed the process of making them. Knowing that she had this skill made Lin Feng very happy. After all, when he played the game Honor of Kings, he admired many of the female hero skins. Looking at Su Miaoyi's charming figure, Lin Feng pondered. If these 5 lovely maids each cosplayed a female hero, the scene would definitely be stunning. TSK, I really am a genius. Thinking of this, Lin Feng smiled with anticipation. When he was still a little otaku, he dreamed of dating those cosplayers. Lin Feng always felt that having a girl who was good at cos would allow him to interact intimately with every fictional character he liked. Therefore, any normal man would find it hard to resist a beautiful girl with a great figure who was also skilled at COS. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, Lin Feng didn't lack candidates for COS, but he had never had the opportunity to obtain decent costumes. Unexpectedly, taking in Su Miaoyi brought him an unexpected joy. Because of this consideration, Lin Feng didn't keep Su Miaoyi for too long, but allowed her to start altering clothes right away. After all, he had been eyeing the Midsummer Night's Dream costumes for a long time and wanted his little maid to wear those. Just as Lin Feng was thinking, Jiang Qingshue's excited voice suddenly came from the door. Master, good news. Shuer has made a significant discovery. Hearing this, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and looked at Jiang Qingxue, who had a look of accomplishment on her face. What good news? Why so excited? Go on. Jiang Qingshue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she said, Master, we are very familiar with the route we've been taking. There's an adult-exclusive toy store nearby. Lin Feng's face flashed with a look of speechlessness. What kind of toy store is that? Is it legitimate? Looking up at a certain school beauty, who had an ambiguous expression, Lin Feng felt a mix of amusement and frustration. He suddenly felt that compared to this woman, he was still too innocent. Cough. Change of plans, you drive. Let us go take a look. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, a certain excited person leaped into his arms, causing a stir. At this moment, Lin Feng, embodying the wisdom of sages, remained completely unfazed. All right, hurry up, let us finish this and go to the Jinding community. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingxue stuck out her tongue and quickly turned to leave. Watching her cheerful strides, Lin Feng felt a headache coming on. This woman was indeed too knowledgeable. It seemed that as long as it was related to this aspect, Jiang Qingxue had some knowledge. But oddly enough, this girl was a genuine original. Lin Feng couldn't imagine how dirty this woman must have been before. Despite his thoughts, he was quite satisfied with Jiang Qingxue. After all, the more this woman knew, the more he could enjoy. Shaking his head, Lin Feng pushed aside these chaotic thoughts and opened the system interface. After obtaining the superpower fruit, he continued to pay attention to the next reward. He was very concerned about the things that could be unlocked at the 80 experience bar position. As his mind moved, the system upgrade experience interface appeared before Lin Feng once more. But just a glance made Lin Feng unable to help but curse. What the hell? This thing can actually be obtained. Looking at the reward displayed before him, Lin Feng's head buzzed. The system interface showed a piece of information. Time-stopping pocket watch. After using this item, the host can briefly pause the flow of time within a 50-meter radius. This item has not yet been obtained. After confirming it repeatedly, a look of wild joy appeared on Lin Feng's face. He never expected that the next reward from the system would be the extremely perverse time-stopping item. Having experienced the trials of various anime, Lin Feng understood the value of a time stop. If he had this, even if he encountered very powerful female superhumans, he could still. Thinking about it, Lin Feng couldn't help but show a mischievous smile. To be honest, he had envied those with time stop abilities in anime. Those guys really could do whatever they wanted. After fantasizing for a while, Lin Feng's face grew serious again. The value of this item was terrifying, compared to using it to take advantage of young girls. Lin Feng was naturally more concerned about its practical combat value. The true terror of the time stop ability lies in its versatility. If used for attack, it could immobilize enemies and allow for direct sniping. If used for defense, it could create a relatively invincible domain within a 50-meter radius. Within this range, Lin Feng could almost immune and evade any attacks from incoming enemies. This defensive capability was truly perverse. If he obtained this item, Lin Feng's self-protection ability would undoubtedly be further enhanced. However, Lin Feng wouldn't naively think that having this item made him invincible. He suspected that such a powerful item might have some restrictions. Nevertheless, This did not affect Lin Feng's yearning for the time-stopping pocket watch. Soon, as long as he made another trip to Jiangxing Foreign Language College, he should be able to unlock this thing. Lin Feng muttered to himself, his face full of longing. At that moment, he suddenly felt the RV come to a stop. A gentle voice from Song Wanjun came from the aisle. Master, we have arrived at our destination. Hearing this, a flash of excitement crossed Lin Feng's eyes as he quickly got up and walked out of the room. Speaking of which, he was quite curious about this so-called toy store. There should be plenty of interesting things to be found inside, right? Chapter 53, Accidental Encounter with the Slightly Chubby Ceiling White Jia. Lin Feng hurriedly walked to the RV's transfer area. Beside the transfer area, Song Wanjun, Qinya, and the other 3 girls were lined up, waiting obediently. Meanwhile, the newly joined Su Miaoyi was still in the room, working on the costumes Lin Feng had assigned her. Upon seeing Lin Feng arrive, the 4 girls greeted him with smiles. Master, Lin Feng was in a good mood. Waving his hand and smiling as he helped a few people up, he gazed at Qinya and the other 3 women, and their personal panels quickly appeared before his eyes. Among them, Jiang Qingxue currently had the highest loyalty, reaching a terrifying 98 points. This level of loyalty was enough for her to take a knife for Lin Feng. He wasn't surprised by this. After all, the school beauty, apart from some initial displeasure, had been enjoying herself. Song Wanjun ranked second with a loyalty of 95 points. Qinya had 92 points, and she was not far from reaching 95 points to receive the experience reward. What surprised Lin Feng the most was Qin Shiyan. Her loyalty had quietly reached 81 points. This value was already quite high and was at a level where he could rest assured. After a slight contemplation, Lin Feng understood. Most likely, the previous experience of Su Miaoyi had completely scared her. Besides loyalty, Lin Feng was more concerned about the combat power values of the 4 women, which had all exceeded 60 points. This roughly equated to 4 times that of a normal adult male's combat power. At this level, as long as they did not encounter firearms, they were basically safe. Of course, the one with the greatest increase in combat power was still Jiang Qingxue, whose combat power had now reached an impressive 75 points. She was even stronger than Qin Shiyun, who was an ability user. It was important to note that Jiang Qingxue's basic combat power was less than 10 points. Her diligence was evident. This discovery made Lin Feng chuckle. Goodness! Is this what they mean by heaven rewards diligence? In this regard, Jiang Qingxue, who was not very skilled but had a strong desire to improve, actually had the upper hand. Lin Feng shook his head, dismissing these chaotic thoughts. Come over, each of you will get a handgun. Now that you can protect yourselves, you can come out with me for a walk. As he spoke, Lin Feng took out handguns and holsters, preparing to distribute weapons. After the girl's loyalty reached the standard, he naturally wouldn't be stingy with weapons. He valued these obedient and lovely little maids very much. Now that the girls could resist the black snow and had guns for self-defense, Lin Feng planned to take them out to get some fresh air. Hearing this, Qin Shiyan, who had never handled a gun before, was the most excited. The act of distributing guns represented Lin Feng's trust and acceptance of her. This realization filled Qin Shiyan with joy. She had been terrified after seeing Su Miaoyi tormented by the black snow. Yuner, since you've never used a handgun, be sure to learn from your sister after you get it. This thing is very dangerous, so be careful not to hurt yourself. Lin Feng's words interrupted Qin Shiyan's thoughts, and she quickly took the small handgun with both hands. Qinya smiled gently and said, Master, don't worry. I will teach her well. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. He affectionately pinched Qinya's small nose, to which she responded with a smile. Qinya's demeanor made Lin Feng even happier. This woman always made him feel at ease. Soon, the firearms were distributed, and Lin Feng looked at Jiang Qingxue. Let us go out and take a look. Shuer, lead the way. As his words fell, Jiang Qingxue sweetly smiled and stepped into the teleportation area, with the others quickly following. With a flash of white light, the 5 of them arrived outside the vehicle. At this moment, the RV was parked in front of a street-facing shop. The heavy and oppressive black snow had already covered most of the first floor. Standing on the snow, they could only vaguely see the shop signs below. Master, sisters, this way. Jiang Qingxue's cheerful voice reached their ears. Saying this, she actively walked towards a narrow staircase. After the first floor was covered, Jiang Qingxue headed directly for the second floor. Lin Feng, who was behind, looked up and noticed the colorful advertisements pasted outside the third-floor stairwell, which stirred his interest. Interesting. It seems the locations chosen for selling adult toys are quite clever. Either hidden in small alleys or in places with tightly shut doors and no one selling. Lin Feng shook his head and quickly caught up. The arrival of this large RV naturally startled some nearby survivors. Lin Feng clearly sensed that there were quite a few unfriendly gazes in the building. Having guns was one thing, but it was always better to be cautious. Thinking of this, Lin Feng shouted loudly, "Be careful. There are survivors in this building. Don't get ambushed." Upon hearing this, the four women's expressions became serious, especially Song Wanjun and the other two who had used guns. They all immediately drew their guns and switched off the safety. After nearly 2 weeks of apocalyptic baptism, the girls' alertness had greatly improved. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the adult shop on the 3rd floor. The main door seemed to have been pried open, the iron door was damaged, and the wooden door inside was slightly ajar. The room was very quiet, appearing to be uninhabited. The closest, Song Wanjun, didn't he think twice before stepping inside. "Wanjun, stop." Just then, Lin Feng suddenly called out, stopping the naive dance student. Song Wanjun was taken aback and quickly stepped back. "You all, come back behind me." Lin Feng's stern voice rang out again. Upon hearing this, Chen Shiyun and the other girls showed vigilance and quickly obeyed the command. Lin Feng then pulled out an A-47 from the system space, pointing it at the door with a cold smile. "Don't hide. Come out. I know you're behind the door. If you don't come out, I'll shoot." As he spoke, Lin Feng had Jiang Qingxue fire a shot into the air. Lin Feng certainly wasn't shooting aimlessly. His exceptionally keen hearing had already picked up a faint breathing sound behind the door. Lin Feng was in a good mood and chose not to fire directly. Of course, he had another reason for this move. He was worried that whoever was hiding behind the door might be a pretty girl, and it would be a shame to kill her. As the gunshot rang out, the person hiding behind also immediately flinched. A somewhat fearful female voice quickly sounded, "Don't shoot. I'll come out." Hearing this soft and charming voice, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of interest. He had a slight preference for women with pleasant voices. Before long, the door in front of them was opened. A plump woman with a fearful expression appeared before Lin Feng and the others. This woman was extremely curvy, exuding a mature and alluring charm that was quite striking. Chapter 54. This beauty is a technician? Noticing Lin Feng's somewhat straightforward gaze, her fair and clean face quickly turned a shade of red. Upon seeing the cold weapons in the hands of the group, her expression turned pale again. "Please don't shoot. I'm just passing by." Bai Jia's voice had a hint of a sobbing tone as she raised her chubby little hands above her head. This action accentuated her curves even more. In her hands, she was also holding a packaging box with some foreign writing on it. This scene made Lin Feng raise an eyebrow. Seeing this woman's seemingly weak and easily bullied appearance, Jiang Qingxue and the other girls all breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Feng's earlier warning had startled them, and they all thought it was an enemy attack. Unlike the little maids, Lin Feng did not let his guard down. The apocalypse had been going on for nearly 2 weeks, and most families had long run out of supplies. The woman in front of him, however, looked like she was in good condition. Moreover, she was clearly in the same place as Lin Feng and the others, looking for fun. All signs indicated that this woman was not ordinary. Considering the cautious approach, Lin Feng directly summoned her personal panel. Name, Bai Jia. Age, 34 years. Identity, therapist at the rehabilitation department of Jiangqing First Hospital. Top technician at Linjiangxian Club. Appearance, 81. Loyalty, 0. Combat power, 30. Fertility switch, not yet closed. The host can adjust it themselves. Physical condition, subhealth, no infectious diseases. Characteristics, skilled in massage, strong desire for power, special physique. After reading this woman's information, Lin Feng felt relieved. This woman named Bai Jia has no special abilities, and her combat power is only 30, posing no threat to the others. Noticing her appearance score of 81, Lin Feng felt in a good mood. This means that by containing this woman, he could also gain experience points. Moreover, this woman is quite curvy and proficient in massage, which is indeed nice. Thinking of this, Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "All right, put away the guns. She should not be an enemy." As he spoke, Lin Feng casually put away the A he was holding. The sudden disappearance of the handgun amazed Bai Jia. As a survivor in the apocalypse herself, she understood the value of such a feat. It seemed that this guy likely had a spatial ability. While Bai Jia was pondering, Jiang Qingxue and the other 3 women obeyed Lin Feng's instructions and put away their handguns. Bai Jia noticed their actions and let out a long breath. A fitness enthusiast with exceptional talent, Bai Jia has had considerable strength since childhood. However, when faced with armed individuals, she had no room to resist. Fortunately, Lin Feng and his group seemed to harbor no ill intent. At that moment, the curious Song Wanjun suddenly looked at Bai Jia and said, "Miss, what are you doing here all by yourself?" Upon hearing this, the others present were instantly dumbfounded. Bai Jia, Lin Feng, and the 3 women all stared at each other in silence. Song Wanjun's innocence did not mean that the others were oblivious. Even if they hadn't seen a pig run, they had at least heard of it. The atmosphere became quite awkward. Bai Jie, being questioned, felt her face turn crimson, embarrassed to the point of wanting to dig a hole and hide in it. In the end, it was Lin Feng, who had the thickest skin, who chuckled and said, "Well, we are just passing by. Everyone can go about their own business." You all can be busy," Bai Jie said, awkwardly laughing twice and stepping aside. Her cheeks were flushed, her hands hidden behind her back, looking embarrassed. "Hey, what's wrong with you all? Was what I said inappropriate?" The silly dance girl, seeing no one responding to her, continued with a confused expression. "All right, let's not focus on these details. The main business is important." Lin Feng couldn't stand it any longer and took the initiative to ease the situation. Upon hearing this, Song Wanjun reluctantly responded, "Understood, master." The other women, Jiang Qingxue and the others, paid no mind to her behavior. After spending some time together, they had grown accustomed to it. Song Wanjun was quite innocent and sometimes acted a bit silly, which was perfectly normal. Soon, under Lin Feng's arrangement, the four women entered the store to start searching for useful supplies. Lin Feng quietly stood at the door, not entering the room. His preferences were well known to the little maids, so there was no need for them to intervene. Meanwhile, hearing Song Wanjun's words, Bai Jie, who was near the entrance, flashed a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. As she expected, these beautiful women were all servants of this guy in front of her. Moreover, she had already noticed that Lin Feng and the others were all dressed neatly and looked energetic. The women had clean, smooth hair and wore exquisite makeup. With her keen mind, Bai Jie understood what this represented. It indicated that Lin Feng and his group lived without worries, leading a very comfortable life. They even had the leisure to come to such a place for fun. As the owner of the group, Lin Feng naturally drew Bai Jie's focused attention. She studied traditional Chinese medicine and could tell at a glance that the tall, handsome man in front of her had a unique physique and abundant kidney energy. With so many beautiful and sexy female servants, this guy showed no signs of weakness whatsoever. This was quite unusual. Bai Jie inferred that this guy's physical quality was likely extraordinarily strong. With ample supplies, no worries about food and clothing, a strong body, and a gun in hand. These key pieces of information kept flashing in Bai Jie's mind, making her heart race with excitement. This handsome guy was simply an excellent support in chaotic times. As long as she could get close to him, she would not only be free from worries about food and clothing, but also have guaranteed safety. Suddenly, feeling the woman's intense gaze on him, Lin Feng felt a bit confused. What was going on with this woman? Why was she looking at him so affectionately all of a sudden? I know I'm handsome, but it shouldn't be to the point where she can't take her eyes off me upon first meeting, right? Could it be that the golden kidney is still active? After obtaining the golden kidney, Lin Feng's charm level had been off the charts. He knew this, but had never considered how powerful this aura could be. Noticing Bai Jie's flirtatious little gaze, Lin Feng felt a bit secretly pleased. After all, her curvy figure was quite appealing to him. Just as Lin Feng was pondering, the four women busy inside were cheerfully and shyly saying, "Wow, the materials for these clothes are so cheap. The master will definitely like it. Hee, this is great. At a glance, it looks very exciting. Yeah, come look, there are even cosplay outfits here. Awesome, I want to try on the nurse costume. Hey, Qingxue, why are you taking so many suspender tights? Kids shouldn't pry, they're for older sisters. Then I'll take some more too." The four women chattered away like cheerful little sparrows. At the door, Lin Feng and Bai Jie exchanged awkward glances upon hearing the women's conversation. Lin Feng wore an expression of speechlessness. These women had thoroughly analyzed his preferences in broad daylight. However, Bai Jie's eyes sparkled with excitement and eagerness. From these women's words, she caught a crucial piece of information. They lived together and seemed unexpectedly relaxed. This discovery made Bai Jie feel a twinge of envy. Since the apocalypse began, her life had not been easy. Relying on her own combat power, she could manage basic sustenance. But the quality of life was truly hard to describe. After this period of hard survival, her heart was extremely weary. At this moment, Bai Jie just wanted to give up. She wanted to find a strong man like Lin Feng to protect her safety. However, what made Bai Jie a little disappointed was that Lin Feng seemed to be too calm. He was nothing like the previous men who looked at her with greedy eyes. It seemed that if she wanted to catch the attention of this strong man, she would have to take the initiative. With this thought, a charming smile appeared on Bai Jie's face as she walked toward Lin Feng. "Hello, young man. I want to ask if your team needs more people. I'd like to join you." Bai Jie got straight to the point without beating around the bush. As she spoke, her two chubby little hands formed cute little fists pressed against her chest, her face displaying a pleading expression. Bai Jie was not low in appearance, and combined with her explosive figure, she had considerable charm. Hearing this, Lin Feng looked at her in surprise. So proactive? Could it be that there was no need for the old cliché of Madame, You wouldn't want to, this time? Lin Feng's heart stirred. And seeing Bai Jie's appealing demeanor, his heartbeat inexplicably quickened. He averted his gaze and calmly said, "We've always been short on people. But you might not accept the conditions for joining my team." Upon hearing Lin Feng's somewhat distant words, Bai Jie remained unfazed and asked with a relaxed smile, "What are the conditions? Do I need to obey your commands and be your servant?" Seeing the other party's calm demeanor, Lin Feng was even more surprised. This woman was being a bit too proactive. "Almost. My team only accepts maids. Follow me, and you will have no worries about food and clothing. And you'll be well fed and warmly dressed. But you must obey, unconditionally, any command of mine. If you disobey, you'll face punishment at best, or death at worst. Can you do that?" Upon hearing this, Bai Jie revealed a look of understanding in her eyes. The actual situation was roughly as she expected. Judging from the mental state of Jiang Qingxue and the others, following Lin Feng would be a good choice. With her thoughts racing, Bai Jie decisively nodded and replied, "No problem. I can agree to everything you said. Moreover, I am skilled in therapeutic techniques and high-end spa treatments. You won't regret letting me join." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was at a loss for words. To be honest, the 5 little maids under him were almost all forced to follow him. Bai Jie was the first he had encountered who actively requested to follow him. For a moment, he was somewhat stunned. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't respond immediately, Bai Jie hurriedly spoke again. "Brother, I'm serious. If you don't believe me, you can experience it yourself. My massage techniques are among the best in the entire Jiang city." Seeing the expression on this woman's face, Lin Feng felt quite pleased. But he maintained a cold demeanor and replied, "Since you say so, I'll reluctantly let you give it a try." As he spoke, Lin Feng took a chair from the system space and sat down. Bai Jie quickly walked behind Lin Feng, gently resting his head against herself. Her soft voice rang in Lin Feng's ear. "Brother, relax. I'm a professional." The warm and soft sensation at the back of his head made Lin Feng feel very pleasant. His body gradually relaxed, leaning against Bai Jie. Currently, Lin Feng's combat power was as high as 400 points, completely overwhelming compared to Bai Jie. Therefore, even with his head resting on Bai Jie and allowing her to massage him, Lin Feng felt no panic. The tenfold suppression in values allowed Lin Feng to react instantly and counterattack upon sensing danger. But clearly, Bai Jie had no intention of doing so. She genuinely wanted to ally with Lin Feng. The massage had just begun. Bai Jie extended her warm, soft hands, gently massaging Lin Feng's major acupoints on his head. As a seasoned practitioner in the massage industry, her techniques were very professional and gentle. At this moment, Lin Feng, enjoying the massage, felt very satisfied. The previous little maids would massage various parts of his body, but they were not professionals. Their techniques could hardly be called lacking. They were nearly non-existent. The pleasure Lin Feng had experienced before was more of a psychological satisfaction, a sense of conquest. Their massages hardly provided any tangible pleasure to his body. Fortunately, this situation had changed now. It could be foreseen that under Bai Jie's guidance, the massage skills of the little maids would undoubtedly improve significantly. At that time, Lin Feng, as the master, would also be able to enjoy more pleasant services. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's mood brightened even more. The slight upward curve of his lips was naturally noticed by Bai Jie, who had been quietly observing him. This discovery brought a hint of joy to Bai Jie's eyes. Having worked in the massage field for many years, she was very confident in her skills. If it hadn't been for a powerful female customer who had forced Bai Jie to play with her, Bai Jie would not have left the spa and chosen to become a therapist. She certainly knew that many technicians had ambiguous relationships with their clients. However, Bai Jie had her own principles. She would never cross those lines. Unfortunately, times had changed. The arrival of the apocalypse was bound to change some things. Bai Jie only knew that she wanted to survive and live a better life at this moment. While Lin Feng was enjoying the massage, Jiang Qingxue's excited voice suddenly came. "Master, the things in this store are very interesting. Could you please bring all these things?" Before Jiang Qingxue could finish her sentence, she saw Lin Feng leaning against Bai Jie's chest, enjoying the massage with a look of contentment. Lin Feng's smile was impossible to suppress. Chapter 56. Lin Feng. The apocalypse is really awesome. A big harvest. Jiang Qingxue, seeing this scene, wisely closed her mouth. She looked at Bai Jie with a hint of vigilance in her eyes. Upon first seeing this woman, Jiang Qingxue had felt a great deal of pressure. This woman was too familiar, so familiar that any normal man would be tempted. With a curvaceous figure and a gentle, elegant demeanor, Bai Jie looked like a ripe peach. That captivating mature charm made even Jiang Qingxue, a woman, glance sideways. In her eyes, Bai Jie's only slight flaw was that her looks were a notch below theirs. This person was a formidable rival. No way, I must work harder. I absolutely cannot let her steal the spotlight. Jiang Qingxue frowned, calculating. The previous edition of Su Miaoi had already made her feel a sense of crisis. Now with the arrival of the beautiful Bai Jia, Jiang Qingxue felt she was on the verge of losing control. All right, this feels great. A sore spot on Lin Feng's back was successfully relieved by Bai Jia, and he couldn't help but let out a satisfied murmur. This woman Bai Jia really had some skills. Her technique was far superior to any technician he had encountered in his past life. Those soft, plump hands looked squishy but were actually quite powerful. Right now, Lin Feng was enjoying the massage immensely. With his keen perception, he naturally heard Jiang Qingxue's words. However, he didn't want to move at the moment. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't respond, Bai Jia, busy with the massage, looked up at Jiang Qingxue and smiled kindly at her. Since she had decided to follow Lin Feng, Bai Jia certainly wouldn't make things uncomfortable for herself. She was very emotionally intelligent. Jiang Qingxue saw Bai Jia's gentle smile, and her displeasure eased considerably. However, she still decided to be more proactive tonight and take some action to defend her position as the #1 maid. After a while, the commotion from Song Wanjun and the other two girls made them realize Jiang Qingxue hadn't returned, so they also came out. Thus, the number of spectators for this massage increased again. Bai Jia's skills were impressive, as could be seen from Lin Feng's expression. Among the 4 girls, aside from the silly dance student, the other 3 were secretly observing Bai Jia's techniques. Compared to a professional, they all noticed the gap. Time slowly passed, and nearly 10 minutes later, Bai Jia's small hand stopped. Her gentle voice sounded, "Brother, I can only massage these areas while seated. I can't perform other techniques here." Hearing this, Lin Feng happily sat up and gave Bai Jia an approving look. "Not bad. Your skills are recognized by Lin." As he spoke, he moved his neck side to side, feeling completely relaxed. Bai Jia, hearing this, looked up at Lin Feng with a joyful expression and excitedly said, "So you agree to take me in?" Looking at the delight written all over Bai Jia's beautiful face, Lin Feng felt even more pleased. With Bai Jia's looks and figure before the apocalypse, she could at least become a million-level internet celebrity. In the past, such a beauty was someone Lin Feng could only dream of. Yet now, she was actively approaching him, even pleading for him to take her in. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh again. It really is the apocalypse. This is truly awesome. While pondering, Lin Feng looked at Bai Jia and smiled as he replied, "Of course." Hearing this, Bai Jia's pretty face instantly filled with joy, and her eyes became bright. Seeing the expression on the woman's face, Lin Feng found it somewhat amusing. It was the first time he had encountered someone so proactive. Shaking his head and smiling, Lin Feng looked at Bai Jia, his tone returning to its usual indifference. "Don't get too happy too soon. If you want to follow me, you must obey my rules. For now, call me master and let me hear it." As he spoke, a mischievous smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Upon hearing this, Bai Jia sweetly smiled at Lin Feng and gracefully called out, "Master." Seeing this scene, Chunya and Jiang Qingxue, along with a few other women, raised their eyebrows. It was also the first time they had seen someone like Bai Jia actively asking to join. Hearing the soft call, Lin Feng felt even happier. He looked at Bai Jia and spoke again, "Good. Later, you can follow Yaya and learn the rules." "Yes, master," Chunya replied gently. Bai Jia followed suit and obediently responded to Lin Feng. At the same time, she proactively introduced herself for Lin Feng and the others to address her. "All right. When we get back to the car, you can slowly get to know each other. For now, let's get down to business," Lin Feng said, then turned and walked towards the house, with the few women quickly following. Upon entering the store, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with curiosity as he began to look around. Having lived 2 lives, he had never been to such a place. The store was not small, with many shelves inside, and not far from the entrance, there were several vending machines. Through the glass, Lin Feng looked at the items in the vending machine next to him. Socks, an array of colorful socks. The entire cabinet was filled with them. The packaging had all sorts of fancy names, which made Lin Feng dizzy. He had previously thought that stockings were only categorized by length and color. He never expected there to be so many strange varieties. Lin Feng shook his head, casually punched the vending machine, shattering the glass. He then took the items inside. With his current physical strength, the glass shards couldn't even scratch him. This scene was seen by Bai Jia, who was following behind. In an instant, her gaze changed. "Wow, is this his strength? That's too strong. If I'm not mistaken, this glass is specially made with very high strength." He's completely unscathed. Looking at Lin Feng's calm demeanor, Bai Jia was filled with shock. She didn't notice Lin Feng's unusual state. After taking down one vending machine, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck Lin Feng. He scolded himself for being foolish. Having awakened his spatial abilities, he was still accustomed to solving problems with his fists. While pondering, Lin Feng walked towards the next cabinet. This cabinet was filled with items he liked. Professional outfits. A whole cabinet of professional attire. Seeing these items, Lin Feng's smile couldn't be contained anymore. He had previously wanted his little maids to each wear different styles of clothing for a fashion show. Now, that idea could be realized quickly. He thought to himself, "For by Jia, I should get her a set of professional skirts. It should be quite charming." Chapter 57. Using abilities, the women are shocked. The RV is attacked. Thinking of this, Lin Feng excitedly rubbed his hands together and began to try using his spatial abilities. He initially wanted to open a tear in space at the vending machine to directly take the items, but found that this operation would be time-consuming and labor-intensive at this stage. Lin Feng settled for a compromise and changed his plan. With a thought, two spatial tiers instantly formed, one in front of Lin Feng and another inside the vending machine. Through the spatial tear, Lin Feng's hand reached into the vending machine and easily took all the items. Seeing this operation, Jiang Qingxue, Song Wanjun, and the others, who were chatting behind him, were all shocked. The 5 beautiful faces displayed an astonishingly consistent expression. Their mouths widened, and their eyes bulged as they stared at Lin Feng in disbelief. For a moment, the room was filled with their rapid, breathing sounds. After taking the items, Lin Feng suddenly noticed that the women had quieted down and instinctively looked at them. Seeing their dazed faces, Lin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. He had forgotten that the little maids were unaware of his awakened abilities. Upon seeing Lin Feng smile, the women quickly reacted. Jiang Qingxue cheered, her tone excited. "Master, what was that just now? Is it the legendary dimensional slash?" As she spoke, she posed a chopping motion she thought was cool. Hearing her words, Chunya and the others looked at Lin Feng with expressions of surprise. "So cool. Master seems to have grasped some incredible power." Chen Shiyun's eyes sparkled in admiration. "Master, can you now travel to another world? Have you awakened a divine power? Are you the reincarnation of the god of space?" Curious Song Wanjun had many questions. Chunya and Bai Jia were relatively quiet, but their eyes were also shining brightly. For them, following Lin Feng naturally meant they hoped for his power to grow stronger. Seeing this scene, the women were all very excited. Feeling the adoring gazes of the little maids, Lin Feng felt quite pleased. He smiled and explained, "It's not that mysterious. It's spatial ability. I just awakened it not long ago, and I'm still a bit unskilled." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the little maids' excitement grew even more. In their eyes, Lin Feng was already impressive at this moment. With a strong body, possessing firearms, and now having awakened abilities. These factors made the sense of security in the hearts of the women swell again. Lin Feng shook his head and continued to collect other items. Afterward, he followed the same method and completely cleared out every item from the vending machines. Not long after, with his arms full, Lin Feng and the women left the store. At this moment, he was in a very good mood. This time, Lin Feng and the others brought back a large amount of consumable supplies. More importantly, he had gained another little maid. And one skilled in massage techniques. Just thinking about it was nice. Just as the group reached the ground floor, Lin Feng's expression suddenly turned grim. It was unclear when, but dozens of people had gathered outside the RV. Earlier, for convenience and parking, Jiang Qingxue had cleared the nearby black snow. Now that the snow had stopped, many bold individuals had donned protective gear and surrounded the vehicle, wanting to steal it. However, due to the RV's special nature, there wasn't even a door outside, so these people could only attempt to smash it open. The result was, of course, futile. After trying for a long time, these people despairingly found that the RV was completely unharmed, not even a scratch on the paint. This action naturally infuriated Lin Feng. He immediately put on a stern face and ordered Jiang Qingxue and the others, Shuer, Wanjun, Ye, shoot freely. Eliminate these bastards. Shiyun, Jie, come here. I'll teach you how to use a gun. As Lin Feng's words fell, the women quickly sprang into action. They had previously been equipped with holsters and plenty of ammunition, and this time they carried handguns with them. Lin Feng began to teach Bai Jia and Chen Shiyun how to shoot, step by step. Bang! With the first gunshot, a hapless guy immediately fell dead. The panicked survivors were instantly awakened, looking at Lin Feng and the others with extreme fear. Most of them were so frightened by the guns in their hands that they dropped their tools and fled. However, two who seemed to be the leaders raised their hands high, shouting loudly, "Don't shoot. We mean no harm. Don't shoot. We're here seeking cooperation." Bang, bang, bang. What greeted them was a barrage of gunfire. "Get lost. No harm intended. You idiots." Lin Feng cursed in his native tongue, and with 2 precise shots, he took out the one who was speaking. Song Wanjun and the other 2 girls were not idle either, quickly shooting at the scattered crowd. These guys actually wanted to take their RV. Such behavior was unforgivable. The girls naturally showed no mercy. After Lin Feng's training, the shooting skills of Song Wanjun and the other two had clearly improved. The three of them hardly missed a shot. Soon, after leaving a ground full of corpses, a small number of survivors fled. I'm going to kill them. This is too much. They actually want to rob our vehicle, Jiang Qingxue said angrily, grabbing her gun and wanting to chase after them. Swear, stop. Don't chase the desperate. Lin Feng frowned and stopped her. Hearing this, Jiang Qingxue obediently nodded and put away her handgun. The group followed Lin Feng towards the RV. Just before getting on the vehicle, Lin Feng stopped and looked at the obedient Bai Jie beside him, smiling as he asked, "Where is your home? Do you need to go back to get something?" Despite encountering this annoying group of survivors, Lin Feng, who had reaped quite a bit, was still in a good mood. He unusually took the initiative to ask Bai Jie. Bai Jie shook her head upon hearing this, imitating Jiang Qingxue and the other's tone, and replying to the master, "My home is nearby, but there's nothing worth taking." "Well, let's go." Lin Feng nodded and led the group into the teleportation area. Shortly after they got on the vehicle, some survivors emerged around them. These people looked pale, all in tattered clothes, and thin as sticks. They kept bowing to the RV, crying out for help. Some of them recognized Bai Jie and continuously knelt, shouting her name. "Bai Jie, I'm your Uncle Chen. Take me with you, please." "Jie, I'm A Yao. Please take me with you." "Little Jie, take your Aunt Wang with you. I used to carry you when you were little." The voices of these people rose and fell, continuously sounding outside the RV. Hearing these calls, Bai Jie felt her heart like a knife cut, tears streaming down her face. But she tightly covered her mouth, silently wiping her tears. In this building with fewer men, Bai Jie had been doing well. She was strong and righteous, and many were willing to follow her. It was precisely because of Bai Jie's protection that these people could survive until now. But Bai Jie knew that this kind of life could not continue. Their remaining supplies had long been stretched thin. It was basically impossible to lead these people to survive. Not far away, Lin Feng listened to the shouts outside the vehicle with indifference. However, his gaze towards Bai Jie was full of appreciation. This woman is not bad. Very sensible. Chapter 58. The sensible Bai Jie arrives at the ex-girlfriend's community. From the moment she encountered those survivors downstairs, Bai Jie had quietly stayed by Lin Feng's side. Even now, with so many familiar people outside the vehicle kneeling and begging her for help, she remained silent, covering her mouth tightly. In fact, Bai Jie also understood in her heart that those people outside the vehicle could not survive. With food shortages and the city sealed off by black snow, even if they were given more supplies, how long could they last? Moreover, the decision was in Lin Feng's hands. Bai Jie had long run out of supplies. Speaking rashly would only upset Lin Feng. As the people outside saw Bai Jie not responding for a long time, they all stopped. Most of them switched their tone and began to attack Bai Jie directly. "Bai Jie, you ungrateful thing. If it weren't for me buying you medicine back then, could you still be alive today? You heartless thing. I treated you like my own daughter. You wretched girl. Now that you have someone to eat and drink with, you don't care about our lives, right? So ungrateful. All these years, I really wasted my love on you." The curses from outside the vehicle surged one after another, and the crowd began to frantically attack Bai Jie. Hearing these insults, Bai Jie could no longer hold on and burst into tears. At that moment, the pain in her heart reached its peak. After the apocalypse, most of the people outside could barely survive because of Bai Jie's existence. During this time, Bai Jie had also worried tirelessly for everyone's rations. But all that effort was met with slander and insults. In an instant, Bai Jie's tears flowed uncontrollably, listening to the insults from outside the vehicle. Without Bai Jie explaining, Lin Feng and the others could guess the situation. The little maids all wore angry expressions, pointing fingers at those people outside. At this moment, the most explosive Jiang Qingxue planned to deal with the problem physically. She looked at Lin Feng, gritting her teeth. "Master, let me go out. I'll take care of those bastards." Lin Feng, hearing this, calmly waved his hand. "No need to bother. Little one can handle it." Saying this, he walked up to Bai Jie, gently wiped away her tears, and spoke in a soothing voice. "Jie, I plan to kill those people outside. What do you say?" Bai Jie, hearing this, looked at Lin Feng through tear-filled eyes and said sadly, "Everything is arranged by the master. I have no objections." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, petting Bai Jie's little head with a smile. Human nature is like this. We can share in suffering, yet cannot stand to see others live well. Next, just watch quietly. The master will help you vent. Bai Jie wiped her tears and obediently nodded. Lin Feng's expression turned serious as he quickly summoned the RV's AI Little Wa, then began to issue orders. "Little Wa, activate the high-voltage electric attack mode. Target all people within 100 meters of the RV." As Lin Feng's voice fell, Little Wa cheerfully replied, "Received, Master. The moment this prompt sounded, a holographic projection appeared before Lin Feng and the others. The scene within the projection was exactly what was happening outside the vehicle. Outside the RV, there were dozens of people loudly cursing at Baijia. At that moment, several water spray nozzles suddenly extended from the second floor of the RV. The water was sprayed very accurately, covering everyone within 100 meters. Seeing the water, these people thought Baijia had changed her mind. They were all overjoyed, even rushing towards the water flow to drink. But soon, their smiles faded. The duration of the water flow was very short, shortly after being soaked. A light blue electric current rapidly spread from the RV. The initially excited crowd, with their smiles not yet faded, began to tremble from the electric shock, like being jolted. Before long, the current dissipated, leaving behind a ground full of charred corpses. The survivors hiding further away were terrified by this scene. They all fled frantically, fearing that Lin Feng would attack them too. Soon, the scene in the eyes of the crowd gradually froze until it disappeared. Seeing those people wiped out, Baijia, who had been crying, showed a complex expression. She hadn't even wiped her tears dry, biting her little lip tightly, and fell silent again. Jiang Qingxue and the others showed expressions of relief at this. Clearly, Lin Feng's ruthless actions had won their approval. After spending time with Lin Feng, the little maids had also developed a decisive style of dealing with matters. What a pity. This high-voltage electric attack has its limitations in range. Otherwise, it would be quite useful against enemies, Lin Feng thought as he stroked his chin. Before long, Baijia's expression gradually returned to calm. She looked at Lin Feng, managing a smile, and said, Master, thank you for your trouble. Thank you, Master. Lin Feng waved his hand, took out a brand new set of black silk professional attire, handed it to her, and smiled. All right, don't worry about those insignificant matters. These people are greedy and ungrateful. Their deaths are not a loss. Go take a shower first, then learn the rules from Yiya. Upon hearing this, Baijia obediently responded. She then took the new clothes and followed Chunya into the bathroom. Watching Baijia's sorrowful figure, Lin Feng's expression remained calm. In front of him, a system message popped up again. Congratulations, host. May Baijia's loyalty increased by 30 points. Current loyalty 65. Upon seeing this message, Lin Feng's lips curled slightly. He quite appreciated this woman, Baijia. She was emotional and loyal, yet not overly rigid. Spending a trivial amount of energy could rapidly increase Baijia's loyalty, which was incredibly cost-effective. While pondering, he glanced at Song Wanjun beside him and commanded again, Wainer, go drive. We are heading to Jinding Community. My dear ex-girlfriend can't wait, and just messaged me to hurry. Song Wanjun nodded and quickly left. Soon, the RV was restarted and continued on its journey. Those previously arrogant guys were directly crushed into pieces by the RV's tracks, leaving them no chance to turn into zombies. On the sofa in the room, Lin Feng held the fragrant and soft Chen Shiyun and once again brought up the system experience panel. Looking at the nearly motionless experience points, Lin Feng felt a sense of helplessness. The drop rate for gaining experience from the Sand Ginger was too low. After killing those guys earlier, he only gained 0.75. And currently, he only had 76. 75? After taking in Baijia, Lin Feng gained another 10 experience points. He was now very close to the next reward at 80 experience points. However, this gap in experience points was extremely difficult to fill by killing enemies. Lin Feng showed a pensive expression. It seems that to obtain the time-stopping pocket watch, he would have to visit Jiangxing Foreign Language College. That blonde foreign girl could not be missed. Time slowly passed, and nearly half an hour later, the RV stopped again. In the aisle, Song Wanjun's charming voice came through. Master, we have arrived at Jinding Community. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He gently pinched the blushing face of Chen Shiyun on his lap, lightly set her down, and stood up from the sofa. Feng Yu and Duan Ming. I've missed you guys so much.